We don't really know, do we? That's the honest answer we can give with integrity. We don't know, do we? We haven't been up there. So we don't know is the best answer we can give. And then the experts here on Earth have subjected certain materials, negatives, only at a fraction, not even a fraction, ladies and gentlemen. 25 rems, they encountered 2,500 rems, 25,000 rems they would have encountered, 960 rems with the Apollo missions, and then the cosmic ray particles and other stuff. And nothing happened to the negative. Jan Lundberg, the guy who was head of the Hasselblad and helped to customize the Hasselblad camera that they supposedly took to the moon, okay? Hans Lundberg, or whatever his name was, he actually was asked, did the Hasselblad camera have radiation protection? And he said no. No, all we did was painted it silver, like that. Just to give it an impersonation. All we did was painted silver, is what he said. Okay, that's it. So they only painted these things silver, obviously to reflect the sun rays, to keep it cool, because the temperature would have totally heated this to the negative, to the point where it would have shriveled. It should have shriveled. 150 degrees Celsius on the moon, okay, when the sun is out. So the camera would have overheated. Would have been like a little microwave oven in there. That hot. Things would have got pretty hot, to say the least. And they did the test from the Rich Planet TV, another group. Rich Planet TV. These are British experts, and what they did was they opened their oven at home and put the negative in whilst they were roasting their Sunday roast, okay, roast chicken or roast beef, and they put a negative in there and a photograph as well, and they all shriveled up in an ordinary household oven. There you go. So it does beg the question as to how could they have survived the heat. Was the life support system able to keep them cool in the heat and then instantly keep them warm in the shaded areas? Because when you go into the shade, it's minus 160 degrees, minus 200 degrees Celsius, if you will. Thereabouts in that region, instantly. In the sun, 150. In the shade, minus 150. So, that's the question there. Was the life support system on the back a portable radiator, air conditioner, keeping you cool and keeping you warm? They said in the periods where they were keeping them cool, you would have to have seen steam or coming out of that place, but we never saw any of that. Never saw any of the steam, heat, hot air coming out, being radiated out. We didn't see any of that. Because if it were to do so, then that would be noticeable. We didn't see that. And that's coming from Bill Woods, rocket propulsion expert for NASA, in the documentary What Happened on the Moon. Part 1, looking at the photographic anomalies and the radiation. And then What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3 combined, looking at the radiation and the effects on the astronauts and the problems with rocket. And he said that you would have seen steam being radiated out from the life support system, and we didn't see that. That was not seen in any of the missions whilst they're on the lunar surface, supposedly. So yeah, there's a lot of questions being asked because there's a lot of claims being made there. An astronaut weighing 360 pounds here on Earth with his equipment would have weighed only 62 pounds on the moon. Okay, according to Bill Cooper, time of the hour of the time, looking at the Apollo missions. So, in particular, I think he was talking about 11 and 12. And he said that they should have been able to jump 6 times as high. Remember, these were supposed to be super fit the fittest of the fittest to go to space. NASA's best, cream of the crop, right? They should have been showing some super dynamic abilities. They didn't display any of that, by the way. 1-6, yeah. So there you go. And he said himself, if it was me, I would be able to demonstrate some serious athletic ability if I only weighed 62 kg on the moon, where you could be bouncing around. Yeah, he said. And you had to agree with him in a way. Should have thrown that ball 6 times as far. Should have struck that golf ball well away, you know, but we didn't see any of that, ladies and gentlemen. We did not see. An opportunity was missed 6 times. They supposedly went 6 times. You see? Can you see now how these questions start to mount up? And they're lying right now that they're going to... they went to Artemis recently on a loop round return trip. But you see, they still didn't show us Earth on the way back. Silly, isn't it, ladies and gents? Come on. Come on. Can you really be this gullible? Horrendously wrong there. And then Elon Musk's rocket that blew up. I think that was a $3 billion mistake, that one. Oh, it's just a test run. You know, they can afford to burn money like that, ladies and gents. $3 billion. We knew something was going to go wrong. This is just a test run, you know. It's okay, we're going to learn from this. $3 billion. $3 billion. And they're not really doing what they say. It's all CGI. A rocket is a giant firework. That's all it is. A giant firework. We can easily do that. You can do the maths, you can work it all out, you can do that. It's nothing fantastic. You make a combustion engine that can push a car 200 miles an hour, motorbike 210 miles an hour. Whoa! You know, that's amazing. So a rocket, not that really. It's not that more magical than a combustion engine, ladies and gents. Okay? You know, if you can make a little tiny firework, go up in the air and a little boom, and then it's no different from making a big one. In fact, it's been said that a rocket and a missile are 95% the same. 95% the same. Or is it 99% the same? Sorry. 99% the same. My mistake. 99% the same. So the 1% is the name that's different. So they're practically the same thing. And missiles don't go to space. Right. So, just trying to keep you entertained whilst the regulars who come in. Very angry with the Apollos, of course, and the Artemis, because they're lying. Remember, 2025 is the date. We've also got the Dare Moon project. Okay, the Dare Moon project, where Mr. Maezawa, Yakuzu Maezawa, Japanese entrepreneur, together with 8 other artists. When you look at these artists, all of them are daydreamers. Not one of them looks physically fit to be going to such an environment, if they were to be going, right? And they're just daydreamers. That's how I see them, because they've been introduced on the YouTube. Maybe at the beginning of the year, we had a chance to see them. Yeah, January, February, we had a chance to see the so-called characters that were supposed to be going with Mr. Maezawa. Now, the problem is they're going to be going on Elon Musk's rocket, Starship, that just blew up recently. So obviously that's going to be put back now, because they're supposed to be going next year. Next year they're supposed to be going. They're supposed to be getting ready this year to go next year to the moon and go round the moon, orbit the moon and return, the Dare Moon project. Question, who's going to be the pilot? No pilot amongst them. No first aider, no medic amongst them. You've got dancers, photographers, one space nerd, choreographer, dance choreographer. Who Who else? Musicians, mechanics. This is the bunch that's supposed to be going to this moon and back on the Elon Musk's Starship that blew up the other day. But we already predicted this ages ago that they were going to be putting it back. They're going to kick it back each time something technical is going to crop up and move it back. And why are they moving it back like that? You know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because the technology that they're using to trick you, you know, the Hollywood projection crap that they use, the green screen and blue screen and pink screen, purple screen, that technology is advancing, you see, each year. So each year they put back the mission, the advancement of the technology that's fooling you is advancing. Okay? The technology they use to trick us and fool us, that's advancing. So they have to kick it back, create a few technical problems, hiccups, and then eventually we won't be able to tell the difference between reality and this film, you know, trickery. That's what's going on. That's why they're moving it back every time. Okay? They have to. Because at the moment we can currently pinpoint the lies and highlight the lies that they're telling. Yeah. And then there's the... yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying hello to you, mate. How you doing, buddy? You keeping well?
Oh, how you doing, buddy? Nice one.
Yeah, really well.
Nice to hear you, Jedi. Nice.
Yeah, and yourself, man. Thought I'd jump in. Been listening to you for a couple of minutes, man. Well, a couple of minutes, last 10, 15. I was actually in here yesterday as well, and you were talking then, and I've just rejoined. It feels like you've been talking for the last 24 hours, man. It's nice to keep it. So you keep it sound love. Nice.
And the funny thing is, right?
Keeping it flat smoking, so it's good, man. Love it.
Yeah. Cheers, man. Yeah, I was thinking about you yesterday and the day before yesterday. I thought, I wonder why Jedi hasn't come back in. Has he had some horrible experience or some negativity, perhaps?
I'm having great experiences. Thank you very much, mate. I'm very, very happy.
Okay. Well, that's really nice to hear. Because I was concerned that you wasn't here, you see. I was concerned. Time difference, obviously. Or have you had an argument, a row or something?
Well, I've probably had an argument, a row or someone, but no, that's going to keep me from coming back in here, mate. So you're fine. Okay,
brilliant. Yeah, nice. Yeah. So were you...
It's the blow-burpers that I have rows with, mate, so you're fine.
Okay, that's cool then. That's cool. What about this coronation crap? Did you watch it? I didn't see a thing of it.
I went into London. I went out the other end of London. I didn't stay in London. I was going to visit my girlfriend. So, yeah, I haven't watched it. I caught a little bit on the TV screen when I was having breakfast out the other day, but paid no attention to it, mate. I was kind of sickened by the amount of red, white and blue and balloons and bunting and stuff that are around people's houses in London and all that stuff, man. So, yeah, I've avoided it, mate. Not for me.
Yes, the sheep who were on display, I say, yeah. Displaying their...
Oh, in their droves, mate, in their droves. And from other countries as well.
Oh, yeah. African countries. People. Yeah, the Commonwealth countries, of course, yeah.
Yeah, they were having parties here. I was very surprised. The morons.
Yeah, what's up? How you doing, buddy? You keeping well?
How are you, mate? Good to see you. I haven't spoken to you for a while.
Yeah, I caught you a little bit the other day. Just, told you to fuck off or something. The usual shit between me and you. But,
yeah, sometimes I have to leave in a hurry.
Yeah, well, so it's kangaroos. They will get you. They don't leave you alone. I do understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, we bring the facts. That's what we do, ladies and gentlemen. Say that again?
Sorry, Jed. I was just asking what's been going on, being as I seem to have been away for a couple of days.
We had a guy in here yesterday and the day before, and his argument was, the ship's disappearing over the horizon, and I really basically walked him through it. Yeah, you got to laugh. Yeah, so I walked him through that as basic as one can do. 8-year-old level there, just basically walked him through, and he agreed with everything. And then suddenly he looks the other way because he knows it's been destroyed now. The very idea that the ship is disappearing over the curvature, but yet you can pick up a pair of binoculars and see that ship still there, moving away from your locale. And then it eventually disappears from the ability of the binoculars, and you pick up a telescope and it's still there. So where is this curvature, basically? And he brought up something that we never see. No human being has seen what he describes. And he reckoned he was a photographer, you know? And you know me, when I lay down the red carpet and help you through, and then you start deliberately lying, I'm going to call you out. You're done. I'm going to do you. Sorry, I've got no more patience now. So he didn't like the tongue I was using, you see.
What did he put up?
Well, he tried to explain that when you're looking at the ship disappearing, even though it's disappearing over the curvature, you can still see it. It's just that your eye is not good enough. And but 2 minutes ago you said we don't see round corners, so we shouldn't be able to see it once it's gone over the curve. Should never be able to see it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
So he's saying that binoculars bring it back over the curve. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. And it was also being refracted upwards as well.
Oh, the magic tool.
Yeah, and then he said, if that was the case, if we can remove all the refraction, we should be able to see over to greater distances. I said, well, if you could do that and you had a powerful enough optic equipment, probably yes, but we can't. In reality, you're never going to be able to see those great distances because of the weather and the air and the varying temperatures, the mist and the dew. You're just not going to be able to see great distances. He reckons you should be able to see, South Africa, from England. I said, no, And then someone had to remind him, we're talking horizontal here, not vertical yet. So you're not going to be able to see that distance. Silly, isn't it?
Oh, it's stupid.
Yeah.
It's all
yeah. From England, you can see South Africa. No, come on.
How can you do that? Do people not even understand geography? France might get in the way. You might have to look over Spain for a bit. Oh, shit, there's Morocco.
Exactly. Silly. Someone did say to him, yeah, but, we're not talking, vertically, horizontally, you're not. Things vertically, you might be able to see some mountain range, maybe, but you're not going to see South Africa. No. Sorry, you're not going to see South Africa. Impossible. But because we're saying it's flat, you see. So he's going with that, isn't it? But yeah, I left him for the others to debate with him, and then they got into the optical lens. I was still there listening, and I added one or two bits and pieces in there. But at the end of the day, I said, but your argument is the ship is going over the curvature. And that's where you should have. You see, the reason I got annoyed with you and totally impatient with you is that you're not conceding. Because it's been clearly put to you that optical illusions exist, and you agreed, right? And then you've seen your explanation being debunked and dismantled and debunked, crushed, destroyed, and you haven't conceded. Because you know that the ship didn't disappear over the curvature. That's the argument. But with the fact that we can see it with the binoculars, and when the binoculars can no longer see it, we can see it with the telescope, proves it's not going over the curve. Isn't that not right? You're supposed to say, yes, you're right. The ship isn't going over the curve. But you're not saying that. That means you're being disingenuous, you're being dishonest. You're not conceding. And when you don't concede, you're not going to get a friendly tone from me. Sorry. Because that's what annoys me, you know what I mean? If they had any honesty, that's what they'd say. They'd say, I didn't realise that. And if you didn't realise that, that means you should go and check that. Perhaps you need to go out back to the beach and review that properly so then you can understand that that's what's going on. It's not really disappearing over the curve. And once you realise that, you will never use that argument again. That's finished. Never bring it up because that's not what's going on. It's not what we observe, is it? A ship going over the curvature. You see? Because I'm in the year 2023, the year that we throw out the trash. That means, basically, once I myself have taken the time to explain to you the error in your case, and you don't concede and you continue to pursue that case, I no longer engage. You're just trash. Goodbye, good luck. Get out of here. And if I was the owner of this server, bye, you'd be gone. Never to be heard of again. That's what I mean by the year 2023 is the year we, the flat earthers, throw out the trash. Don't engage the trash. That's what I'm doing anyway.
I agree with you, man.
Yeah. The year 2022 was the year that we, the flat earthers, put the heliocentrists under the psychological magnifying glass and asked them, why is it that they're so desperate to hang on to a ball that they cannot prove, measure or see or experience? That's what I was doing last year, all through last year, from the beginning to the end. Now this year is throw out the trash. Whilst our numbers are increasing, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, flat earther numbers are increasing day by day. Fantastic. We're reaching that tipping point. It's nice. They can't get enough rockets up, ladies and gents. They're in a panic to get those rockets up there to keep you invested in space.
They send like new rockets up every day or something, don't they?
It's becoming a joke. It's becoming a regular Piccadilly circus up there. Fucking hell. Yeah. Can't get those rockets up there quick enough. And the most recent ones were Japan and United Emirates, another newcomer after Saudi Arabia. Now you've got UAE. Okay. Their project failed, supposedly. Their mission failed. They were supposed to be landing on the moon, and it didn't land, apparently. But we knew that it wasn't going to land because they're not there, but they're pretending, yeah? So the United Emirates hitched a ride on the Japanese lunar module that was supposed to be landing the first time in 50 years, and they would have been the fourth country to land on the moon. Okay, Japan was vying for this first private company, and the first time for Japan, but it crashed, and then obviously we didn't know what happened to the United Emirates 4-wheel drive little buggy thing. We don't know what's happened to that either. No news yet. But that was that. And then recently we've had, who is it? Israel, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia reckons they sent a probe to Mars and back. 2017, 2018. Yeah. Saudi Arabia. They're the newcomers. Israel, the newcomer, as I mentioned. New Zealand's recently got in. Rocket launching from New Zealand has happened in recent years.
Do you remember that India, Israeli one? That they crash landed a craft on the moon with these little animals called water bears, the tardigrades.
There you go. Supposedly, yeah.
Yeah. They said that these animals. I'll send the article. It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah, brilliant.
I'll send it now.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, thanks. So in recent years, ladies and gentlemen, in the live stream there's been so many rocket launches. I mean, look at India. India are telling us that they've got 2 satellites on an elliptical orbit around the moon. Now, you never heard that before, have you, ladies and gentlemen? India, 2 satellites, Chandrayaan-1 and Chandrayaan-2. And they're currently constructing Chandrayaan-3 as they're eating their curries right now. They're busy doing that right now as we speak. But this is a country that since 1977 to 2018 have had 2,500 bridges collapse in India. Not footbridges. These are bridges that trains are using, cars are using. What country can have that happen and have a satellite in space? I ask you, ladies and gentlemen. That's a bit of an insult there, isn't it? They make a fantastic curry, yeah. They don't do bridges at all very well. And there's no way they're doing satellites around a moon. No. They're lying there. But that's India for you. And then China, of course.
You're absolutely right, mate. Also, as well, I think I might be wrong, so excuse me if I get the African country wrong. Kenya or Nigeria put a rocket up into space recently as well. Did anybody hear about that? Or it might even be a space platform or something ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, mate, space is super easy, right? It's barely an inconvenience. So we can all chuck stuff up into the sky and make it orbit around the imaginary ball Earth, right? It's easy. You're spot on, Jin, right? We have to remember that it's not just NASA that say that they do this, right? They're not the gatekeepers. We have, what is it, ARSE in Australia? The Australian whatever. Yeah. They are literally taking the piss. We understand that, yeah? But Japan, Australia, Russia, always, India, Nigeria, Uzbekistan, I don't know, name a country. I mean, we've even got Egypt. So it's just to make these things look really easy, really plausible, and like we can all do it, right? But you're spot on, mate. Keep on.
Yeah. What's happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that the rest of the world have found out that it was a hoax that NASA did. And if NASA can get away with it, so can we now. It's easy money. You see what I mean? That's what's going on here. They're just lining their pockets. It's easy money. And at the same time, keeping the sheeple invested in space travel. They'll never, ever get there, but they'll always be believing in it. And they're going to be the ones that are going to foot the bill. Ha! Damn fools. You know, it's a license to print money for that lot now. That's why they can't get those rockets up there quick enough. Because we, the flat earthers, we're really shooting them down big time. They're panicking. They're panicking because of us. That's why we've highlighted their anomalies and everything else. We've exposed it. In fact, NASA on the Curiosity mission and the Ingenuity mission that they did last year, where they sent this little helicopter thing that's supposed to fly in less than 1% of Earth's atmosphere that this Mars has supposedly got. Yeah, they used one of the Flat Earthers channel's intro, and that was Generism's. They took Generism's Geron of Generism intro and used it on their intro to introduce their explanation and their itinerary of what they were going to be doing on the moon, on Mars. Sorry, they actually took his music, his intro, his jingle. NASA, robbers, thieves. Yeah, that's letting us know that they're watching us and we're watching them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, they took Generism's jingle last year. I was like, wow, man, they're letting us know, man. So you're absolutely right. Bang on. It's easy money now. So stay tuned for some new countries coming in. Don't be surprised if the Aborigines are putting one up. No, they wouldn't do that. They're too honourable a race. They wouldn't even think of doing that. They laugh at what's going on. But like Iceland would probably be next, Greenland are next after that, and who else could there be? Switzerland, yeah, they haven't done anything yet. Switzerland.
I just double checked, Jin. It's the Australian Research and Space Exploration, so ARSE.
Yeah, ARSE.
Kind of yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're going to try and recruit some Aborigines into the space program, mate. I don't know, but yeah.
No, I don't think any Aborigine would join because they're firmly on the ground. They know we can't go there.
Yeah,
the Aborigines know that. Yeah, they know. They're an honourable race. They know that man can't go to space. Silly. I tell you what I've been doing of late, though. I've been looking at the old black and white movies from Britain and America, in particular, and Australia, right? From the 1930s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. And you can see the programming all the way through that. Why people believe what they believe today. It's clear. Because, it's very strongly suggestive, isn't it? These because back in the day, people didn't have TVs in their houses, so they have to go to the cinema to watch these things. So it leaves a lasting impression, doesn't it? Don't you think? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. That the psychology behind going to the movies back in the day was an opportunity to program before they had the invention of the television that you could buy in your house. So prior to that, if you watch the programs, the movies that were being produced, very suggestive. Smoking was a major theme. Alcohol, major theme there. yes, we can do this, we can do that, all running through the movies. And it's very suggestive and very persuasive. That's all I could say. And I've been looking back, and I haven't watched any recent new movies, but I have watched some of the old stuff. And what am I looking for? Flat Earth clues. That's what I'm looking for. Things that I would have missed through the 60s, 70s in particular. I was born in 61, so all of the 60s, all of the 70s. What are the flat earth clues that I missed through the programs that I watched that I should have picked up had I been awake? Yeah, it was quite interesting to see how they programmed me. Have you done that? Have any of you guys done that? Reviewed any of the old movies?
Yeah, I guess. So obviously my two boys, I've gone back and looked at some of the TV programs or cartoons that I used to watch, you know, the type of thing when we got home from school. So
Yeah.
I've gone through a couple of those, and it's space program everywhere, mate, because it's the theme of the show, for example. So you've got things
Yeah.
like Thundercats that take place in, you know, different planets and so on. So it's
Yep.
you don't have to think about it. The Earth is a ball spinning in space, and we can draw fantasies, and these fantasies are drawn on, you know, that fundamental truth. This could be possible. So even if it's something like Thundercats or even like Star Wars, that programming has been around since, I don't know, 50s, 60s, 70s.
That's right. Yeah, you got the Thundercats. You got the SWAT Cats as well. SWAT Cats, they were good.
I mean, look, just look, Buck Rogers. Right?
Yeah, Buck Rogers, exactly. Flash as
Doctor
well.
Who. I mean,
Doctor
exactly.
Who. Yeah.
We could just sit here probably for hours and think
Yeah.
about programs that are based on
Remember that?
See, the thing is, as well, I didn't catch, say, Buck Rogers on the first run. It's probably
Right.
been repeated already about 4 or 5 times before I got it, because I was born in the mid-70s, so probably wasn't watching that type of TV until like the mid-80s, right? Growing up.
Yeah, but I was watching it. When you were born, I was watching it.
Yeah, exactly. So they replay these things over and over and over again. So that's part of the brainwashing as well.
Yeah. Then you got Thunderbirds. That was good. UFO. Space 1999.
That's the one I was thinking of. Yep, Space 1999, yeah.
Yeah.
There's loads and loads. In actual fact, mate, they've based a whole and turned a whole genre into it. Science fiction.
Yeah.
Right?
And it was a British and an American collaboration there. They were working together. And it made for good. For me, it was great viewing. I used to love it. I used to love all that stuff.
So did I, mate. I mean, again, being a child of the late 70s, but definitely the 80s, being brought up around the toys of that time, right? Like Star Wars figures, but even things like Lego. So I used to pretty much just build space rockets, and that's kind of all I could ever do is build space rockets out of Lego, and I loved doing it. Me and my friends were always, you know, building space rockets, and then you had like the Star Wars kind of Lego sets as well.
That's
we weren't just watching it on TV; we were playing with it within our bedrooms as well. So this is how the information starts, right? It's not just on the screen; it's in our hands.
Yeah.
And now we're coming up with our own games, for example, between me and my friend, based on the fantasy that we are characters, say, within Star Wars. So that's how the brainwashing fucking starts, mate. You start acting it out as your reality.
Yeah. I couldn't wait to get to the supermarket to buy the cornflakes that would have the Star Trek phaser inside the packet, and then the mask of Captain Kirk or Spock or Dr. McCoy, you know, and you couldn't wait to get home, take out the cornflakes, get the little gift out of there, cut the mask and start. Yeah, I used to do all that. Yeah, man. I remember doing that, definitely. Like yesterday.
No, I was just thinking, man, and we always used to rush home from school, right? And it was because of the programming, right? Children's TV was set for just when you got home from school and before the important adult news came on. So like a 2-hour segment. You remember the type of TV shit?
Oh, of course I do. Of course I do.
We all went through this. Doesn't matter the nation that you're sitting in right now.
Yeah.
So we went home, we got involved within the cartoon programming, we played with the
Yeah.
toys based upon the cartoon programming, and then we went outside with our mates and probably, played a game based upon the fantasy science fiction cartoon
Yeah.
programming we've just been subsequent to. Being as we just come home from school, not saying that everyone's telling us the Earth's a spinning ball and some type of mantra every time we do registration, but we get programmed, and even when we come home from school, the programming continues. I
Yeah.
remember watching just adverts about the toys that you could get. And like you said, like the series of special kind of, the surprise toy. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be anything. It could be, something associated with the Smurfs. But more often than not, you would find that it was dinosaurs or it
Yeah.
was space.
Dinosaurs, UFO, space stuff. Always.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at targeting at boys. Sorry,
Mm.
I know boys is a bit of a strange word to use. We probably can't even define the term these days, what a boy is, let alone what a
Yeah.
woman is. But back in the day, we had boys and girls, and this was the
Right.
type of target we had towards boys. The toys
Yeah.
that they were kind of pulling at their parents' trousers or pants in America for, because, that's the thing that they want to have because their friends have got it and all outside playing these games and I'm joining because I wanted the
Yeah.
Transformer toy. I want the collection of the Transformer toys. So yeah, this is part of the programming. I kind of said it a
Yeah.
bit flippantly earlier, but yeah, we kind of act out the fantasy as if it was real.
Yeah. I
'Cause it's
remember my
always
mum whacking me on my head, right? Because I actually opened the cornflake box to take it out and she had to buy it. Yeah. Fucking smack. Don't fucking, yeah. Keep your hands in your pockets. Yeah. Because, I forced my mum to buy the cornflake box, because I'm collecting them, you know what I mean?
of course, yeah, but mate, again, this is part of the programming because we have addictive personalities, or we can definitely get habits, and we can definitely get bullied or feelings that we must have things because our friends have got them. So there's
Yeah.
lots of ways to skin a cat. We just happen to be the cat.
Yeah. I went to my sister's school festival, okay, in the set, it would have been probably like 1975 or something like this, or 73 even, right? And what it was, they had a big, massive Scalextric set out, okay? And they gave races, and then the winners would get prizes. So I went in there, sat down, and I was lucky. I won my race, yeah. And it had a few choices to choose from of prizes, and there was one with the lunar module and the lunar command module in space in the box, right? And I said that's what I wanted. I took that straight away. That was it. That was my prize. So yeah, thanks a lot. And I walked out with that, and I had it in my bedroom. So that's like from 1973 right up to about 1979, and then my youngest brother opened the box up when I was out one day. Came back and to find it opened. My youngest brother, but I didn't even open it. I hadn't even opened it. Never touched it with my hands. Right. So he opened. I gave it to him and he goes, "Yeah, you can have it. You can play with it now. Go ahead." I had to give it to him, because he wanted it. But yeah, I remember winning that prize, and that was what I chose. Amongst other cars and bikes and other things, I chose that. And I knew it wasn't a toy that you wanted to play with. It was just something you looked at and then you fantasized. Yeah? Yeah. You looked at it and fantasized over it. So, yeah, it was a reoccurring theme that space programming was definitely a big thing. And we had, like, you were mentioning that I called the SWAT cats, Thundercats, of course, like you said. Then there was like Star Trek, and then there was Logan's Run. There was Space 1999. Yes, there was Star Wars, which I really wasn't into that much, but it was there. Planet of the Apes, another one.
I like Buck Rogers. Buck Rogers was awesome. Do you remember
Buck Rogers was definitely regular. That was. But Buck Rogers and Flash, Leader of the Universe. That was another one they had. and the Emperor Ming. Yeah, it was all good. It was all interesting. Anyway, I found it entertaining.
Gin, you throw me back, mate. Flash Gordon was awesome too.
Yeah,
Must have
man.
seen Flash Gordon 10 times, man. It was always on around Christmas. Again, this is how they get the programming right. They get you all gathered around the TV at special times of years, and here's going to be the programs that you're going to watch. And we can throw, these films in there if we want to, whichever ones they are, because it's Christmas classics. Within those Christmas classics.
I don't know if you were old enough to remember this stuff. There was Ivor the Engine, boop, boop, from Wales, Captain Pugwash, Captain Pugwash, and then there was a Danger Mouse. Remember Danger Mouse? No, don't remember those. Rhubarb and custard. Remember that? Rhubarb and custard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the rhubarb and custard. That was good. I enjoyed that. Then there was Hong Kong Phooey, and from America, Hong Kong Phooey.
Man,
Faster than a human eye.
Do you remember
Hong Kong Phooey? Say that again.
Do you remember Batfink?
Yeah, Batfink. Of course, I remember Batfink. Yes, that was good.
Awesome, Jen. You're making me feel really, really old, man. Really making me feel old.
Mr. Gadget, remember Mr. Gadget? He was good, wasn't it? Gadget.
Seriously, she has no idea what the programs are naming right now.
Yeah, man. These are all great programs we used to watch. They're really British programs. Mr. Gadget was British as well. That was good, that was. Or was that American?
No, that was American.
That was American, wasn't it? Yeah. Hong Kong Phooey was American. Then there was the, obviously, Scooby-Doo. That was all part of it. The Mystery Machine. Then I used to watch like Speed Buggy, that was good, and Motor Mouse. Yeah, Motor Mouse and Something Cat. That was really good. That was motorbikes. That's how I got into motorbikes myself. No wonder. Probably inspired by Motor Mouse. And the Wacky Races. And Professor Pending. Always pending on something. Always bringing in a new invention. The Wacky Races, yeah. My little kid had a Wacky Races t-shirt, actually, with all the characters on it, here in Japan. Yeah, we got him one. We used to watch it on Cartoon Network. Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, go on. Go ahead.
It's slightly related to the Horizon discussion you had with the Glober.
Oh, okay, go on.
Brian's Logic on Nathan Oakley's show quite a lot recently has been saying that the current claim of the religion is that all horizons are refracted. There's no geometric horizons. Does that come from? Is that due to Thomas Andrew Young's latest update to the religion?
It probably is. Not that I've seen and I didn't hear what Brian had to say, but yeah, it's probably correct what you're alluding to there. Yeah, because at the end of the day, we know that the horizon is an optical illusion, right? And once you know that, then it's subject to changing on each day, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my question is, if anyone knows, is I don't think Thomas Andrew Young. He's a university professor in America. I don't know if he's privy to these conversations. So as an anti-flat earther reached out to him because of the Black Swan for an explanation.
I think Bob Nodell and Jennerism tried to contact him a few times, to be quite honest. They've sent him communications but not got any response. So he can't. He cannot claim to not have heard of the flat earthers. He can't, because Bob Nodell, may rest in peace, and Jennerism, that they had contacted this guy. Yeah. On a few occasions, but not got a response, as far as I know.
Well, it's just also, as a side point, but that Glober, he obviously doesn't know that, so him claiming that the boat's disappearing because of Earth curve isn't the current religion anyway.
That's right, yeah. That was the old argument, yeah, and it's been debunked so many times. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah. But I find that they try to say that the black swan is dead. And I said, no, it's not. Not in a gazillion years. That's going to be there forever. That can never die. It's never been debunked. That's why.
How can the black swan be dead?
Yeah. That's in Gen Panda server where they're all dead anyway. That's where they were saying that.
But why?
Oh, they're saying because it's out of date. Only because it's old. It's out of date.
Well,
that was the argument.
Moon landings are out of date then.
Yeah.
It means what's the expiry date? What? That doesn't make any sense.
That's exactly what they said. Haven't you got anything new, Jin? Haven't you got anything new?
New. Apart from my atomic bomb that blows you all out of the water, just a look. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So that's fundamental. This is fundamental to your geometric claim.
Yeah.
You must have a horizon to base any measurement to or from.
Yeah.
You must have a measurement to the physical horizon to even get the R value of the Earth. Because you ain't down to the core of it.
Yeah.
So really, we don't need anything else other than the black swan to destroy the claim that ships disappeared over the physical geometric curve, because we don't see physical geometric curve. If they want to say it's dead because of refraction, then we might as well just tear everything up and go home, because then they commit, what is it, Harry-Carry?
Yeah, Harry-Carry.
They literally fall on their own fucking sword at this point, as soon as they say refraction, because then you are admitting that you have not had any physical measurement to the curve of the Earth, because you can't and have never seen it.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. You see, that's how fundamental the black swan is to their case. It's damning. Destroys them. There is no ball Earth. They don't have a geometric horizon. They don't have one. It's not there. The horizon we see is bigger. It's further than it would be allowed on their ball Earth. Isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about the attitude of these people. Yeah. Right? Haven't we got anything new? We don't need anything new. Right? We don't need a new black swan. We don't need to bring up a new question in replacement of how do you have gas pressure without a container, because that gets touted around as being an old argument, right? We've been going on about that for years. How do you have gas pressure in India? Yeah, because we don't need anything else to remove every single story that you've ever told us, or that they believe that they've been ever told about the sky, what it is, what it does, and those things within it. So we don't need new arguments. The old ones, and hey, look, we're saying old arguments now because we've been around for a long enough time to say things like old arguments, because we won't go away, because we answer these questions. We have no rebuttal to the evidence that we show you, and even when you do have a rebuttal, like I said earlier, you just die on your own sword. So we don't need anything new. You need to answer the fucking question. You need to give a demonstration. That's the old bit. The old bit is you haven't got an answer for the question. Sorry, Jen.
No, that's correct. No, you're right. Hang on. They haven't got any proof, have they? They haven't got any proof. And they haven't debunked the black swan. The black swan is irrefutably indestructible. So I'm sorry. Haven't you got your geometric horizon, please? Can you show us that? Can you actually present that, and then that will shut us up? Shut me up, for fuck's sake. Shut me up. And they can't. They can't shut us up. We are destroying them. And I love it.
It is frustrating, though, talking to a glober, and they claim a geometric horizon. And then when you walk them through, as you said you did, and then they now claim a refracted horizon. They just want to have both ends. Yeah, they want to have the cake and eat it.
Yeah, they want to eat my cake as well, and that's going to give you a lot of trouble. They're trying to nick our cakes. So I do end up laughing when they say that, haven't you got anything new? I just say to them, look, you haven't got your geometric horizon sign, you haven't debunked this one, so it's always going to be here. We don't need anything new, as was said. Oh.
I think psychologically, it's too fun for them to believe in space. You mentioned all those great programs which we all loved before we knew the truth, and you still just want to hold on to that. Well, a lot of people want to hold on to that. Those programs were too much fun, so they'll claim anything. They'll blur any amount of
Yeah.
facts.
Yeah. Yeah, so when I look at them now, you end up dismantling everything. That's not possible. That's not possible. Yeah. Yeah.
It says a lot.
Guys,
It says a lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you have the energy for a few more questions? Like, I want to understand things.
Of course. We're 24/7, man. Go ahead.
And I am on a few such servers where the conspiracies like flat Earth and like other conspiracies have been talked about, but they are like the VCs, the voice chat. They are generally named as 24/7 live streams. Why is that? Like, this is a common trend that I've seen. This is a
Well, because
different
it's
question.
24 hours. It's a live stream that's 24 hours. That's why, non-stop. Literally 24 hours flat Earth.
I'm on
Like time
Tartaria.
itself.
Yeah, I'm on Tartaria, and there also the VC is named 24/7. Even here it is named 24/7, and I was.
Yeah, but that's but you said Tartaria. That's a different server. Although it's a flat Earth server, yeah. But they talk about other things as opposed to flat Earth. They talk about Tartaria and the old buildings, the mud floods, and things like this in that server, and also dinosaurs, evolution, and flat Earth. But that's the Tartaria. That's 24/7 as well. Yeah, live.
Yeah,
This is a flat Earth server. Yeah. This is flat Earth.
Yes, and this VC is also named live stream, and there is something 24/7 live in this also.
Yeah, it's 24/7 live stream, but it's flat Earth related mainly. 99% of it really is flat Earth. Yeah, we may stray through to children's cartoons, but again, we're still talking about how they program us into believing into space, for example. Yeah, so that happened on a flat Earth, not on a spinning ball anyway.
And I haven't been much on that server also. May I ask, like, what are the other things that they talk about? Like, can you give a more?
Yeah, I did. I just mentioned a few. They talk about dinosaurs and whether they existed or not. Dinosaurs. Okay, right now, what's your opinion on that? Did the dinosaurs exist?
Well, Well, I'm being told about them all the time, everywhere. Whenever I look at history of millions of years ago, so
Okay.
I'm
So
being shown.
what are you doing? What are you doing in order to validate that what you're being told is the truth? Is the question I'm going to ask you then. So how have you confirmed that even though you're being told, and if you're believing that they are living, what methodology have you used to actually confirm that?
Yeah,
That would be the dinosaurs. Then the other things
yeah,
they talk about evolution. Evolution, you know, evolution that we
yeah,
evolved from the fish from the sea. You believe
yeah.
in
We
that?
can. I mean, we can discuss about evolution, but like I don't wanna hurt anyone's opinions. Like I'm not doing this for that, but I don't care for dinosaurs. Like what does it matter if they existed or not, and why even
Oh,
people?
okay. Let me explain. Let me explain. One, an industry has been born from a deceptive lie. So they're programming the children that dinosaurs existed. That validates. That's being used to validate like evolution theory. Okay,
Hmm.
man evolving. Okay, that's one thing. Then there's money being made from the lie itself. And it also keeps everybody on the globe that we know doesn't exist. Can you see that now? So through a deception, your money's been taken from you. If you buy a dinosaur for your kid or a dinosaur quilt cover, pajamas, toys, cars, whatever, yeah. You go and you take them to the museum, you watch the movies, you rent the movies out. So you're losing money to a deception whilst you're brainwashing yourself thinking that dinosaurs existed and they never did existed. That's the thing. They never existed at all. There was no asteroid that came from space that landed on Earth and ended the dinosaur's life 65 million years ago. That never happened. That was a lie. That's why it's important. Did you get it now?
So they make this false case to help another false case, right? And that is
Correct.
evolution.
That's exactly what's going on. Yeah. Remember, they're controlling the human race through all these deceptions, whilst revenues are being collected. They're making their money amassed. A wealth is being amassed, financial wealth. So they will dramatize anything. They even make drama. Like the most recent drama in the dinosaur is that a guy in America accused China of using bones from one of from their previous Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they're mixing bones up from 3 different sites. Now, that all that's doing is generating the interest of the dinosaurs and making it seem like dinosaurs are real. So they even create drama within that, which is selling newspapers, selling magazines, selling toys, and then people get interest, and then they go to the museum. You see what I mean?
Okay,
And then they sold the
so
dinosaur T Rex for like $6 million or something. I can't remember now.
so do you believe in so okay, I'll try to talk with whatever information I do have. I don't have much because I have never looked into it. So
Okay.
do you believe in any animals that are extinct now?
I can't really say I believe in any of them. No, no, I don't believe in any of those at all.
So no bird, no animal, no animal species that have gone extinct.
Supposedly, no, I don't believe in those at all. Because National Geographic had to apologise to his viewers because they put up the missing link. Apparently, the bird that transitioned from the dinosaur to a bird transition. They had this, and it was all fake bones, different bird bones put together to make this, and they had to. It was a hoax, and they had to apologise. So with that happening, you just can't take anything real now. You can't. You realise they're just lying now. So you have less confidence in what they tell us. So no, I don't believe in any of these things that supposedly have gone extinct at the moment. Like the mammoth, the woolly mammoth is a good one. It could have been just an ordinary elephant all along. You see, and they're talking about bringing a mammoth back to life. They're talking about, yeah. You know,
And
that's what they're saying.
And what about the species that they say have gone extinct in the last 100 or 200 years?
Well, again, it's a story. That's all it is. How can I validate it? So I don't take it on board. It's just sitting there as a story. I don't believe in it at all. No. It's not, and it's not going to affect, it's not really a part of my life as such, because it's a story I can't validate. And if I can't validate it at all, there's no point in believing in it, is it? Either it is or it isn't. So at the moment, for me, it isn't true at the moment. It's just a story. How about you?
Okay.
What about you? What's your position? What's your position on that? You believe?
Well, I have a very limited knowledge on this, and whatever you have said, it makes complete sense. So there is no reason to falsify your claims. It makes complete sense. But I'm still not. I haven't still buyed. I still haven't bought the statement that it is all complete hoax. Like some of it could have been. It could have been. Sorry, but I'm not completely into that right now.
Yeah, and that's only because you haven't completely looked into it, which is fine. That's why my position is it's a story. That's the integrity I have to put on the table. Can't validate it at the moment, and it's just a story for now.
Can I ask a question about ideology? Like the ideology of this server?
Go ahead.
So yesterday I was on Tartaria, and
Okay.
I have a short experience. I won't name any names, but like a guy over there said that we are just here to take prana or energy or benefits, you may say, from others, and as long as you are getting more benefits, the relationship is good, and you should not be in a relationship where you are not getting benefits from the others. So what do you guys think about it? Do you think that we should help others without seeking a benefit?
Yeah, I think if you're going to help somebody and it's within your power to help them without seeking benefits, so it should be. Yeah, you don't always have. It shouldn't be that you benefit. I think the benefit there is for you is the feel good factor, the fact that you're helping somebody to continue their life. Well, that's fine. Do you know what I mean? Why should you always have to be looking for the benefit? No, it shouldn't. Or it shouldn't be benefit based. It should be I want to help you if I can. If it's going to cost me money, and do I want to spend that money? That's a choice that I will have to make myself. So it could cost me more than benefit me. In fact, sometimes helping people costs me than I benefit. For example, I'm an English teacher here. Now, any student, adult or kid who comes to where I teach English, if they can't make it to the lesson, I refund the money 100%. There you go. So I don't make any money there. They were sick, had a cold, couldn't come. 100% refund. I don't take a single penny or a single yen. I give it all back. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry
Go
to
ahead.
interrupt, mate. We've got somebody in the live stream who's got the Earth determining role as the globe earther. Has anybody spoken to? It's a great name, as I picked it out. Pazza Math for 1000.
No, I've never spoken to him. No, I've never heard him before, actually.
So Pazza Math, are you there, buddy? You got control of your mic. Welcome to the server.
Hello, everyone. Jim knows me.
Oh, I'm going to say, I do know you, yeah. But I don't know that long name. Pazza, yes, but I wasn't sure if it was you or not, you see.
I don't. That's the name that's been put on it here. I don't know why.
Yeah. Pazza's from the Gem Panda server, and he also goes to the Geo server, and where else has he been? To the ADL. I know him. An obnoxious individual, so beware. Yes, beware. Has no proof for the heliocentric model at all. No evidence, no proof, nothing, but still postulates we're on one. I don't know how you could do that. The height of lunacy.
That's an accurate. That's possibly the most accurate summation you could ever get.
Right, there you
no
go.
one's got any proof of the Earth being a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. Yeah.
Sorry?
That no one's got any evidence for the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You've definitely not. Is that what you're saying that Jin is accurate about?
I'm being sarcastic. Jin thinks that nobody's got any evidences for the reality we live in.
Have you got evidence of the curvature of the Earth directly?
Yeah, I've been through it many times. Come over to well, you want me to go through it now with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked in various technologies for quite a while, and there's no real. Well, let's put it this way: they're evidences for them in so much that there's no other geometry of the reality we live in which they would work properly. So that's an evidence. Yeah.
Do you understand what trigonometry is, right?
Let me just explain. I've worked 5 years in digital satellite communications. I'm a physicist.
Oh,
I work in computer studies. I've worked in engineering, engineering, design, and manufacture. So I know what trigonometry is. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
You can measure. You can measure the angle at the tangential normal of a curve.
I haven't drawn any tangential lines. I'm not about a point along, the curved line. I'm asking if you're using an angle measuring device. Can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
No, you can't measure the angle between a line and a straight line. No, a curve and two curves. No, you can measure it. You can measure it pertaining to 2 points along the curve.
Yeah, but we understand that. Say, for example, if we're navigating across the Earth using angle measuring device,
sextant,
taking calculations into account. So at the end level, we've got a straight line between our point and the GP of the star, which could be up to and in excess of, let's say, 1,000 miles away when we're talking about Polaris. So, being as we use those angle measuring devices, and that we measure angles if lines are curved, and we're making straight lines to do this, then we're not navigating across a ball, are we? When using, say, for example, sextant celestial navigation, trigonometry.
Strictly speaking, you're measuring from plumb, and the sextant is a mechanism for getting it level so that the vertical alignment of the sextant frame is upright. Yeah.
I'm on a boat.
Yeah, that's why you don't use it on a boat. If you're on land and you couldn't see the horizon,
that's why they use them on the boat, like in 17.
They do.
17.
They use the horizon on a boat as an approximation for level. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what do they do after that? Because it's not just the horizon they're looking at, is it? Something beyond the horizon that they want to know the ground position of, don't they? And that could be, like I said, up to excess of 1,000 miles. This is why, to get grids, especially around longitude and latitude, they were derived from elevation angles to Polaris, weren't they?
Or of an object in the sky, yeah. Or the co-elevator, which is the azimuthal angle, yeah.
Yeah. So all of these angles require lines to be straight, don't they?
They require you to surmise a straight line, yes, to measure against, yeah.
Well, no. We're actually drawing, surmise, theoretically, hypothetically, whatever word you want to use. We're drawing triangles with us on the floor, the ground position of the star itself, and the elevation angle to it. Let's call it Polaris.
They're drawing a line to the horizon visually, yeah. They're measuring the elevation off of that. They're compensating with the dip angle, which is an angle which they use to compensate for the fact that the Earth is curved, and from that they surmise an elevation angle.
Wouldn't there also be a correction because of your altitude above the surface? Because all of the corrections have to take you down to your altitude of 0. So if I was to use a sextant and I was on the floor and my altitude was 0, the straight line would be to Polaris, which would be, let's say, pull a number out my ass, 1,000 miles away. So straight line from my sextant that's on the floor to Polaris is his ground position.
What's 1,000 miles away? Sorry.
Pardon?
What did you say was 1,000 miles away?
The ground position of Polaris.
Could be a long way away, but you're not measuring. You're not looking to the ground position. You're not looking at the ground position of Polaris, are you? You're not interested in the ground position of Polaris.
How do we know what the equator is when we're talking about longitude and latitude positions, specifically latitude positions? What's 90 degrees onto Polaris and what's 0 degrees on the equator? How do we get that? This is why I brought up Polaris. So you can stand on Polaris.
At the North Pole, Polaris is pretty much straight above you, yeah?
Yeah. So 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And then
or 0 degrees azimuth, as astronomers call it, yeah?
Yeah. We'll get there in a minute. But what we'll do is we'll stop off halfway along at 45 degrees and measure a 45-degree angle to Polaris as we're moving south away from it. We're still measuring an angle across a straight line. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get to 0 degrees, and then we're going to call that the equator. So all of our longitude and latitude lines are based on elevation angles to Polaris, requiring the Earth to be level. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be talking about navigating across the Earth right about now. This shit.
I don't know why you've withdrawn that assumption.
Pardon?
I don't know why you've drawn the assumption that it has to be level for navigation to work.
Because we're measuring angles. And if I was to put the sextant on the floor, that's 0 altitude, not above the surface. And we can have Polaris up 3,000 miles away, ground position, straight line, sextant that's on the floor to the ground position of Polaris and an elevation angle up to it.
Sorry, why have you got Polaris?
The surface of the Earth to be level, because we don't have to just be talking about Polaris. We can be having ground positions at 90 degrees to my position of every single star that you can see in the night sky now, whilst you see Polaris. So all of them got a 90-degree position to me, 50 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever. 90-degree position to me.
Why do you keep saying miles? Why are you assuming the stars are miles away, 1,000 miles away?
We need to know the distance from our position to the ground position of that star so we know where the fuck we are.
Yeah, and how'd you get the ground position of Polaris, and how'd you get the GP of Polaris?
By measuring an angle to it?
No. So you measure that. So sextant tells you that Polaris is at 45 degrees. Yeah, for example, yeah. Mm-hmm. Elevation of 45 degrees. What do you do with that 45? What do you do with that information to work out to find out the GP of Polaris, or another body?
Go on, what?
Do you know where the GP of Polaris is most of the time?
Most of the time, yeah, under Polaris.
Where is the GP of Polaris most of the time?
Under Polaris.
Yeah, and where is that on the terrain of the Earth most of the time?
Somewhere around the North Pole.
Right. Okay. So what about another star that stayed moving around the sky? How do you measure the angle to the star? How do you work out what the GP is once you've got the angle?
The point is, before we start scuttling off into the weeds, you do understand that whichever angle I draw a star to, it's got a 90-degree position on the surface of the Earth, right?
What do you mean a 90-degree position on the surface of the Earth? Most stars haven't got...
I'll explain, being you don't understand. A straight line down from that star to the Earth's position, its ground position on the Earth, and then a straight line 90-degree angle towards me, my sextant that I've put on the floor. That 90-degree there.
You still haven't told me how you found the GP of the star.
That was kind of non sequitur to the point. They've all got a ground position on the Earth based on the time of year, because the stars in the sky move. So we have to have a clock with us. This is how it got more accurate when we could, take wristwatches and tell the time better.
Do you know what part of the almanac? Do you know what part the almanac plays in all of this?
Oh, sorry, we're going to start slapping dicks around things that are kind of not relevant to the fundamental point that we're using angle measuring devices requiring the Earth to be flat.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, no one who uses it, and none of the science behind it asserts the point you're making.
Science.
None of it.
It's math. Yeah. It's science, and you got your latitude lines from elevation angles to Polaris. So all of your grid systems, all of that, all of your mapping, all of your cartography.
They're angular grid systems. They only work on a curve. They only work on a sphere. They don't work on a flat surface.
Hold on. All of your calculations take you down, or you have to correct for a dip correction, down to 0 degrees. So put your sextant on the floor and then straight line out to ground position of star. So you can then measure an elevation angle up to star.
From horizon, yeah. With taking into account the dip angle.
Ground position of the star can be beyond the horizon. Come on, mate.
I'm not saying the ground position of the star is a latitude and longitudinal position. The GP of a star.
That's awesome. And how did you get your latitude and longitude position? That would be from elevation angle to Polaris, which requires the Earth to be flat, because you wouldn't be measuring angles if the surface of the Earth was curved now, would you? No.
Oh, that's Chris.
No. Did he just
What
leave?
happened? Did he leave?
Did he rage quit?
Is that it? Is he gone?
I mean, he left without saying anything, so I don't know.
No, he's still here.
Did he leave his wig on the floor?
Oh wait, no, he's gone.
No, he's gone.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, what about Halley's Comet and other celestial objects that we see sometime and then we don't?
Hold up, wait a second. That was brilliant, mate. That was really awesome. Very good conversation. I've been waiting all day for that. That was really, really cool. Because he wanted to take it elsewhere. You just stuck him to the task. No, hold on. Oh, whoa, come back. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, don't want to be in here anymore. Don't get me wrong, I really wanted to ask him about all those electronics and satellite stuff.
He hasn't got any proof. What a liar.
He sounded confident. He sounded good. Beautiful work, mate. You didn't flinch.
He tried to drag me off into the weeds and start slapping dicks about stuff. It was interesting that the subject that he wanted to start slapping dicks around was his final point and the one that he kind of rage quit about. Because, yeah, you're going to know your ground position of a star because of longitude and latitude lines. My whole fucking point, how'd you get them then? Elevation angles to Polaris requiring the Earth to be a level surface. Thanks. Not surprised your wage correct. Yeah.
That's right.
And just quickly, as regards Halley's Comet, we got no idea. Nobody knows. Who the hell knows what that is?
Whenever these
I say it's a man-made event. Anyway, definitely a man-made event. Those things.
I want to give you guys a hint, a bit of a tip. Whenever these guys come along and they start talking about sextant, put the sextant on the floor.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. Just put the sextant on the floor. Removes elevation angles. Removes dip angle corrections to the horizon. Put the fucker on the floor.
Simplifies it beautifully.
Is what they're doing when they're on the ocean. They're putting it on the ocean, aren't they? Level.
There's two corrections. One would be your elevation, how high you are above the surface of the Earth. And then your dip correction to the horizon. Whichever one of these bastardized forms is going to take you down to the flat plane where you are actually going to get your final angle measurement. Because that's the one you're interested in, right? It even draws you a little diagram. In this little diagram, you've got multiple stars with ground positions on the floor, a straight flat line underneath you at 90 degrees, and all of those stars have got 9-degree angles to you. Every single one. So yeah, just put the sextant on the floor. Just say one star, and then just add all of the stars. You can only have 90 degrees on a flat surface. And you can't have it on a ball earth, so there's no way you're going to have multiple, if not hundreds of thousands of 90-degree angled curved surface. Put the sextant on the floor.
Told you he didn't have any proof. He sounded so confident, didn't he? Like he was going to give you proof. He didn't have no proof.
I was being sarcastic. Blah, blah, blah. What did he say? Works
He was being a head of a dick, is what he was being. A hole of an ass.
He worked with satellites and electronics devices. I wanted to hear what he was going to say about that. I really wanted to hear.
Fuck all.
Kept saying to him that those satellite dishes don't always point up to the sky where the satellites are supposed to be. It's crap.
That's part of the programming, mate. Thank you from So back in the late 80s, early 90s, hey guys, you can get a satellite TV. We can beam live sports events to you from around the globe. Here's your satellite dish. Point it up into the sky where the satellites are, and you can be entertained because of the wonders of technology and space and the space age, right? So, again, that's part of the programming, part of the brainwashing. Hey, mum, dad, I want a sky. Look at this. This is new technology. It's always new technology, right?
Yeah. Only to find out that 10 trillion financial communications happen via the fiber optic cables in the ocean. 10 trillion per day.
It's like 99.9% of the world's communications take place on the floor and under the floor. Wow, interesting.
Covering 700,000 miles through 430 bundles of these cables. 430 bundles, ladies and gentlemen, right? Covering 700,000 miles of the ocean seabed. That's where they all are down there. And 10 trillion financial transactions per day go through these cables. Not to mention your emails and everything else. Your Skype mail and everything else that's going through all that shit. It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah? And we know they're there because we see them being repaired. They get repaired on the Earth's surface, on the beach area, or even underwater. They go underwater and put the cable into a vacuum chamber, literally sealed vacuum, and they repair that cable underwater. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. There's enough documentaries on it. You can go and look. Okay. What's this? This goes there. And that. And that. This goes there. And that. Give me these. Huh. Didn't do that, did it?
Hey, John. That's a lot of static.
Shut your mouths.
Hey, you're hot mic in there, man.
Sorry, man. Yeah, my mistake. Let me get myself sorted out. Yeah, I
You're all
thought
good.
I was muted.
It was very staticky sounding. You're good, man. I hope all is well with everybody.
Hi there. I was just packing away my Gore-Tex waterproof gear that I wore yesterday. Hammered down. Cats and dogs. But I still went out there exercising and that. So now it's all dried and now packed it all away. Hey.
I was just really watching back that thing, the guy's conversation you had, Chris, and he said he works with technology that would only work on
a globe.
On a globe.
Yeah. He kept saying that, didn't he? A stupid ass.
That's his proof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. Affirming the consequence fallacy.
I think you highlighted that really well. Yeah, that was the trigger. Technology that would only work on a ball Earth. Yeah, I got some technology for you. Do you know what a protractor is? I like the confident ones. I do like the confident.
Yeah, he's always like that.
You remember when that one guy said, there's this guy who said stop using, flat earthers should stop using globe earth technology. What the?
They say that a lot recently.
Yeah. They're completely oblivious to the fact that they have to take flat and level imagery to wrap it around a ball that they imagined in order to create their version of reality. It's oblivious of it. It's weird that they make such bold claims and they don't know anything about how anything actually works.
Damn upstarts, a lot of them.
I actually don't really believe that there's necessarily always a lie being fed to people. I think it's more like, in a lot of cases, vain traditions that have been inherited and kept without reason. While untrue, it's not actually a lie because there's no nefarious intent in the people who believe it. They believe it to be true, so they believe themselves to be telling the truth, even though they are technically liars.
Yeah, they don't realise it. Yeah, you're right there.
Yeah.
They're carrying a strong belief without, and they haven't checked anything on what they're saying. So yeah, we can forgive them for blurting it out and just carrying it through and believing in that. That's their problem.
In the live stream voice text, Pete, it said that that those who fed us the lie are 400 plus on in understanding the reality of things. Yeah, I guess I'm talking about like they've been doing this for a long time. But yeah, a lot of it, people don't mean to lie. There's a lot of folks I'm talking about when it comes to how reality functions. They'd rather actually agree on known things.
Yeah. They keep bringing up this are we in a simulation
Oh, jeez.
theory? Yeah. Cop out.
No, but it works better than one. Simulations are based off of this. This works better than a simulation.
Simulation.
I think some of it has to do with people find this place to be unbelievable due to the amount of pain in the world. They want an escape. They want to be able to log out, but not die, log out. And they want it to be meaningless.
Ether, are you still there, mate?
Yeah, man. I'm just reading what Pete's been
keeping well?
posting here.
Doing good? Staying healthy?
I'm doing okay today. It feels like it might be an alright day.
I haven't spoken to you for a while, so I just wanted to touch base, make sure you're all good. Nice to hear your
Yeah,
voice.
my sleeping schedule's rotating back to a normal American schedule, I guess.
Oh, is it? Okay. I think mine's vaguely getting back into some sensible English one. Maybe.
Yeah, that's probably why we haven't talked recently.
Yeah,
I'm not doing the
possible.
insomnia stuff right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to do the same, mate, to be fair.
The irony is that's a sign that I've been sick. One would think it's the other way around, but it's because I've been taking my medicines and they make me sleepy, so I end up just sleeping most of the time when I'm on them. I don't like doing that. But, like I said, I feel like today's going to be a good day. That's why I said that. Like, yesterday was but today feels like it's going to be alright.
It's bank holiday here in the UK because, I don't know, something happened the weekend. So yeah, we've got a bank holiday today, so hopefully there should be some traffic around. People aren't at work. You know what it's like though, bank holidays, people like to go visit friends and family, and I've said it before, it's a bank holiday and you might not even get many English people in, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we should get some traffic in today, especially from this side of the pond.
Folks like to go on vacation and spend time with their people on their days off. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially when they got everybody working the rat race 24/7. I was going to say 24/6, but a lot of folks don't even go to church, so they're not even taking that day off anymore.
And if they are, they're going on a... Hey-ho. The world is built to distract us, mate, and you just pointed out one distraction. It seems pretty simple. The rat race. Get on that treadmill, go to work, pay your bills, come home. Get distracted somehow. Probably won't be healthy for you. You won't be eating healthy food along. Probably not get a good night's sleep. Get up early, be stressed, start rushing straight away, and repeat the cycle.
A lot of people can't pause and just exist in this moment, so they're forever dwelling on the past, or trying to live in a fantasy version of the future. Meanwhile, chasing the whole carrot on a stick thing, but instead of a carrot, it's $1.
See, the thing is, they want the carrot, and the carrot's going to be nutritious, and they should be chasing. Probably don't even want the carrot, probably poisoned, right?
Yeah. There's certain naturally grown things that are related to carrots, and they are poisonous. They look just like one, but they're weird, and yeah.
slightly different subject when we start talking about food and how healthy it is for you. I respect and appreciate it. We are on the 24/7 Flat Earth server, so I'll keep it relevant as possible. But yeah, chasing that carrot on the stick. So they keep us, on this treadmill, and they keep us going round in circles like the hamster in a cage, right? Going round. Might get off occasionally to go and have a sleep, go and have a shit, maybe go fuck something, I don't know, but ultimately get back on that treadmill and start doing the same repeating pattern over and over again. You see it every day, the same people, the same faces getting angry on motorways because they're going to the same job and have been doing so for the last 10, 15, 20 years, repeating the same cycle. Don't get me wrong, some people are happy in doing that, but is that really why we're here?
Yeah, it's messed up. And the plant I was thinking of is hemlock. It looks similar to a carrot. And so, yeah, they don't even have a carrot on a stick. It's just a piece of hemlock that looks like a carrot and painted orange. I have people chasing that for their whole life until they die. They finally get it and just die.
They have us chasing false dreams and false fantasies all over the place. We've been sold hundreds of them, right, since we were kids. All right, we can talk about the Earth being a ball in space, but especially men and women, we've been sold completely different dreams. We've been told that we can be things maybe we shouldn't be. Been empowered to do so. Now look at the world around us as well today. Gets scary by the moment, right?
They've empowered the vast majority of people to worship themselves.
Yeah. Because they can be like gods. We are gods, right? I see some of these gods down the supermarket wearing fluffy slippers and bloody bathrobe. Like 6 o'clock in the evening, 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
One of the things that I hate about it is they've gotten people into this mindset where there's somebody smarter than me, so I don't have to think about that. They'd rather make believe themselves to be dumb than pray and tend to the future and become something more.
Don't need to become anything more too convenient. Like you just said, they don't have to rely on their own intellect. They can rely on the shoulders of giants, right?
Yeah. They pass the buck.
Yeah. But because, mankind is like our football team, right? Get a sense of achievement because mankind has discovered or has this knowledge. I'm smarter than the dog, even though you don't act like it.
Yeah. It's the weirdest mentality. We went to the moon. When? When did you specifically go to the moon?
Picking up one, putting down that visual.
You're right. That unified sense of accomplishment is weird. It's a very weird form of overinflated ego. Hyperinflated. And you're right, a lot of people, they just act like a dog and they try and think that they're more intelligent than one, but in reality, they're kind of inferior too, because at least the dog is being itself.
True.
One of the most horrifying things that I've come to realize recently happened to have an accident that I witnessed, and I'm not going to speak in detail about that But I will say that seeing people rubberneck and just sit there and gawk and stare instead of just moving on to get out of the way is kind of terrifying. Not doing anything at all to try and do anything to help, just staring, just watching and rubbernecking a horrific situation, recording it with like, no, there's something wrong with people these days. Their hearts have waxed cold for real, for sure. I keep on getting blackpilled by random shit that keeps on happening to me or around me, and I'm still going to maintain that faith, hope, and love that the truth is still there, and all of this is just half of what happens here in this world, and the other half is good.
Alright guys, I'm going to start thinking about getting some lunch, but I will try and catch up with you at some point in the future, hopefully soon. You have a good day.
Yeah, man.
Nice to catch up with you as well, Aoife. Nice to catch up with you, Jim.
Oh.
Even G's still gone. But yeah,
I hope to see you around, man.
Yeah.
Good one, man.
Soon, bye.
I don't really like talking about the negative. I refer to it as looking into a dumpster and expecting to find something good when you know that there's nothing but garbage in there that's filth and stinks. You're looking at the darkness. You stare into the void, you'll become like it. And sometimes stuff just happens before your very eyes and there's nothing you can do to get away from it. You just have to process it, deal with it, and move forward. Acceptance is the final stage of grief. And existence seems to be one of the most grievous things that can happen to you. Just damn if it don't hurt. But there's hope and there's good in this world. That's why I said that there's 50-50 when it comes to that. I don't believe that there's an overwhelming amount of darkness and negativity. We just have the internet now, so there's an overwhelming amount of content related to it being put out there before our eyes. It's always been half and half, darkness and light, day and night.
Yeah, I agree.
We can't let our hearts be troubled by these things. But it's my belief that, well, I've come to understand that a lot of folks, they go into that NPC mode where they're just no longer here because they want to clock out, they want to log out, but they don't want to die, they just don't want to be a part of this confusion. So they just go somewhere else in their head, and they just perform the tasks expected of them. You can snap them out of it, but that's what most people call like the NPC types. And yeah, they are not people of action, they just react. But I believe that everybody can learn to act. There's a way to. You just have to get rid of that reactionary ego that's in the way.
Yeah, I don't think they're self-aware though.
Some of them may be, but it's like they accept it as just who they are. And they don't care to go outside of it because it's a comfort thing for them. Fine, I can just stay in NPC mode and do my job and go home and log out for a couple of hours, log back into my NPC mode and still get to do what I want. And yeah, that usually involves a lot of submission and people just obeying stuff without reason. Rat race style. It's not the way to go. I mean, yeah, we're supposed to work, but that way's not the way to do it. And men here, though, that's exactly what they do, is they think for themselves. A lot of them, they have their own businesses. They know how things work. And they have the confidence to perform their tasks without going into NPC mode and mindlessly doing things. They stay conscious all day. Which that's the point that I'm trying to point out. There's a different way. There's a better way of doing it.
Yeah, I don't know how sometimes I wonder what's the purpose of doing certain things.
Yeah.
I just focus on doing it because I've got kids. It's the biggest cop out I can do.
That's the thing, though. I don't blame anybody who's stuck in this system. It's more like pointing to the future, that things can change over time. And nothing has to change immediately now. A lot of these things will take time to do. So there's no expectations for anything to just, let's instantly make the world a different place now. Nah. It can't be that way. That's not how anything works here either. It's kind of like laws of physics and thermodynamics to transferring energy.
Yeah, I don't think it can change that quickly. And then the odd thing I think that happens is the more enlightened you become, the less you actually even care to change the world.
That's true too.
You know what I mean?
My personal outlook is this. I've realized that I can cast seeds everywhere, and where they are meant to grow, they'll grow, and where they aren't, it'll be like hard ground and they can't, so I don't expect it to grow there either. I'm just going to keep throwing truth out there, because that's all that matters. The rest of it, like, I don't care who receives it, whatever, it's going to go where it needs to go. Like how water finds its level.
So true.
But a lot of people, they let their ego get in the way and they want to have like this kind of center stage type thing. I don't tag the memes that I have with any form of watermark because I just want people to be able to share them any way that they share them. I don't really care how they get out there. I don't care about profiting off the stuff I create. It's never been about that, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The way I look at it, my creator pays me. Months ago, I spent about $30 on 2 computers. One of them was an older laptop, and it's okay. But the other one was a desktop that was an all-in-one. Well, it is an all-in-one. It's touchscreen. I did a system restore on it. It's worth over $1,000. I spent $30 for both of them. My creator takes care of me. I don't have to worry about being paid by man.
It's funny how that sort of stuff happens, though, hey?
Faith is the only true way of walking. Because nobody, even with their money and all their others, it doesn't matter because you can't predict the future. And money can't solve everything. Again, I'm not against working and earning things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I don't put my faith in a person to give me that. Just the same as supermarket doesn't feed me. I can go out into the forest and find things that grow naturally and make a soup.
Yeah, I wish I could eliminate the shopping center altogether. Actually, I say it's a wish, but like that's the goal. Rather, I'm working towards that as much as possible.
Like 10% of what they sell there is even good, and then you have to like filter through all this trash. It's not even. It's barely food, or it's just food-like products.
Yeah, it's 10% pretty generous.
I try to be optimistic.
I don't know. Is it like this where you are, where everything has either soy or seed oils in it now? Even products you would have loved as a
It's in
kid, you look
everything.
at the ingredients, and now it's got soy or seed oils, like vegetable oil
Or they're all genetically modified, and you
Yeah.
don't even know if it's because they use that term in a way that's confusing those, because they have heirloom stuff where you'll hand select things through selective breeding, and they'll consider that genetically modified too. So they lump it all together, and you have no idea what that term means when it says GMO on something anymore. It's stupid.
we
There
go
should be
to
a
the shop.
separation between the two, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, and I think if you're whatever your number one ingredient is on a product, that's what it should be called. For example, sometimes we buy these things called quinoa crisps, and they're like a crispy quinoa wafer kind of thing. So it's sort of like a health food kind of thing because it doesn't have any crap in it. But
Yeah.
the top ingredient isn't quinoa. The top ingredient's rice. It's like, why don't they call them rice quinoa crisps? Like, it just that bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah, it's kind of the omission of information, and it's lying, really, through omission.
But yeah, everything here, like even just we have massive chains here that are like dominate two massive chains that dominate basically all of Australia, and one chain you can't even buy bread without soy in it. Like they barely have any products, and if they do, then they're only in select areas. Not every place has it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I find it very frustrating. And then the other big chain
Or they
does
bleach everything.
Yeah, they do. That's true. You know, like you're fighting a losing battle, but at least you can pick and choose as much as possible.
Yeah. Which I understand. Sometimes it's difficult to find food, and you got to do what you got to do to eat. But also, it's really weird that they're putting harmful stuff in almost everything, and they don't have to. There's other ways of doing it. They just do it to cut the corners.
And people, I don't even know if they do it to cut corners. I think they're just doing it because the seed oils are cheaper than the olive oil, for example, or
That's what
avocado
I'm saying. I'd consider that cutting corners instead of going for the premium grade version of a product.
Yeah, so
frustrating. Go for the cheap ass stuff.
But then people will argue, oh, it's only a tiny amount. But like, then when you stack up all those tiny amounts, it becomes a big amount.
Yeah, things can build up.
But I don't judge people for just getting by and eating what they have access to.
I don't believe that what goes into the body defiles your soul, but it's pretty much understood that your soul is operating a machine that can be corrupted and wear down and have issues with it. So even though your soul can't be corrupted by it, the body can. Like, the body can be messed up because processing, the way things process, it's a physical world object that your soul is operating. So while it can't affect your eternal state as far as your salvation, it can definitely affect your physical state for sure. Depending. But faith works both ways, and there are ways to pass through fire without being burnt, so it leaves it open to speculation and discussion. Speculation and contemplation. I will say that every single one of us is a hypocrite in one way or another. There's something that we've made some kind of exception for, knowing full well that it's negative in our lives, but we do it anyway because we want to.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
Like, the spirit's willing, but the flesh is weak. Everybody has vices. One of the weird vices most people have is sugar addiction. That thing reacts in the same way that cocaine does, the same regions in the brain, and people give that to children. It's the first addiction that people get.
Oh yeah, man, I'm addicted.
We have publicly accepted addictions, though, like caffeine and sugar, and to an extent nicotine, depending on what circles you're in. And even cannabis these days, depending on what state you're in. But they can be addicting, whether it's physically or mentally, because you do have a chemical processor for a brain, so the brain likes things that make it go, ooh, this feels nice and funny, and it'll get used to doing that.
Yeah, definitely coffee for me.
Everybody overcomplicates stuff. If you start it from their childhood developmental stage and then understand that we never stop actually developing and growing. Like there's processes that go throughout your life. There's actually a form of kind of second puberty that happens to adults where they get a bit more, everything that is goes a little bit extra. Where you're hairy, you become a little bit hairier. And everything else. It's just funny, people don't usually talk about that unless you're in certain older circles of like groups. And then there's also another stage that happens after that where basically your mentality becomes crystallized. It's kind of the elder stage. You know what you know, you accept what you don't know, and you don't really care to learn much more.
Yeah, I hope not to get to that stage too early.
There's pros and cons to that, I think, because once somebody's reached that, they're fully confident. They can bring back information that's factual, that they know to be true, or they can bring back lies that they've regurgitated a lot. But in an ideal situation, they become kind of like this, archive of information, a living, breathing server that can present history in a way where newer generations can receive it and learn from it. Organic computers.
You're going for a walk or something? Sound like you're outside, maybe.
No, I'm sitting in a camper, but the windows are open, and there's buildings nearby. And my microphone's pretty good, so...
Yeah, it's very good. I can hear everything.
You can hear the dogs barking, but they're actually pretty far away, too. Of course, that was sound bouncing off of a wall and coming back here as well, but yeah. That's another thing about how echoes function that I find very interesting. Is you can build structures that cause things to... You can make audio travel great distances. Like it'll just carry it, like it bridges it, and it just keeps going. Especially properly designed auditoriums. Like these ancient structures where they're built in a certain way where they didn't have microphones. They're speaking. They have to speak from their diaphragm and speak boldly, but it'll carry all the way to the back seats if everybody's quiet and just pays attention.
Crazy. Does funny things to your body.
A lot of the ones, the masked ones, a lot of them, they wouldn't even be the ones speaking. They'd have somebody else as the voice acting. It makes sense. You're not going to have them walking around. You'll have the audio coming from a certain point and have somebody wearing a mask performing the actual actions of the actor, while the speaker, who's it's kind of like a cartoon, the voice actor, would be doing the dialogue and speaking from another position so that everybody could hear clearly. Because if you're moving around, you're making gestures, your face is like that doesn't make sense because it's going to change the direction that your audio is going, and some people might not hear what you said. But for a presentation, everybody needs to hear it, so the masks, that makes sense. They cover up somebody and they have to use a voice actor instead. I'm speculating a tiny bit, but I guarantee there's some scholar or historian who could probably confirm what I'm saying to be true, because it literally makes sense based off of the laws of physics and how these places are designed. It's also interesting the choir type things in churches. It's similar to that too. Like certain cathedrals are designed in a way where the audio will carry all the way around.
Yeah, it's crazy how it works, and they figured it out. I get overwhelmed when I hear too much. I always get accused of having a hearing problem, but it's not really. It's more like a
sensory overload.
Yeah, it's like
sometimes too much is too much.
Yeah, I hear everything all at once, and it just gets jumbled up rather than not hearing it at all. It's like
your brain's trying to process everything all the time. Yeah,
it's frustrating. I do the same thing with my eyes. Like I always need to see everything perfect, and it frustrates the shit out of me.
I can do that sensory overload stuff happens to me with audio and visual. Like if I'm doing too much on the computer and stuff, I can trigger a migraine. Like it'll make me go blind. This weird static stuff goes around. It's called an aura migraine.
Yeah, I get the same thing.
There's videos of it where the Mayo Clinic did a thing where it can show an example of it, but I can't even watch that video because that video will trigger a migraine in me for real.
It triggers it, yeah. You know what triggers me? I got this one customer and I log into his computer. He's got eyesight issues and he's got a trail on his cursor. He's got a green cursor. It's massive and it's got a trail on it. I can't sit on his computer for more than 30 seconds because I'll get a migraine. Just bugs the shit out of me. But when I used
visuals glitch out in your brain as it's the brain's processing. It's like the visuals are glitching out. It's weird.
Yeah, it's triggered me. It's triggered me once before. Now I just talk to him and I glance at the screen and then I look down while I'm talking to him. It's like if I log into his computer and I have to see what he's doing. Yeah, I just do it for a couple seconds and look down. It's like it's really hard for me to do it. But what I was going to say, it's already been clear. What I was going to say is when I used to play games every single night, I would constantly have migraines.
Yeah,
I'm glad I don't do that anymore. And I'd blame everything else.
I get migraines for certain games too. Like there's the same type of stuff that would induce a seizure, like the flashing and weird, like strobe type effects. That triggers the migraines in me too.
Yeah, and I always know when it would come on because I would try to read something and then I would not be able to see the words anymore, and then these weird like lightning things would come over my left eye, and then I wouldn't be able to see my hand, like if I held it in front of me. It's so weird. It's so frustrating. Yeah. I don't get it that much anymore. It's really rare.
It's basically a neurological misfire in the brain, and it's kind of like not receiving the information from the eyes as it should.
Yeah.
And also, there's other effects that I have with it too. Like the center of my tongue will start feeling numb, and I find it difficult to speak. My speech.
Yeah, I get that too.
And I get really sleepy, like just weak, like every bit of energy's been drained out of me, and I feel like I'm just need to go to sleep.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens to me. I also, do you ever get the ones where you can't feel your fingers properly?
Like things start getting, like twitchy or weird.
So frustrating. But you know what? It's kind of a gift as well.
Yeah.
So I was just going to say it's kind of a gift as well, because if I didn't recognize it still happened, I'd be wasting a lot of time playing games still. So pretty good warning sign for me to stop doing what I've been doing for, how old am I now? It's about to turn 38, so maybe 24 plus years worth of.
I'm about to turn 37 in July.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so
I've also cut that. I don't really play video games either, man. I've got more important. I'd rather create things than just sit there mindlessly consuming somebody else's creation.
Which
though I do actually want to. I think it would be fun to make a mod for Left 4 Dead, because they have all the communities wide open to do that, and take because there's a campaign called Dead Air, and there's Dead Air Dave here, so we could take audio clips and make a complete mod for the Dead Air campaign.
I used to love that game. That was cool.
I'd change the plane into a rocket ship or something, though.
Is that the original Left 4 Dead?
It's Left 4. Yeah, it's the first one. But the campaign, they brought back all of the campaigns from the original into Left 4 Dead 2, so you can use the melee weapons from the sequel. And it's actually a lot cooler to play from the Left 4 Dead 2 perspective, because you can play. It's got all the same characters and audio and stuff for the other campaigns, except you can use melee weapons, and the new special infected are in there. But the idea was to take a bunch of like flat smacking audio clips and put them in the campaign too. So as you're playing through, it's got all of this different content that's completely and utterly true, or funny as heck that we've got from here from the stream. It'd just be a fun project as well, and we've already got plenty of audio to do it. It'd be funny to edit the zombies so that they just look like a bunch of NPC face, like random, like take away all the gore of it looking like real people and just make them look like a bunch of NPCs. Yeah, game could actually be like, the way it has it is like kind of mature content due to all the gore, but you can remove the cursing and gore and turn it into something else entirely, and it becomes family friendly.
It was a good game. I really enjoyed it. Playing with others.
Instead of blood, right? If you had it so that it was just like these NPC robots and like this weird sparkles, like sparks would give off, or black oil or something like that, and like some kind of gray stuff gives off, then it would be something else entirely. Like they're just bots.
You would take blood proof.
Change all the audio of them screaming at you with weird zombie screams to random people's audio from things that they try, like really silly weird stuff that Glovers have said. As they're running up to you, they're screaming the most nonsensical shit. I could even do some special effected for the ones that are actually hilarious, that have given us a lot of really cool audio clips that are pretty funny. You get attacked by a hunter, but it's just got Dogs Are Gods like going, "You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy," as he keeps clawing at you. You gotta get rescued by one of your friends. Like, get him off me. Gotta make one of the characters Helio. Like put Helio's face and like wrap it around one of the character models. And the first thing he says is, "Are we about to break the internet right now?"
How much flat Earth music do you think there is out there? Like,
it's actually a decent amount, but it's not all grouped into one place. It's scattered. I think it would be cool to have a music station where we've got 24/7, we've got music just playing, and then have little like bumper commercials that are random things that are funny and cool.
Yeah, so I'm toying with the idea. I'm toying with the idea of setting something up.
I was thinking about doing something like that too, but like it'd be something where I'd like to partner up with this, because this is where we have the debate and discussion. But to add way more to it's already got, this is a repository of information. It's not a radio station.
Would you have a DJ, or would you just have
podcast?
It wouldn't
I
be
think that there's a
DJ.
lot of really good DJs actually
It would be completely
who might
automated.
enjoy coming in for a little while. Yeah, do it mostly. Well, I was thinking mostly automated, and then have times where we do come in and talk about a different, like a couple of random things, and maybe somebody plays clips from here, and then links in, like, yo, go over here if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, if you're interested, I'm trying to put something together where it's completely automated, and then you can just every now and then you just jump in and
Put clips in.
you can put
Yeah.
you
I know
feed it.
that,
You can feed it a cue.
Sorry. I know
So
that
the
CB
idea
would be a great DJ for that.
Yeah. So the idea would be you log into a back end, you select what you want in the queue, and then you would also be able to add things in the middle of the queue, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
It needs to be able to display the information as well. For where to find the song, what the song's called, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, everything has to be named properly and formatted in a way where it's in order.
Well,
Proper
it's
order.
pretty. Yeah, I've got half the thing built, but yeah, I'm just sort of
That's
toying
cool.
with it.
Yeah, I was just thinking of an idea of them using bots or something in order to make it happen, like stuff that already exists. But if you're actually coming up with your own version of stuff, that's even cooler.
Yeah, you can use bots to do that, but it's gonna involve a lot more setup, in my opinion.
Yeah, and all of it's in somebody else's hands as far as it being hosted. If they're buying
Yeah, it actually is not that much effort. I don't think it's that much effort to set up. The idea is you got this back end that's private. Only certain people would know about it. You log in there, and you can add MP3 files, and you can, or whatever audio file, and you can add all the different things. You can edit the queue as well. And then what would happen is if someone forgets or doesn't go in there and adds more things to the queue, it'll just randomly start chucking shit in the queue. Just play all day, basically. And then if someone wants to, they can just go in there and pause it and talk, and then unpause it, stuff like that. That's the general idea of it. But the main idea is just completely automate it so that you don't have to touch anything. Yeah, I don't know. That's the idea.
That would be really awesome. And we could make commercials for certain people, or like hit them up if they want to put something out, like a paraplegic coffee. You'd have like an actual commercial made with the audio.
Enough of us support that guy. I'm just joking.
Yeah. It'd be fun to have something, like little bumper stuff that's in between the songs.
The stuff that's in between the song would be cool, like just, go to this server or go to this person's YouTube or whatever, like that sort of stuff. Or even just like Jedi just did a talk with this guy that only went for 10 minutes, just chuck that in there of someone just destroying a Globie. Just little clips and stuff like that in between some songs.
I'm coming up with something too. So there's this game called Earthbound, and the music, the soundtrack to it's really awesome. And if I change the pitch to things, then I can effectively make it my own. I can adjust certain stuff and it's mine. And I can have that kind of thing playing in the background while I take the audio of these discussions that happen and put it over there. So the sound effect of a battle beginning and then battle music in the background. And then at the end of it, just play the end fan. Yeah, it's like a fanfare type sound that plays when you win. That would be kind of funny.
Yeah, man.
It was just something, and I actually am working on one where Witsit was talking to that guy, and yeah, he was spiraling the whole time, but Witsit and Trace AI and Indio, and everybody was trying to keep him calm, but the dude was just tripping. But that one's a funny one that I could put on one of them. There's different, the themes are named different too, so you have like the theme for a weak opponent, and then there's one that's more strong, one that's like weird or disturbing. Then there's Sanctuary Guardian, which that one's pretty cool. And then the intro to it actually is different. Like there's 2 different spiral type sound effects. One of them's for common enemies and the other's for bosses. And I just thought that would be something interesting to make, kind of like battle music type things for little bumper clips. Try and keep them about 2 minutes.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And it doesn't have to be just the Earthbound music. There's so many other soundtracks for that could be done.
Yeah, I'll keep working on it. If I get it to a point where I'm like happy, then I'll do something. I'm not like overly invested in it at the moment, but
yeah, it's certainly something that could draw attention and then kind of forward people to come here and discuss the subject.
yeah, that's the main goal. Is not necessarily to. I'm not out to make money or anything like that. Obviously,
I agree.
I don't really care for the money.
And it's not a competition with this place either. It's about
I don't want to
people here so they can come here and talk.
Yeah. I don't, because the difference is it would be. Someone's already done one. FER Live.
That's pretty cool.
That's something Dan the Warman is trying to develop. Someone called Ross, I think, set up originally. And the Warman, you ever heard of him?
No.
Have you ever seen that Liberty TV thing of flat earthers versus scientists?
No, I've never.
That's on YouTube, the Liberty TV channel. It's got millions of. It's one of the top rated flat earth things on YouTube. It's got millions of hits. He's one of the flat earthers. So he was given admin control of this website, which no one has ever used because the guy who set it up, I don't know, he had a falling out with someone. So he's never actually done anything with it. I don't know much about the back office other than someone's paid for a subscription to use this software. So
Yeah, it's not working for me. Oh wait, there it goes. Radio schedule. Oh, okay. Free flat earth music. Yeah. It's pretty cool. The thing I'm thinking of is a little bit more sophisticated in that it tells you what's playing and all that sort of stuff.
yeah, and there's that flat earth TV guide I've seen someone talking about as well. I don't know. I think that's just like pulling up YouTube lists to help you find stuff on YouTube, I think.
Like a curated list, that's cool.
Yeah, because you with the shadow ban, and it is hard to find people. Like I was just trying to find Chocolate's channel pretty quick, and the only way I could find it was going down my list of subscriptions. I couldn't just type it into YouTube and search for him.
Yeah, they push everything back so far when you search for things that it would take forever to try and find the video that you're actually looking for. And then people act like it's not actually being censored because it's still there. This is pretty interesting though. And so I reckon that he's going to start working on updating it and upgrading it. He said he hasn't really used it for much. Or there was a falling out and it hasn't been used for much.
He's dealing with people's personalities. fechannel.com, fevids.com, fememes.com. Fuck. Someone went nuts buying all this shit, setting it up. News section's just interesting as well. I wouldn't bother with any of that sort of stuff. It just never gets maintained. No one's going to put the time and effort in to write articles and
He didn't seem to get much, feedback from people. So
yeah, it's a hard thing.
Maybe it's useful. Maybe it's a bit too much all in one go. I don't know, but
I find that people want. Sorry, go for it.
I was just going to suggest that with your system that you're making, we could actually use Unity 3D to make an app as a front end for it. And if that can get into like the Play Store, that would be cool. Just offer it for free, no ads, nothing. Just here you can connect to the radio station.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to make an app. Based on what I'm doing, I wouldn't use Unity. You could just use a web-based thing. But if there was enough interest, I would definitely go down that path. I don't think it would get to that point. People are lazy. They'll probably just open YouTube and run it from there.
Yeah, that's true. If there's a stream going right there, it'd be easier. And they already got the YouTube app.
Sky's the limit if it's popular enough.
I just had a look. I don't think Dan's even on this server, which is strange. He's on Earth Awakenings, I think. And he's definitely on Jim Pandas, because the Hammer was doing a stream yesterday and they were coming from Jim Pandas.
Somebody will have to invite him over here.
Yeah, I mean, I've got him on Skype. I can ask him. Because it seems a shame to waste it, because this guy, Ross, who set it up, he obviously spent a lot of time and money on securing all this stuff, so yeah, maybe something can be done with it. I can't remember exactly what app he used to make it, but he definitely paid for like a professional lifetime subscription or something.
What am I doing?
think it along those same lines as the battle theme song type stuff playing in the background. I think it would be funny if we have any really good Flat Earth Batman clips of him flat smacking anybody, and then put that to the original Batman theme song and have it playing in the background. That would be something cool to have on the radio station, randomly play. Do shout out clips to whoever's actually said something cool on here in relation to a conversation with an opponent. Battle themes. I actually have one of those bumper type clips that I've made, but it's kind of bad. It's pretty dark.
I sent Dan a message on Skype, so maybe he'll pop in at some point.
Nice.
Yeah, awesome. The clip that I have is a combination between a detuned version of Ring of Fire by Johnny Cash, where I move the pitch down, and I put the audio from the Gus Grissom thing. How are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings? That's why I said it's kind of dark, because Ring of Fire. I actually cut out most of the screaming. I'm wondering if I should have done that. I felt like it could be implied without having to put in the entire audio feed. That one's kind of like the video that I made of the Challenger rocket, and I combined it with the Little Einsteins theme song. They're singing, "I'm going on a trip, yeah, our favorite rocket ship."
Oh, yeah, that's a good song, hey.
It's pretty dark, though. I make some dark humor stuff sometimes, and it gets really dark with I wind up the sound effect where they're talking about blasting off right when it starts moving forward really fast after it breaks. Never mind. That one's on my TikTok. I rarely actually upload anything to TikTok, but when I do, it's probably something that somebody would want to censor or dark. What's up? I actually do, but no. My son just asked me about an old YouTube channel that I have. I have a video that's the dumbest thing ever, and it has over 1 million views, but I think that when YouTube switched over, they shut all that down. They closed their deleted accounts or something.
Okay.
That's like a very old account. I can't even get into it. But it was one of the dumbest videos I've ever made. I took some clips from the SpongeBob intro where he's going, "Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can't hear you." And then by the time he gets to "oh," it just goes "oh" for like minutes, like, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. It just has him going "oh," and I got like 1 million views on that. It's the dumbest thing ever, dude. If you make stupid stuff, it'll go.
No, it's funny.
Things that actually matter, it won't. Oh, another one that went viral, but it didn't get quite as many views. I basically just made a YouTube poop out of Patrick screaming, "The mollusks are coming. The mollusks are coming. The mollusks. Stop them." Yeah, and he's like Paul Revere just running through. But the way that I did, it was funny in the comments because somebody was in there like some kind of science class or something in high school. And apparently, they were something that had to do with mollusks, and the teacher played that clip, like my clip, in their classroom. I thought that was funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Because it's like a student talking about it. The teacher played it in their class, and that was pretty funny to me. I'm glad it entertained some kids back in the day, even if the channel's gone. I can't come up with it. Oh yeah, another one I made it because it's been YouTube poops were like popular, and my brothers watched them, so I'm like, well, I can make stupid shit like that. So I did, and one of them I took the clip from The Emperor's New Groove where Yzma's like, "I know, I'll turn him into a flea, and I'll put that flea in a box, and I'll put that box inside of another box, and then I'll mail that box to myself. And when it arrives, I'll smash it with a hammer. It's brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I tell you, genius, I say." She knocks the bottle over and says, "Or, to save on postage, I'll poison him with this." But I edited out just the part where she puts that box inside of another box, and I made that go on forever. And I'll put that box inside of another box, and then I'll put that box inside of another box, and then I'll put that box inside of another box, and then I'll mail that box to myself. And when it arrives, I'll put that box inside of another box, and then I'll put that box in. That one also got a ton of views just for how dumb it was.
Just keeps going.
Yeah, all you have to do is stupid crap that keeps going, and kids love that repetitive nonsense. Especially if it's something completely and utterly useless. I just think it's funny that the dumbest of all of them got the most views. And yes, I can quote almost every Disney movie verbatim. I was a big brother with little siblings that watched them over and over and I could not help but hear it constantly, over and over and over and over and over. So of course I have every word of their entire script, all of the dialogue, in proper context and in order in my head. Damn it. I can quote the entire Aladdin movie, and have on a road trip. We had nothing to entertain, and so I just obviously started quoting a movie. And I could do the voices too, so that would be entertainment for like an hour-long drive.
I've watched it a heap of times, but I wouldn't be able to quote it.
Back in my day, we didn't have no smartphone internets. If you wanted to have entertainment, you'd have to entertain yourself. And if your batteries ran out on your Game Boy or your CD player, '90s kids know what I'm talking about. You can replace Game Boy with Game Gear, I guess, for the Sega kids who were playing that one instead. I believe that a lot of these songs and these sound effects resonate with people, and incorporating them into some of the stuff that we're doing can actually help. Because without it, it just gets bland, and people have like 8-second attention spans, if that. I'd say that's for the adults. The adults have 8-second attention. The children, it's more like 5 seconds or 4. That's boring. 3 seconds into it, and then they give up by the time they get to 5 seconds.
Yeah, movies back in the day used like a 10-minute setup. Whereas now a kid couldn't sit through 10 minutes of setting up the story. They need the action straight away.
Yeah, and almost seizure-inducing eye candy. It's the flashing lights and the loud bass drops and everything all at the same time. They want to practically have a seizure due to their entertainment. Rollovers rolling because they watch too much. The full circle back to the flat earth discussion, that's exactly why people are so intoxicated with the enchantment of it, the fantastical allure of that which is completely and utterly incredible. Not credible. It's anybody who sits in here long enough will see the weird mental gymnastics of these people, the hoops they have to jump through in order to wrap all of that information around the ball in their head, in their imagination. That info is just fantasy. They don't even know that the blue marble was just created as this one dude imagines it to be.
Yeah,
he didn't even know that it was. He didn't even know it went like viral or was sent out to the public until after he bought an iPhone and saw it as like a wallpaper on there. Completely clueless.
Oh, is that the story? Allegedly, he didn't even know.
Well, he knew that he made it. He didn't know that it had been distributed out to the public like that and went viral.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Nobody told him anything. And that the first time he saw it was when he bought an iPhone. Like there's this iPhone he bought or something. Yeah, that's on the interview clip. And at the beginning of it, the guy also says that basically sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees. And he talks about the interviewer said that's not a problem for blah 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 scientists. He's using satellite imagery from space and they talk about taking vital signs from the planet Earth. So they're taking a bunch of flat imagery and various different things, and they merge it together to create, and then wrap that around a ball and Photoshop the seams in order to patch it in. And it is Photoshop because it has to be.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because they have to stash the clouds away for later from like their first step. And then they paint those back on afterward when they're wrapping around the ball. And then they end up having to like Control Z and paste a whole bunch of clouds in to weave it in. Control Z means paste. It's the shortcut for those who don't know. You can hold that and click Z, and anything that's in your little clipboard, you can paste it into the proper location you want it to be, depending. Pretty much just painting the same image over and over and over again in order to make something look like a ball. And he admits that it's in his imagination. He says, how I imagine it to be. And people put their faith in the imagination of one man. In a world where most of the people in every population put their faith in the imagination of one man who didn't even know until he bought an iPhone.
Yeah, even that story seems far-fetched that they wouldn't tell him.
It is. It's all silliness, man. I think it's a bunch of Hollywood clown show silliness. Mickey Mouse shit.
Hey, Ether, can I ask you
just like the Red Bull rocket launch. What's up, man?
Sorry, brother. No, I had a question. I had a coworker ask me the other day. I don't know if I answered the question correctly, but he was asking about perspective. I'm trying to explain it to the guy. So, our parent horizon is about what? About a mile away? Is that correct? More or less?
I think that they say it's more like 3 miles away, but
Okay. So that's what I was telling him. And I said the naked human
it's
eye.
also
Go ahead.
I was going to say the apparent horizon also adjusts based off of what's going on around you. So if there's fog, I guess your apparent horizon could be like a mile away. But as far as visual distance on a clear day, I think that they say it's about 3 miles or so.
Visual distance or horizon?
For the horizon.
For the horizon.
I'll look
Okay.
it up. I'm sure one of the bros here can correct me if I'm wrong. But
Yeah, I think it's anyway. It's kind of in the ballpark. And then I told him, I said, I think the naked human eye, we could see about 10 miles out with perfect conditions, and then everything starts to kind of because perspective and whatnot. So he goes, okay, yeah. So with that mentality, he goes, if you get up in a plane,
everything converges in the vanishing point. Yeah.
exactly, the sky goes down, the floor goes up. And he goes, if you go up in a plane, is your horizon still those 3 miles out and you can only see 10 miles? I'm like, no, then you could see whatever, 100 miles out if you're in a plane. He goes, well, how does that work? So I can't remember what answer I gave him, but I think
How
it
does
was
that
a lot.
work on a ball?
Well, he was asking, how does that work with the perspective? Like, how is it that now you can see past the 10 miles, you can see 100? Shouldn't it only be limited to 10? I'm like, no, you're higher up. Like, what would be the official, more educated answer than me, babbling?
At what point should you see the drop over distance of an oblate spheroid? At what altitude do you start seeing Earth as a ball? When does curvature start forming? Because we know we can see, like with certain devices, you can actually see like up to 200 miles or so. I think there's an infrared image. So either way, regardless, at what altitude do you start seeing curvature? The Red Bull space jump is not high enough, and neither is the ISS.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's like with Neil deGrasse Tyson's description, the ISS would be half an inch above his little beach ball thing, and the space jump is about 2 millimeters above that. So at what point does curvature actually start forming? And nobody has that number. And all of the best of the best say that you can't see curvature, and it's flat. Like, you simply can't. You have to be so much further away.
So then how do I explain that? If say you can, from the beach, you can see 5 kilometers out, 5 miles out. But in a plane, you can see 100 miles out. How does...
Well, here's an observation you can agree on with him. Are the clouds only 3 to 10 miles away? No, you can see the clouds, right? Even though they're really far away.
That's right, yeah.
There's nothing's obstructing your view, because your view goes from, like, if you're standing in hypothetically you're standing in a corridor, like a hotel corridor, the converging point, like, and it's completely straight for as far as you can see, just hypothetically. The converging point of the floor and the ceiling is the horizon, basically, in this scenario. And the converging point of the walls on the left of you and the walls on the right of you are basically the same as the horizon, but vertically. And then, so that doesn't happen at your feet, it happens basically at your eye level, right?
Yes.
Do you get what I mean?
Yes.
So if you could imagine, I know we're working in imaginary land at the moment, but if you could imagine that the corridor you're in is not a square and it's a a rectangle, and that rectangle goes really high up. The higher you go, it doesn't exactly meet your eye level, but that horizon or that vanishing point is going to match your eye level because you're able to see more. The angle of the light is able to hit your eye. Well, this is like a thought experiment you could kind of do. I hate that term, but does that kind of make a little bit of sense?
I'm gonna have to chew it over. Like he was saying, like if you're on a boat, you can only see so far, but if you climb up to the bird's nest, up the mast, for example, you can see further. I'm like, that's what I mean. Like, so that's I don't know how to word that. I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah,
to me it makes sense, but I don't know
How
how
does
to.
that work on a ball?
The horizon is a limitation of the observer. So it depends on your angle to the deck, the land. If you go up a mountain, your angle to the deck is much greater.
Yeah.
It depends on what you've got in front, because you have what they call a topographic horizon, like when the mountain gets in the way, because that's where the sky appears to meet the land. It depends on many factors, so there's no hard and fast rule of it. So I would... Visuals are helpful with this. I need to find something to save, to bookmark for future, because it's not that difficult to imagine yourself, but explain it to someone else who isn't of that mindset is quite difficult, I find.
I understand it. I just can't word it. But to him, it's the reason you can see further is because you just looked over the curvature. That's why. I mean, that's all of their answers.
There is a visual that could help you, but it's not 100% accurate, and it's of like a big checkers board essentially. You've got one on the left and one on the right, and one's flat and one's a sphere. And as you go higher, the sphere goes down as you go higher on the left-hand side. You know the ones I'm talking about, guys? You must have seen it before.
Yeah.
Or the railway lines into the distance is a good one also.
There's a really, really bad problem with this guy's line of thinking that you're talking to, though, because he's under the impression that he could see curvature of Earth from ground level, and no one says that. Like being able, like kind of like peeking up over a fence isn't going to let you see over the curvature of the Earth on this massive oblate spheroid that they're talking about. So his line of thinking is already fallacious to begin with, because he's strawmanned himself. He needs to understand his own worldview first. You're doing a good job the way you're talking to him, though, Kovac. Like, you're trying, I understand. The one thing I would say has to do with the drop over distance and altitude. At what point, when do you see curvature? That would be the next move. Because right here, we can see 6 to 9 miles away that this is level. I posted in the voice text. Paul was right, too. Visuals help.
Okay. What was it? What would you say, Ether? What should my next question be? When should he see curvature?
Yeah, at what point should you see the curvature of Earth, the drop over distance of an oblate spheroid? When do you see ball?
I find talking about perspective and the way light moves, a lot of people have forgotten about that from high school and from elementary school. And you can see the brain starts working, and so that's a.
Now, there is a small fallacy with the flat horizon altitude thing that some people propagate, and the horizon doesn't actually completely rise to your eye level. But I have an explanation for that too. There's a window of vision that can only reach so far, and it reaches this, but it's still a window of vision which within your visual perspective, your eyes can only function to a certain extent and cannot see past that. So if something's in your window of vision, even if that is far more miles away than what one is calculated, it doesn't matter, because that's in that window of what you can see. You're not going to see outside of that, if that makes any sense. It has to do with how your eyes receive the light and how far away the distance is for things too. Because you're not going to pick up a pixel like way, way the hell over there when your eye can't even render that little pixel of information. But what's been illuminated and what your eye can render, it will. A lot of those pixels will end up merging together though, so the further away things become blurry little dots and people become like ants. If you had eagle eyes though, you could zoom in. They have like lenses the way that they function. And you can end up actually zooming back into all those little ants and see them for all their features.
Okay, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Anytime. I'm sure that there's others here who could explain it much better than me, but I'm glad that I could help if I did. I'm glad that we could help you, man. What Clipcore just posted is a good example, too. It's more of a meme, but it's funny and it's true. Hey, Kovac, one thing that I would say is certain visuals from the actual artistic method of drawing things, kind of like the horizon and then the vanishing points, vanishing lines, that may help with the conversation as far as a visual representation of what you're trying to explain. In my opinion, art and photography have a lot to do with this conversation. And the way that the aperture of the camera functions is very similar to the human eye.
Yeah, Ether, I agree with you. I've got a limited understanding of all that, so I'm learning it all again.
Yeah. Well, it's like we were fed half-ass information throughout middle school and high school, so we have to go and relearn everything because the teachers themselves didn't even fully understand what they were teaching.
Yeah, that's my case 100%. Relearning everything.
Yeah. And even those who they made really good grades, it doesn't matter, we still got to relearn everything. Start over from scratch. Okay, that's true. That's not. Separate the wheat from the tares. A lot of his arguments, though, what's weird is they actually are evidence of a flat Earth, not a globe. Even though he perceives them to be globe Earth evidence, it's just not. It is definitely evidence of perspective, though, that's for sure. I got another one that you could do if you really wanted to kind of mess with his mind a little bit. Get him in, like, make him face that cogdiss. Show him the Earthrise image and Moon Photobomb's Earth, and let him compare those two. Ask him what's wrong with that picture. Or you could ask him, does he live on a tiny Earth with a big moon, or a big Earth with a little moon? From the perspective of the Moon Photobomb's Earth, you actually zoom in and place it so that you are, then the Earthrise image should show a much larger Earth. Way that, like, covering the entire perspective. Like, that's all you see is Earth. There we go. Donato just showed the images from it. Yeah, around then is when they're doing the Blue Marble 2.0 and all this other stuff. These are just visuals made in freaking CGI labs based off of Hollywood imagery. I've actually edited these two images together before to make it so that the horizon of the moon lines up with that, and all you see is Earth. There's nothing but Earth. I should edit them again. Do a high quality version of it. Of course, I've already heard plenty of arguments that try and debunk what I just said, involving like lensing effects or gravitational lensing type shit. And that your distance is all relative to this, that, and the other thing. It does. That's the entire point, though, that I'm saying. And they can't see how you should see nothing but Earth from the moon. Yeah, that image combines them well, too. So, I wonder what it's going to look like when they show us graphics from this new sci-fi show, the Artemis moon landing that they're doing. Or is that just going to be another, like, you know, heartstrings pull? They are using SpaceX rockets, and we know what SpaceX rockets do.
They go boom.
I'm saying, is this an emotional fireworks show?
Another psyops.
I think in terms of realms of possibility based off of the information presented to me, and most paths are pretty linear.
So all those images Donato's posting there, those are supposed to be legit photos,
Yeah.
or at least they call them images.
I'll go ahead and grab you the link, man. I don't need to download them anyway.
Oh, I've seen, yeah, okay.
NASA has the high quality versions.
I've never had a Glover bring up the Chinese space station. I wonder why. I like that one when the Earth changes from concave to convex and then flat. That's amazing.
Womp womp. It just starts going back and forth wobbling. There's this song. It's an obscure song, but it talks about fisheye lenses. I want to use that and some more clips because it's kind of funny. Random internet stupidity. I already have one though where it talks about fisheye. Like I use that song to do it. And I put a bunch of video in there from. I think it's this video that you're talking about where the Earth wobbles and it goes concave and then convex and goes flat. And, you know, the cameras are acting weird. They do that when you shake them. And when it stops shaking, it goes level. There's Earthrise. I'll get the moon photobombs Earth in a minute. I'm going to get it. Yeah, there's the official links for them. Straight from NASA. I think I'll go ahead and play with that animated image and the Earthrise picture right now. We'll play a 32-second clip real quick.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear that thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? But how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings?
And it burns, 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 the ring of fire, the ring of fire.
Well, not many people know about that story. Look up Gus, the astronaut. He put a lemon on a hanger and hung it on a spacecraft. They didn't like his attitude. And then, I guess accidents happen.
Oh, I remember that story. Yeah. What did he do with the lemon to prove
He
something?
put a lemon on a hanger and he hung it on that spacecraft that they were planning on launching a man up into space with, and he said it was a lemon and it wouldn't work. And he's mocking them, saying, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings? And in that same audio clip, fire. And supposedly it's a highly oxygenated fire, so that's an inferno. That would be a pretty horrific event to occur to anybody. We're surrounded by pressurized oxygen that's pure. When the spark goes off. I find this one to be important because it's the Apollo 1 mission. This is the beginning of the story. At least this part of the story with the Apollo missions. Maybe I should do a deck of cards for each one of the Apollo missions. Start with one. Here's an example of what I was talking about. The cards. I just give them away for free digitally and post them. I do think they would be cool to have physical copies of. I think I need to adjust some stuff on this to make it more readable. I like the idea of putting information on there that's just, this is what they put out there. Yeah. Miguel's posted, they took a picture through the freaking window. Make it look like that. A round window.
It was not around the window. They had to put some, how you say, cards?
A cardboard thing.
Yeah, cardboard.
They made like a, yep. And then they're like angle, they had it set up at the window and then had cardboard layered over it. And it even says this in the damn thing. They probably just pulled off a piece of the cardboard from the wall. It's held together with like Elmer's glue and cardboard and aluminum foil. Like any movie set would be. This clip would be really cool to put over some audio. It's the one that Breathe Entropy plays a lot. With Bruce Lee talking about be like water. Be as water, my friend.
Yeah, Bruce Lee.
And putting that to some audio or at the intro to a song would be awesome. Have some audio clips for the next time somebody brings up the space disc type thing, the Pizza Planet. I have 3 Pizza Planet clips. 2 of them are from Toy Story and the other's from a obscure commercial that I found on YouTube. It's a weird one.
Hey, Ether, was it you that mentioned a Helio sounds like Lotso from Toy Story?
My wife actually pointed that out, and now I can't unhear it.
I can't unhear it either, man. I went home the next day, and the kids had it on the TV. I'm like, look at that, it's Helio. They looked at me like, who's Helio? Don't worry about it. Sounds just like him.
Helio's more famous than Lotso. Don't worry about it. It would be cool to take some Lotso animations and then overlay Helio speaking and make it so that it's him talking about various things.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Welcome to Sunnyside, folks. I thought I heard new voices. Welcome to Sunnyside, folks. Instead, have him talk about welcome to 24/7. Instead of saying that, he'd be like, how did you get here? Who brought you here? Something like that. How did you find us? He'll go into interrogation mode for strangers sometimes, and it's great. Because you know people didn't just stumble in here. They were searching for something. There's a reason that they found this place. You didn't just log on the internet, fall into the Flat Earth Discord. I wonder if I can post 3 links and hit M play on the bot and if it'll play it. Stack some links. I've never tried it before. Oh, it says invalid.
So have your best birthday ever at the Pizza Planet.
Pizza Planet? Oh, cool!
You are clear to enter. Welcome to Pizza Planet.
So the next time some noob comes in here talking like that, we should play clips like that. Like, okay, here's your imaginary thing that you created in your head. And then cut down their cartoon. Because that is exactly what they're imagining, is some kind of weird Pizza Planet space disk that's fitting into their heliocentric lore. And they like having a big sun that's far away. I think it's funny that all of the data related to that, when it was originally calculated, the dude was like, it would make no difference if it's close or far away. Doesn't matter. That reverse engineered math. How's it going, guys? I reckon everybody's busy doing various things. Life stuff.
What's going on, Ate the Grass?
Just chilling, making some plans. Waiting for a battery to charge so I can see if the bus will start.
Oh yeah, you got the bus going?
Hopefully.
Nice.
Had some technical difficulties, but we hope that everything will work out well the next time I try and start it.
Is it diesel?
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, that's exciting, man. You're gonna turn it into a mobile house?
Yeah, we're trying to build a mobile living unit out of it. We still have a lot to do, ways to go to finish building it. It's more about being able to travel and have a place to be while we're traveling from point A to point B. Because I know there's other places to exist. I've got friends and family everywhere. I hit up you guys randomly, like, hey, we're passing through. What's up? Let's go barbecue or something.
Come to Texas. Barbecue all day.
Oh, shoot. Hell yeah. It's like unlimited meat there.
Pretty much. And it's locally grown. That's what I love about it most.
Yeah.
Knowing it comes from your state, it's kind of nice.
The real stuff. You have to pay like huge amounts in order to get that kind of stuff in any other state.
It's still kind of pricey here too, but it's worth it.
Yeah, but a lot of it gets imported from there, was just all I was saying.
Right.
People are paying for the transport of it to get to their state. And that's cool to have at home, like right there at home.
That's great, man. Mobile living. Just the mindset of being able to kind of pick up and take off when you want to. It's like, hey, you don't like the weather today? Well, let's go there. You know.
Yeah. I honestly don't care too much about getting any land or anything for myself, but I do want to buy pieces of land for my children while I'm still alive. Like, have their inheritance ready for them, and they know that it's theirs.
That's what it's about, man.
Anything that they collect through, like, we'll store it there at your place. Here you go. We still travel around as a family, and then we have different various places to go. If something ever happens to me, it's already theirs. There you go. You knew my will.
My children probably won't know it until I pass, but I want to leave them a big chunk, land and trusts, you know.
Yeah. Nope, that's for me, the land. I think we would use it, like, get use out of it as docking stations, so you could park there, and so they would get to enjoy their own, like, knowing that that's theirs, and they could do anything with it in the future. But then, yeah, have stuff they don't know about.
Yeah, because I don't want to spoil them and be like, you're set. They got to have that ambition. And sometimes the money can kind of hold you back from that ambition.
If I were to successfully start creating art in a way that people took interest in, then it's still not going to be worth anything until I die. Because at that point, it's no new content is being generated by a human being artist, and that's what gives it value.
True.
But most artists don't have any value until after the death. So a lot of the stuff that I do is just creating things, and if I set aside some of it, then they can sell it in the future whenever it's worth something, whatever. And if it's not worth anything, whatever. Anything that happens is canon to the story.
True that.
I do like the idea of collecting land, though. I mean, it's not like anybody's making any more of it. Acquire what you can. But on the other hand, it's like they have eminent domain, so any given government can just take whatever land you have if they really want to. Because you got to build bypasses.
And even if you're private, you know, who's to say they can't just, like, you know, send a military to your piece of land and take it?
Yeah.
I think that's why I kind of resonate, I think, with the Native Americans the most. Like the concept of owning something is kind of a disease, if you will, like greed. Like, you can't own the land. It's not, they didn't even think it was theirs, you know what I mean? Like, sure, they had territories and they sort of kept each other out of territories and whatnot, but man, the greed that goes into it today is just maniacal.
Yeah, the territorial perspective is more like we use this land and you use that land.
Right.
We own this land. I also like how certain native types, they understand the great spirit above all spirits.
Yeah.
And I can bond with that, understand that.
Same. Yeah, my dad's been getting into it, like, you know, I think there's all these different gods and yada, yada, yada. He's kind of going into this new age stuff, and I'm like, stop, you know, kind of thing.
You can skip that. Like, okay,
yeah, exactly.
There's a bunch of lowercase g gods, but who do those gods worship? Who will they bow down before and bend their knee to? Who must they obey? And if you worship that one, then you're already outranking those other lesser gods. And then that's as a servant. Like, being servant level outranks these so-called deities, which is pretty funny.
Oh, it's funny too, because like I've almost got him on board on Flat Earth, but now he's in the stage where he's like, Chris, did you know there's like multiple puddles of Flat Earth? I'm like, oh my god, like, he's like, how do you know? I was like, yeah, how do you know? Like, that's a made up story, dude. Go verify it. Like,
there's this innate desire within humanity, though, where I think they get claustrophobic. Like the way that society, like they don't want to live. Like imagine living in a world where they cannot leave. They want that get out of jail free. Like, well, at any time something could happen. Maybe I'll hop on a spaceship and go fly to another planet and hang out with some aliens and smoke some space weed or some shit. No, this is it. You're on this. This is the stage right here.
I'd say there's space weed right here.
That's another thing that I've taken into consideration. We don't believe in outer space, but we don't deny like an ethereal space, like gas type things above us. Nobody ever said that there's nothing above us. Like some of these people even try and do that straw man stuff and act like we don't believe in. You obviously now you see freaking things shining up there. We call them stars, and they'll act like we've never seen a star before, or we don't believe in the existence of that at all because we say that space is fake and gay. They act like outer space isn't real. So that's not real then, man? Dude, no, that's not what we're saying at all. It's such weird arguments for some of them that I've heard before so many times.
Yeah. Well, my dad's, he was heavily into, like, you know, the whole alien abduction stuff and all the stories. I was too, growing up. So it hasn't, like, left his brain yet.
That's expected.
He's just sort of replaced it right now with like, well, extraterrestrials, that just means extra land. I go, yeah, I know, but you know,
it's
like
a replacement theology of the space travel thing.
It's a replacement.
Being able to, yeah.
But he'll get there. Yeah. It's been a good 10 years, you know, of talking to him about flat Earth that it's even got to this point. So
yeah. There's a lot of concave earthers too that are kind of in the multi-pond thing.
Yeah, my brother's kind of stuck on hollow Earth, and you know, thinks
hollow
that
Earth's not completely wrong.
Yeah, you know, I told him too. I go, I don't know what's underneath the Earth. You know, like who's to say that there isn't cave? I mean, there is cave systems. I've been in some before, and they're fantastic.
If you have a vessel that's filled with water, is the vessel still hollow? In order for the water to be within it. So yeah, there's these deep sea caverns that are filled with tons of water. Okay, so the Earth is a bit hollow.
Yeah, I would agree.
The water's below.
But he's kind of stuck like
studies for this too. So
he definitely still thinks it's a ball. He's like, no, there's an entry at the top and an entry at the bottom in Antarctica, and that's why we can't go to Antarctica, and that's why we can't go to you know, the north. And I'm like, no, dude.
Like oblate spheroid donut?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I even told him too, I go, why are the pictures from space perfect circles if you say it's a oblate spheroid? It's like, well, you know, it's like when you look at a pear, if you look at it upside down, it looks like a sphere, and if you look at it from the side view, it looks like a pear. And I'm like, no, dude, like, like I get what you're saying, but that's not it. But I don't know. He's a biochemist, so he thinks he knows everything about quote unquote science, which is fine. But the mind virus is real. He's a 99%er for sure.
Some of this stuff, it's no different than if some kid read a comic book with the science magazines with the little articles in it, and they get all giddy because the new one come out this month, and well, I'm going to read this. Because it's real, and it's just sci-fi.
Every time.
They'll straight up tell you that it's a cartoon or some kind of diagram or model, and it's not actually a real picture.
Oh, yeah.
This is an artist's rendition of it, and then they'll write an article, and if this, then this, and it's just speculation and fantasy.
That's funny. I had a student, because, you know, I teach Photoshop and design and all that stuff. So architecture, you can take it just about anywhere. And he really wanted to take his architecture and graphic design abilities and work for NASA. And I was just like, okay, like, so you know that they make up imagery, but you still think it's real, and you also want to be a part of it. Like, how delusional can you be? But I mean, he's an oddball. I just find it interesting in all these students that I talk to and help. How much are just solely in the system? They're just there to get a piece of paper and they don't even know why. However, some are there to learn something, And
So has he heard so he's heard the flat Earth stuff, but still thinks that way?
He thinks it's a disc in space, pretty much. And it's so hard to have that conversation with 20 other students in the room,
Yeah. He thinks it's a pizza planet theory, and it's no.
I make fun of it, right? And so they think that I'm making fun of flat Earth, and I'm like, no, I'm making fun of that anybody would think that there's a pizza in space, but it comes off as I'm making fun of flat Earth, and it's like, damn it, like, how do I say this without telling you guys or docking myself,
Yeah.
But I'll get there.
You could casually be like, you say that mocking the pizza planet thing, and then just casually, like, as though it doesn't matter. Besides, if it was flat, it would be this, and then just say something, and then get back to work.
That's very true. Well, see, today's finals week, so it's kind of the last time I'll see some of these students. So I'm ready to kind of, drop some seeds today.
Yeah. But you could do it, act like you're being a skeptic, because if they already think that you're joking on, then you drop a fact, like, yeah, besides, if it was fun, it'd be this. And then some of those kids are smart. They're going to be like, wait a minute, it is that, though. Oh, shit. Have them digging. You kind of hand them a shovel, like, off the here.
Exactly. It's about handing these Globers the tools to unwash what has been on our minds since the beginning, right? The early indoctrination. But that's why we're here, I don't know. That's why I listen to you guys, because you've helped, all of you, of course, helped me formulate even my thoughts when it comes to communicating all of this, and in such a covert way that's still honest and truthful. So it's good. But anyway, I got to get to it. Great talking to you, Ethergrass. I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies, bro.
Always do. Thanks, man.
I love that. An that meme. That's awesome. According to you guys, Earth is the only planet that is talking about the space frisbee pizza thing. Pizza planet. I like the word flet. FLETT. This is one of my favorite quotes now that I've captured so far. This dude's arguing for the globe the entire time. And then he says,
Doesn't matter where you view it from, it's flat.
of course, he was in full-on sophist surfboard mode, trying to navigate a conversation that he couldn't fathom. He was placing the argument that the sun is not moving, and you know that the earth is spinning because you see the sun that is not moving move above your head. And no matter where you look, everything looks flat because Earth is far too big to be able to actually see curvature. It's a nice story. And it's weird how he was trying to navigate things and would say stuff like that and then jump right back to the globe narrative. I reckon I'll play a clip. This is Mayhem versus Dogs or Cat.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe two questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay, second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me who?
Transcontinental Arc the Parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming from.
How is the knowledge of who made the?
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now.
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So, can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So basically,
go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. That's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you can show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same. And I would ask you why. because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, knowledge works. I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been done.
Can you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
No, that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to a globe Earth. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth. But we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Do you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Do you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that
dude, you can listen.
That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Read page 47 this time.
They did.
They didn't, Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So,
right?
like, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it off the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's for 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer and he wants to dance around it. That's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him? Or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't
so I'm
talking
wrong
about the
because
argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's basic epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
no, that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right, but he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my god, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, just listen. Before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature.
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen, you said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
When was that? How stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know. That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we worked out.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct, using different styles.
He's going to talk about Al-Biruni?
We've done it dozens of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father.
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
read embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotion?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on if you want. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about phenomenon erratasthesia. I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
and
that's nonsense. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. You have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
That's your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to make.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
over here saying that? I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
Jesus. If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
but
you
that
claim
doesn't mean it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts. Exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology. The experts.
Gotcha, bitch. It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Nice, huh? We got more clips coming, man. Don't worry. I gotta put more clips on Mike's channel. You know how we do.
This week, Dude Perfect, a YouTube channel famous for making sports trick shot compilations, has made their ultimate trick shot, turning our flat Earth into a globe. So as they go up in the rocket, the first thing to notice is that the horizon is flat and rises with the camera all the way up. If the horizon was actually the physical curvature of a globular Earth, as claimed by NASA, then the horizon would stay fixed where it was as the craft climbed, and you would have to tilt your head down further and further the higher you climbed to be able to even see the Earth out the window. But that is never the case. They go all the way up, supposedly to 200,000 feet, and the horizon is right outside the window, climbing with them the whole way up. You'll notice the horizon remains flat for most of the video as well, until he brings the camera close to the window, and it becomes obvious that this is, as usual, a fisheye lens camera, and not a normal lens. Fisheye lens cameras warp everything, convex, so as to appear globular. It's able to fit more into the image, but it produces an incorrect image, and it curves the horizon, and if you film the Earth, it makes the Earth look like a globe. So this is the main method used by NASA and other space organizations to trick people into thinking our flat Earth is a globe. The other method is straight up CGI. They just use cartoons. If you investigate any globe image or video with a critical eye, you'll notice that every single one either uses a fisheye camera or is completely a CGI creation. So he brings the fisheye camera to the window, and you can see clearly that the curvature of the Earth changes drastically as he tilts the camera. That is, of course, because you are not looking at the curvature of the Earth, but rather the curvature of the lens, which, just like this, will always change drastically depending on how you tilt it. The same thing happened with the Red Bull dive. That one tilted so much that it went inverted at points, and the convex Earth became concave. So that's just how fisheye lens cameras work. Then the next part of the trick shot is the zero-G effect, in which they unstrap their seatbelts, and for a short period of time they are free-floating within the aircraft. And to the average globe zombie, they think this is because they have reached a high enough altitude that they are beyond the reach of gravity, and gravity can't grab them anymore. And so they're in the floaty vacuum space, where they can just float infinitely. And again, that's what your average globe defender believes. They think these people here floating around for 1 or 2 minutes. Remember, this whole flight from takeoff to landing is only 12 minutes. So this little part here where they're floating around, people actually think that's because they're at the edge of space, and there's not enough gravity to hold them to their seats right now. But meanwhile, people do understand there's such a thing as zero-G planes, right? Zero-G flights. What those are is planes that do parabolic maneuvers so that you are free-falling within the plane at the same speed that the plane is falling. In other words, they're just skydiving within a plane. This Blue Origin capsule does the same thing. So zero-G planes doing so-called zero-G maneuvers produce this weightless effect at any altitude. By doing aerobatic maneuvers called parabolas, what they usually do is climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls. Then, at a maximum height, they point downward at high speed. The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. So that's how they do it with zero-G planes. And that's how the people in this footage are achieving weightlessness. And it's no different with this Blue Origin craft. From a period before they reach their peak, through the peak, and onto the downturn, the period during that parabola is the zero-G period, where weightlessness is achieved. So that's what these Blue Origin fake space flights are doing. When they get to the desired altitude, they release their seatbelt, experience weightlessness for a couple minutes, take some video of the Earth with a fisheye lens camera, then strap back in and parachute back down to our level, plain Earth. And because of the popularity of the flat Earth subject, when he lands down, of course someone has to ask him, "So is the Earth flat?" And he says, "No, it's round."
Is the Earth flat? Not flat. I can confirm it's round.
Round like a coin, or round like a ball? Both are round. For those of you not so gullible to fall for fisheye lens trickery and zero-G antics, there is abundant actual proof of the shape of the Earth beyond these fake trick shots. My book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, has been translated into over 30 languages, has been made into a documentary, has been read and viewed by tens of millions of people, and is available for free. I invite you to watch this documentary, or my recently updated Top 20 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Globe.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Since 1972, destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies, space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Hey, what's up, guys? Anybody around?
I'm just putting a filter in my morning coffee.
You heard that sound clip we gave thrashing to dogs or cat?
I'm not sure if I heard it yet.
Oh, it's cool. If not, it's on my channel. It's the latest
Nice.
clip I put up on my channel.
Cool. Your channel, it's is it Indio? No.
No,
Sorry.
Mayhem. Or the Wig Snatcher
Mayhem.
Club.
Okay.
There's still more clips to come. It's just, like when we do sound clips, like it's the whole time that Glober's in here. Like we get all these sound clips, and it's really hard, like because there's so much content that we have. So overwhelmingly a lot of content. I got like content backed up for days. So just sifting through all of it and then just pumping out some clips.
Beautiful. Nice day today here.
Oh, it's beautiful over here. Yeah.
Get some more of my chore done. Organize the balcony more for putting a garden this year. Last year my uncle passed. We weren't in the mood. So this year we're doing it though. Lots of beans and tomatoes and cucumbers.
All natural, huh? Everything?
Oh yeah. All organic. Put some worm castings in there and eggshells for the calcium. Crush them up real good.
That's the way.
Miguel's being a boss today, posting all this silly NASA stuff. Oh my goodness. One of the recent things I came across, maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, somewhere around that area, was top down filming. How easy it is to make it look like the guy's floating in a hallway when he's hanging from the ceiling.
Like film tricks or something?
Yeah, like they have the camera on the floor and then there's a box around the camera that goes to the ceiling, and the guy on the ceiling just hooks up to a cable, and so the camera can film from the bottom up, and it looks like he's in a tube floating, but he's just hanging from the ceiling.
There you go. It ain't too hard to fake, huh? I'll probably be working on that clip this morning. Maybe go live. I'm not sure. Because there's a lot of clips I have to put on the YouTube.
Yeah, and the other day I was thinking that too. Flat man can. You see his hair going down, so yeah, it's like the camera is on the ceiling.
Or the floor, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that one there, it kind of looks like it's looking down, yeah. That could be pointed upwards too, though.
They use all kind of techniques.
Yeah.
Hollywood techniques.
And then, like, I sat through a couple of friggin' hard ones, Interstellar and Gravity. Like, Hollywood makes it more believable than they do. Although I gotta admit, that Gravity was pretty frickin' cheesy. The debris field, oh no. And then they went from the International Space Station to the Chinese Space Station. Oh my god, what a joke.
Yeah.
And when she gets to the one, there's chess pieces floating around and a Marvin the Martian thing. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's real important stuff to have up there when you're doing all that important work.
Just smoke and mirrors.
Oh yeah.
The big thing that they lean on is they take us for fools.
And
everybody's just gonna accept everything, just like without question. Like you see a gym sock floating up there and a freaking, ready used up toothpaste tube up there. Like, how is that shit getting up there? Like there's, it's crazy, man.
And then I just keep. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, do you know that they also tell us that krill can be up there? Not krill. What is that? What's the other? The organisms that the whale eat. Is it krill?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, they say that that's floating around in space.
That's it.
And how it gets, like, if you just listen, just type it into Google. Is krill in space? You'll see it for yourself.
And what are the reasons? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying they tell you that they're up there floating in space, krill.
Crazy. And one of the reasons I'm in this fight, mostly on a daily basis, sometimes I skip a day or two or 5 or whatever, but one of the reasons I'm in this fight is I just can't stop thinking about how much $1 million plus per state would help every state. Like, just stop funding these CGI images, man. I say that, but it's not like the everyday citizens like, right on, I want to spend tax dollars on NASA pitch. I know. They're just doing it without your consent, but if enough people woke up to the bullshit and said, no more NASA, we don't want it, we don't believe it, then all that money would start going to each state.
I just want to expose everyone. That's it. Everyone that advocates for it, I want to expose everyone. Everyone. I mean, people advocate for this thing like it's real. They do when they're in here. Transcontinental Arc of the Parallel. That PDF, you guys ever seen it? That's what Dogs Are Cap was appealing to when I was telling him, has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth? He said that. Transcontinental Arc of the Parallel. In that PDF, page 19, paragraph 4, they tell you that they don't actually use the Earth to measure. They use a Clark and bezel spheroids.
That's new for me. I never heard of that before.
Yeah. I think we were floating around the PDF. I have it somewhere on my computer. You can actually look it up too. It's probably in some of the resources that we have. But they're always putting that PDF up. But remember, page 19, paragraph number 4, and also page 47, by the way. So if you guys are ever looking into this, look at those pages. They tell you right there that they haven't directly measured the surface of the Earth. And these are the things that the globe earthers use. The ones that debate. Like dogs or cats.
The other day, I was watching two people doing a shop in the supermarket. The different times, but with NASA sweater. So when I see that, I just remember that quote from that former senior officer. He says that inside CIA they use this joke: NASA, not the space agency. When I see NASA, I just remember that. NASA t-shirts, sweaters. And it said NASA, where the bulk of the mind control has been done.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. But they are claiming that now. They're saying that now. That's something we already know.
It's just brainwashing.
I often wonder sometimes too. I think if somebody lived out on a farm somewhere and never went to the schooling system, you would never know the Earth was a globe like the way they tell you. You would live your life with a family and just being here on Earth and knowing the important things, never having your mind in the clouds, like thinking that there's other planets out there, other things like the way they tell you. And you would live a life void of having any ideas of like galaxies and all this other kind of stuff, because you'd be just focused on life on Earth. And you could live your whole life that way, and you can die and not even have anything to do with space or anything, and it not even affect you, not even the slightest. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, exactly.
But they make it seem essential when you, like these guys who really fanboy over the lore of the globe, they make it sound like it's so important to know this stuff. It's not. All that stuff is just, It's nonsensical, every single bit of it.
And these Globers, they are still using that thing of the pendulum, Foucault's pendulum. If they talk to construct guys that build they construct buildings, they use pendulums too, and if that was the case, then these buildings have to be tilted. But they are perfectly level and vertical.
Did someone say they used a pendulum for building things?
No. I say these Globers are still using that argument of the Foucault's pendulum. But the construction builders, they use pendulums too. The Plumb Bob pendulum. So
the Plumb Bob, yeah.
It debunks the arguments of those Globers, because if that was the case, then these buildings should be tilted. Because when they use a pendulum, if Earth was moving, so the pendulum had some inclination, but it does not. It points vertically.
Yeah, the derivative argument for the toe tank that most of these debate globe earthers that they use, if that was the case that they could measure some curvature with that toe tank, then they'd be able to, with the small, I guess however big the ship is, right? However big the ship is, whatever length that ship was, that means that within that amount you could measure curvature on the Earth. Because if you had to account for it in the building of this toe tank, then you could then definitely measure the curvature. That's where it gets them. And that's what I was asking Dogs or Cap in the recent clip. Because, he was trying to say that it has been measured, but he used the PDF. So with that PDF, the triangulation measurement, arc of the parallel, that's when I was like, have they measured the curvature? Did they get the metrics of the globe from this? And he knows they didn't, so he can't say that they did. So he had to say no on that. They didn't get it. That's how I know they did measure the curvature directly, even in that arc of the triangle PDF. But they keep mentioning it, that PDF, like it's evidence that the Earth is a globe, and it's not.
So, in the reality, they don't, even to construct the Suez Canal, the English side, they were saying that that was impossible because of Earth curvature. But the other guy, the engineer from the French side, the Lesseps, so he knew the world Earth is flat, so he didn't. For him, it was normal to do the construction of the Suez Canal. And there's an article in the newspaper. I found the source in the other day. It talks about that. Let me see it. So, curvature, Suez Canal. So this is the article. I will post the link. Citation. Okay, so this is the source of that newspaper.
Oh, it says there are countless people who sincerely believe that the Earth is flat. They are the most numerous and vocal in America. In England, there are fewer who declare their belief, although there is an act of Parliament that backs up the flat Earth brethren. Some of the English engineering firms who were invited to tender for the construction of the Suez Canal declined because they thought it would be impossible to hold up huge sandbanks on the Earth's curved surface. De Lesseps, the French engineer who finally did the job, assumed that the Earth was flat and conducted the canal accordingly. In consequence of this, an act of Parliament was passed, the Railways, Powers and Construction Amendment Act, 1870, and has not since been repealed, forbidding any engineer invited to tender for the construction of railways and canals to make any allowance for the curvature of the Earth's surface.
Yeah, that's nonsense, that one, by the way. They don't make bills like that in the UK Parliament.
So they don't do that?
That's not something they do. I tried to find anything like it in the records, but I couldn't find anything. I don't know where this is from a newspaper, I think, but
I did post
anything to back it up.
I did post.
Go on.
I did post the original newspaper article. You can click it there.
So
I looked on Hansard, which is the official record of Parliament, and I couldn't see anything.
This is from .gov.au from Australia. So you can see the article there.
In Australian's government website, you say?
This is I did post, that link.
Well, I mean, wouldn't there be a record somewhere, like Paul was saying? Wouldn't there be a document somewhere that you could look up, and if that wasn't passed, because it says there, right? An act of Parliament was passed, and it gives you the act that was passed, the Railways, Powers and Construction Amendment Act, 1870.
There's one.
So it would somewhere. You could be able to find that somewhere. It would be documented somewhere.
Yeah, the act, Parliament Act.
That's what Paul's saying, that there isn't one found. He's looked for it.
Okay.
That's important, because if somebody said that act was actually passed, that it would be a record of it, wouldn't there? Am I crazy?
No, you are right. Let me see.
Otherwise, it's just a sensational article. Just no fake news, let's say.
It may have been discussed in Parliament, for example, which would be in the Hansard record, but I'm not sure that far back it would be online. You'd probably have to go to the Library of the House of Commons and request it.
Yeah.
And that would only be a discussion. That wouldn't be, a statute or anything.
And that makes a big difference right there. What would it take to do that? Does it cost money to do that, Paul? Does it cost like that information?
You might have to go in person, but you might be able to ring them up and ask them. But they would charge you an admin fee for printing it off, I imagine, because I doubt all of that's been digitized, because we're talking about discussions going back 200-300 years even.
So what library do you think would hold that information? Do they have something there that has documents that old?
Yeah, Hansard goes back as old as Parliament is, and it's on rolls of vellum if you go real far back.
Well, 1870 is not too far back, I don't think.
No. I'm not sure if they used to record everything, but they should have, because discussions they have in Parliament are usable in like a court case. Mm-hmm. So you can say, look, if this act was passed, but people were promised something that's not in the act, you can use that to support your case.
Interesting. That's very interesting. Well, no, I mean, because if we were to send somebody to go and retrieve that information, I think it would be worthwhile. My opinion. Like, I mean, it's something in our archives that we can use to kind of have documented. Look, somebody wouldn't actually pay for the fee to get this document, kind of sourced, and we have now this valid information that corresponds with this article, versus it being just some kind of like article that was put up just to prop up some idea, or I don't know. I think there's validity when you have the record there showing that this is actually what's been done when it was said it was done.
It's not really in their purview, because one, it would have been in Egypt, and two, they don't really have the authority to tell people what and what not to do when they quote for a job. That's not within their powers.
No. Yeah. You think the French would have it? Because it was a Frenchman that actually looks like it done that. Dr. Lesseps, I'm probably saying his name incorrectly. The French engineer.
I mean, it depends on whether he received any French government support, I guess. If it was just private, then I wouldn't imagine there'd be anything in the French Parliament.
Ah, I see.
I mean, back that far, there wasn't really much of a government. I mean, they just left everyone alone, as it should be now, but...
I did, not today, but I did some research about that. The Railways, Powers and Construction Construction Amendment Act 1870. But I didn't save it, so I will search.
And I was telling Paul too, I don't know if that French engineer had something to do with it too, so maybe the French have something about it. Because he was involved, you know. Look up Dr. Lesseps.
Yeah, I did about that. He did wrote a book, and they actually find level. You see there. 1840, some English officers had proved by the barometer and the boiling water process that there was no difference of level. That's at the beginning of the Suez Canal and the end, so they found no difference. It is level, so.
Yeah, that was a huge engineering feat, by the way. So that'd be interesting.
The book is the Isthmus of Suez Question by Ferdinand Lesseps. You can see that here.
All right, let's see. All right, this article says, afterwards, towards 1840, some English officers had proved by the barometer and the boiling water process that there was no difference of level. And in 1843, these names are crazy. Prince Metternich, having been informed of these labors, sent instruction to Egypt to induce Muhammad Ali to interest himself in the grand undertaking of the cutting of the isthmus. His dispatch is still in the archives of the Australian Consulate of Alexandria. In 1847, a commission of French engineers sent out by M. Paulin Talbot under the direction of learned M. Bouraloudin, whatever, and assisted by Egyptian engineers directed by M. Lunient, chief engineer of the Viceroy, put the fact beyond all question, and Paulin Talbot had the honor of stating in a memorial that has become famous. Our Academy of Sciences bestirred itself for the honor of the ancient Egyptian commission. M. Sabatier, Consul General of France, asked the Viceroy for a fresh verification, which M. Linnea was charged to undertake in 1853, and which confirmed saving an insignificant variation the labors of 1847, so that the considerable super-elevation of the Red Sea cannot be reckoned on for facilitating approaches from the Mediterranean at the other extremity of the canal. There is only the difference of the tides.
Is this the Suez Canal?
Yeah. The undertaking of one of the greatest feats of engineering. The Suez Canal, yeah. So they only had to worry about the tides on either side of the canal. That's the only thing they took into consideration. Isn't that crazy?
They can block, and they could block that while they're constructing. They can just dry the canal, and they don't have to worry about the tides if they can just block both ends. And then whenever it was done, they can flood it, open the gates, and it will just flood. What is it, like over 100 miles?
Yeah,
that canal.
It was a great engineering feat.
Yeah. Bro, just try digging a hole yourself for 2 feet. So proud. Dig the hole. Imagine 100 miles hole. 100 miles canal. definitely a big feat.
Now, actually, it has 120 miles. I did saw that information. Yeah, so they did something, some. It has more. It 120 miles. Suez Canal.
Yeah, over 100 miles, 120. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not just 100%, 120%.
Yeah. I think they did some expansion.
I mean, you gotta do that on the globe Earth because it changes sizes, so you gotta change the sizes of the canal too.
When we talk about great engineering feats, this is probably ranked up there with some of the best engineering feats on Earth. Because that's a huge undertaking, and they have to account for a lot. If the Earth was curving, like they say it is, it would be crazy for them to actually not account for that. But according to these documents, like people and the things that were being said around those times, from like 1847 all the way to like 1870 or 1890, this information was known that they didn't account for the curvature of the Earth. They said
almost 50 years. That's like 40-something years. What? 40 years?
Yeah, dude. Like, can you imagine? And it was straight construction. Like the seasonal. They have to work through like different weather types and stuff. That's crazy, dude. Like just that whole feat of itself. Imagine if they would say something like that today. We're gonna do like 100 miles of a canal. Like we don't see that. I don't hear about that stuff now.
It will take with the unions on the hours and the human rights. It will take probably 200 years.
Yeah, now right because like it takes so much logistical like issues that you have to. Before it was just like everybody was working with their hands and like you had the manpower, you had like all that stuff. Not a lot of red tape. Now it's like all kinds of safety issues and like.
I think we can do it, but since you get like a watered down version of the capabilities, and you have a bunch of rules in place, yeah, it could be done, but with the politics in place, in the first 4 years, it's gonna be great, and then the new political party comes in, and we don't have funding, we have to wait, and then the projection of $1 billion form into $50 billion at the end of the construction. They say, hey, it's gonna cost this much, but it's way more complicated than that when you have the politics in the middle for everything. Gonna go over budget.
It must have been a wonderful time to be alive in the late 1800s, huh?
Oh yeah, people underrate those times. People think, people were dumb, we're smart. They say, no, bro. Look at the quality. Look at the quality builds back then. Just look at the clothing that people wore back then. At the high quality fibers, clothing textures that they use, textiles, and a bunch of that stuff. Was people making, handwork. A lot of handwork.
Yeah, a lot of handwork, and you had people speaking. The vernacular was like impeccable. When they would speak, you could understand them clearly. Every word had like a meaning behind it. There was no misstep on that. Like the school on how grammar was taught, like everything was like so well understood, and things were so well put together because people were working with their hands. They were like interacting with everything in real time. It wasn't no machine that was doing it. It was them doing it.
Well, they did have machine capabilities. They obviously, but what is a machine? A shovel? I mean, not a machine, but you put a shovel with a rope and other couple things, and you can do a bigger job that you would normally do with your hands, right? You use some type of tool or machinery, but yeah, back then you still see a bunch of this stuff. It was people call it what how do you say Antiquitech. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think that they had it good back then. I mean, mind you, there was some things to consider, about living back then, but the majority of the people that lived in those days live their whole years out. So they live to be, they're 110 years old. Like, cause now you have the old people, right? Like the ones who are old now were the ones living back then.
the president, he's 70 something years old and he's falling apart.
But I was saying, like the new generation of people, like our grandparents, like mine and your grandparents, Jimsy, like they're the ones that I would think the last generation to live the longest, and then the generation that followed their kids, which is our parents, are the ones who are living the short lives. The 70-year-old, because they lived in the processed foods generation, and then now us, the lifespan is shortening down to 60s. Like in the late 60s, that's it. That's all you get. Late 60s, bro. You're supposed to live twice that age. You're supposed to be, because the maximum amount of life that anyone probably can take is 120. That's it. That's the max. With the best health, the best everything, you live a life that's touching grass, like everything. That's the maximum. You can't go farther than that. And then you, of course, naturally expire. Entropy takes a hold of you and you're gone. But like the guys who were able to live this long are the ones who like lived in that, where they don't live with the processed foods. Like, because I think about it too, man. I'm like, they had bread back then. Like type 1, type 2 diet. Do you think that stuff was existing back then? Like the way it is today?
You probably had a few genetic mutations of some sort. Not genetic mutations, but some sort of disease that was passed down, and you probably will get a case here and there of some diseases, but it wasn't as rampant, as endemic like it is right now. There's people talk about certain things, but there's a lot of people with health conditions that are just man-made, not natural. So back then you didn't have a lot of that. Back then you have way less of that. You might have this the snake salesman in a corner, and so people might fall for his sales, right? And maybe get in trouble. But overall, people did live longer, more productive, healthier lives. Yeah. And it was more back to the basics, to the fundamentals. When you look at the land ownership back then, it was way higher. Like over 50% of individuals own land, right? And then you have the family positions, because you have a neighbor that grows fruits or has chickens. You have kind of like a community way of doing things in many areas, and a bunch of people were productive even in the food side of things, producing fruit. Growing fruits, having animals for milk like cows, having chickens, all that stuff, and people were doing work and also working for the food, and there was also markets with the abundance of food. You could go to the fish market and buy fish, right? Just like today.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now.
And another thing, the fishing back then was way superior. In like, people had way more knowledge about fishing, and it was more like part of the economy. People there was big groups of men that would go fishing, bring the fish, and it was very abundant. Now we do have that, but it's more industrial and kind of like isolated. It's not like an actual. It's not like a culture thing that, all right, it's time for fishing, let's go fishing. You have a bunch of men going fishing, and women too. But it was mostly men that would go fishing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just it bugs me sometimes when I think about it, but like, we're not even it's more of such a fake version of like living like as it was back then. It was, everybody was in tune with like their surroundings. You knew your neighbor, like everybody was, they didn't have the instant communications that we have today. No, you couldn't jump on Discord and talk to somebody from like England, or you know what I mean? You were so localized and all of that.
Yeah. You have more like centralized communities. Then you have a household, father, mother, and you also have many households were like big. You have great grandmother, great grandfather under dad. I remember having like in the up in the mountains, like you have the big house that it was from the great grandparents, and then around that house you had another house for the uncle, for one side of the sons or daughters. You have a bunch of houses all around, like square miles, but many of these people were families, and they were bringing in other families because people get married and bring in other families, right? So you have this dynamic of the community that it was family centric and then community centric and then national centric. That the commerce was very very fluid, and it was like I'm saying, a lot of the businesses, ownership of land, it was family centric or community centric, which is, it's very powerful when people can be productive between a family environment or community environment and provide services between each other.
But
It works pretty well.
Those guys weren't put in nursing homes like they are today. Like, they would live out their lives with their family taking care of them. Now, nursing homes are such a big business in America, like where you put your old people, like where they go. And I think it's a travesty, man, because it's like, why can't those people who worked all their lives be supported by the children whom they bore from their loins? Now they're stuck in there's commercials I see on there. It's like a place for mom, like, and you see the mother going to this place where she's, and amongst others, like senior living, but that senior living was actually supposed to, like, the old people, they were supposed to be taken care of by the younger people, and those younger people were supposed to, and it's just like the life, the way it was. Even like
you had an environment. So think about it. When you have an environment that is almost like a pyramid, where mother, father, and before them there was another mother, another father, so they coming from somewhere, right? So then, even when they get old, 60 years from now, you still have the family-centric environment. They can just lay back, sit down, and watch everything happening, even if they're 60, 70, 80 years old. I mean, old people, like 70 years old, 80 years old, those people are still very active. I met even in Colombia pretty recently, I met this guy. He was milking cows. He was like 75, almost 80 years old. And he will wake up every morning, 4:30, 5 in the morning, milk the cows, move the stuff. And a lot of activity that even young people kind of like are hesitant to doing, right? Like, I'm going to milk the cow at 5:30 in the morning. This guy's almost 80 years old and still doing that. I mean, and he looks pretty strong. He had a motorcycle. He got in the motorcycle, 70-something years old. That's
no. If you tell kids these days to go milk a cow outside, they'll be throwing themselves in the bed crying. I don't want to go do it. No,
wait,
I don't want to milk a cow.
Doesn't milk comes from the refrigerator or from the supermarket?
Yeah, somebody's got to put work to get that milk in there, man. Somehow, they don't just automatically get in your refrigerator just like that. Which is
I don't believe you. I never seen it, so
citation. You got a citation for that?
Show me the cowbell, then I'll believe you.
Yeah, but children these days, because like that's all it is, man. They grow up in an age where everything's just in the supermarket. You don't ever see the process by which it took an actual human to get that resource, into your refrigerator.
And you can still have that. You don't need every children milking the cows, right? But at least knowing that that's where the milk comes from, right? And kind of like,
well, I mean,
it's not like you're gonna be a milking cow expert for the rest of your life. That's one task that you may be able to know and be able to do if you have the environment to do it. Oh, we need some milk. The cow is right there. Okay, let's get the milk. Right? You're not gonna be the cow engineer.
Well, here's the thing. You know what we lost touch with is the fact that manual labor is like the beating heart of like a human for understanding like what it would take actual work to get something done.
Mm-hmm. First. Your energy, your effort, your mentality. I want to get this done, and you get it done. Yeah.
And so milking the cow is kind of an example of that. And so what I'm saying is that the lethargic way that today's society is growing on, all you got to do is be TikTok and YouTube famous, and you don't have to work a day in your life. You can just live and have other people do stuff. But then that other person is the one who's putting in the work. So there's a sense of like hierarchy. And
there is huge. There's people actually look down to for like if you don't have much money, they'll definitely look down to you. Yeah, it is. That's how it is.
And I think it's backwards because those people are the ones who are actually enjoying life because they got their hands in the dirt. They're actually touching grass. They're doing things as in the other people who think themselves like an elite class because they don't have to ever work because they've got all the money in the world. They lose out on that very most important part of our life. That's why I'm thinking flat earthers or not namely flat earthers, but people who understand that the earth itself is supposed to be a connection to us. Like we're an extension of the earth. Like we are a part of this thing. Like if you're so disconnected from that, you get disconnected from your families, like you don't see value.
That's a recipe for destruction. I think God destroyed the world for that kind of stuff. Because once you get away from the fundamentals, everything is downhill from there.
Yeah. Which is why I feel like that part of our existence is lacking, which is what we talk about in here. Is intellectually you can know some things, and that's different from the spirituality side of it. Spirituality is not just like reading a Bible. It's getting in touch with the creation that Creator put here for all of us. That's what it is. Like being like connected to it all and understanding.
Well, being an operator and how to manage this land is my heritage. My father and mother are already getting old. I'm the oldest male, so I'm gonna kind of like be taking over that kind of role, right? My dad is old, or my great grandpa. Even when you get to your prime, your dad should be still right. If you do the math, the numbers correctly, and people having children, and the great grandfather, because I met my great grandmother and great grandfather, and they look good. And my great grandfather was still doing things. My great grandmother used to make food and coffee and do her own thing, right, and cleaning, and still old. But then you have, like you're saying, the hierarchy where the older people should their responsibilities and their activity doing. It should be just slow down a little bit, but just allow them to ease out of it, right? And then the younger should be taking over a bunch of that responsibility and do what the old guy used to do, right? Like running the family. The hierarchy is very important, but today the hierarchy is upside down. It's like flipped and confused because even the input and the currency that you put into the system to give value. Like the system needs you to go out there and be productive, right? If nobody goes out there to do anything, everything falls apart. Money doesn't do anything. If you have a bunch of money and the guy at the corner doesn't provide any service, doesn't have any milk or anything to sell you, what are you gonna do with the money, right? So you need people to go out there to give that money and those goods because there's needs.
It's
so they get value. Yeah.
You remember the movie Forrest Gump when he became rich? He said, because I like doing it so much, I cut that grass for free. So that's like, imagine if you were rich, Jemsy, would you stop working outside? Like, would you not plant stuff? Would you not? I couldn't imagine myself not doing that. I don't care how much money I have. If I'm filthy rich, I wouldn't care. I probably would enjoy cutting somebody else's grass. Like I wouldn't, you know what I mean? Like even if I had all the money, like, so what? Like now I can afford anything.
So you see, if you build yourself and you come, let's say, middle class family, and you kind of do a few good things, get a good job, save some money, then invest, and then make a business or whatever, and you make yourself a millionaire one day, right? You have a couple businesses, you're doing all right, and making money. But then there's a difference between me getting a heritage of my dad and mom passed away, I got $10 million because they were millionaires, they die or whatever. I got $10 million. Depending on my mentality and skill set and whatever I learned from them, I might do good with those 10 millions or just go clubbing, party in Vegas and waste it. And what's going to happen with those 10 millions? It's gone, right? So that even the money itself is not enough. You need the functionality of the family foundation, mother, father, and then from there, when you have a mother or father, that means that you have a mother or father next to them because the communities, you don't get a mother and a father from thin air. So that dynamic of family community is foundational to everything we talk about because anything we want to accomplish. And today you have the like you're saying with the YouTube and the OnlyFans and all that stuff. A girl can just turn into a prostitute in the internet and make money. I don't need my family. I can make money.
Or when you hear
I don't need a man. Who needs a man? I can go OnlyFans and I have a bunch of men throwing money at me.
Yeah,
I don't need a man. Oh, so what's gonna happen when your car breaks down? I'll call a man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's backwards, bro. life? Is it when you're old? When the old people imagine thinking of that in your head, man. When my mom and dad get really old, when they can't work anymore, I'm gonna put them in a nursing home where I don't have to worry about. It's like I'm gonna do away with that in my life because I don't need that in my life. I need to live my life, my own life, the way I want to live it. And if I have my parents here, then take care of them, I have to watch over them. That's too much work, man. I'll let somebody else watch.
I'm listening, bro. I was just replying here at the house. Miguel, you have pets?
I got 3 dogs.
3 dogs. That's cute. I want a dog.
Tres chiquitas. Una.
Hembras? Girls or boys?
Sí, no, todos hembras. I love each and every one of them, and I watch over them like they're my babies, man. My Lila, she's like 14 years old right now, if not 15. And
14?
Are kind of like not good anymore because she's got arthritis in her knees. But every time she comes up the stairs, she looks at the stairs like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this. So I carry her sometimes, but then sometimes I want her to want to live. So I'm like, come on, let's go. And then she's sometimes she looks at me and then she goes, okay, and she runs upstairs. Other days, she has her bad days, man, where she looks at me and she's like, nah, I can't do this. So then I have to carry her. But she doesn't have any more teeth in the front, so her tongue's always hanging out.
Yeah. No, she's 14, so yeah, she's pretty old. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look what I got in the house.
Put a picture.
This wild animal. It's a wild beast.
Oh, you have a cat, man. Is it baby? Is it looks like a tiny one?
It's like 4 or 5 months. Yeah. Something like that.
They bring great animals. Bring great joy, man. I don't care what anybody says. They bring great joy. I love the dogs. I love to have them. I mean, you gotta clean their poop and stuff, but I don't care. So to me, I think labor of love.
The only thing I will recommend in the future for future reference, I mean, not any type of advice, but just kind of like a window to look at. There has been some findings that some of the administrators / government have been doing experiment with pets, dogs, especially beagles, and some people say cats as well. And they've been giving them certain things like injections, right? And the animal turns into a host for certain organism, and then when they poop, right, or they secrete, this organism is in the poop and their secretions, and even it could be like in their mouth, and they could pass it to people, and people get diseases. It's actually designed to do that. Like there is a public record and how much money they spend devising this weapon to put it into pets and pass it to people. This is an actual thing. All right, so just letting you know that's a thing.
Like a bio.
We love pets, huh?
Like a bio weapon.
So imagine this guy Fauci, right? He's in the news about some topics, but this other topic is not people related; it's pet related. Very similar, but pet related. So the pet is like a bridge or a host, and then you get sick from your pet, but you don't know it because from the poop there will be flies coming out of it. Have you ever noticed? Sometimes you will have actually pets pooping, and you get flies from that poop, and those flies can get in your body, like from your ears or even in your mouth or whatever, and they can also inject diseases into you, like organisms, life cycles, parasites. And I'm not saying that it's being done, but there is research of doing that, and it's an actual thing that was accomplished. I'm not saying it was continued, but it's public record that it was done. So, just saying.
My dogs, their poop doesn't stay long. Only like not even a day. I clean it I clean their cage, their area, like every day.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm doing actually when I'm on here flat smacking. I'm cleaning them up.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm always on top of that.
Things taking care of the pets. Some people have horses, or they got cats. You got dogs. Yeah, you gotta take care of the pets.
I mean, honestly, man, I want to live on a ranch somewhere with a
Me too.
acreage, some chickens, a goat maybe, for some fresh goat's milk. That's I dream for that.
If the lottery pays, you know, the lottery, the one that we play sometimes in the background, the lottery, so in, you know, the investments and stuff. But if the lottery pays, one day we'll definitely buy a bunch of empty land and claim it. I mean, I'm not gonna claim it as an invader. It's in my mind to buy a big parcel of land and at least have some good neighbors. Because, you know, once you have, I mean, we could. If you want land, there's a lot of places in the U.S. that you can just go and claim it, right? There's ways of doing that, but yeah, definitely want like some type of a big area, because that's how I grew up. I grew up with my neighbor was like half a mile away from me. Up in the mountains, but yeah, I also grew up in the barrios, in the communities. Big parcel of land to have a bunch of animals. I want to make a pond, like if it's artificial, if it has a natural pond or water, it will be cool to have a pond, throw fish, and even the animals can kind of like, in a sense, the pond helps for animals for water, drainage, and also having fish. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to maintain it though. Make sure that there's no parasites. You know, the animals are whatever, fish or animals.
There's way of doing that. There's ways of doing that.
Yeah, it's a great chat, man. I like talking about this stuff. That's, to me, I think that's spirituality. It's connection to the earth. It's knowing what our life on this earth means, what we're supposed to be doing. And the topic of the shape of the earth is just an extension of like another understanding that we should already have. We should not be debating this stuff, man, in today's time at all. We should be talking about the things that are important, like how we're supposed to manage life with the restrictions that we have, stuff like that. But no, we don't choose it. We have to roll with the way it is now and help people with the understanding.
This is interesting. The link, this link from Witsit, LVA Paul posted, and I haven't got into the video yet, but it says levitating pollen. And I was talking about this. I think Miguel was talking about this because he mentioned that there were some explorers that they reported that they got like a wind, and the wind brought pollen or like warm wind, and they were in Antarctica, right? And I was reading some of the explorations, and they also described like winds coming from Africa and South America. This warm wind that comes from the equator's side, right, and coming into the Antarctic region. Yeah. And now Witsit is talking about levitating pollen, and that would make sense because I was mentioning to Miguel and people in the chat that in Puerto Rico we get air from Africa across the Atlantic, and it makes it to the Caribbean, and we get this dust in the air. They call it Sahara Desert dust. That's what they call it. And then we also get the pollen. And this he's saying that pollen is levitating, and for me that would make a lot of sense because it travels long distances. So yeah, the wind, but levitating it's interesting that there might be some science behind that. I wanna check that out because that's interesting.
But that video is different. There's a guy, WG. He claims that bumblebees make the pollen levitating. So
but how?
Oh, he's saying that the bumblebees do that. Okay. I guess.
But
So-
how does pollen work on a globe Earth? Somebody explain that to me. How does it work on a globe?
Yeah. It should be fucking off to space.
Yeah.
The air.
Dang. Doesn't supposed to be going around the Earth. It's supposed to be going off into space.
It's everything is supposed to be doing something that it's actually not doing in reality. Right now, if something's doing something, it can't be doing it on a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. No, in the explorators from how do you say Deep Freeze 3, they describe how they reach a certain point in the map, and once they reach that point, which is the South Pole, they say it's very confusing. So they have to ignore that map and basically go based on reference in the simplicity of the terrain, which is hundreds of miles of flatness. So the globe map that they take there, oh, we made it to the lines. The lines are converging into this point, so this is the bottom of the world. But once they make it there, once they make it to that point, nothing makes sense because there's thousands of miles of directions everywhere, and the map doesn't show us that, right?
You know, it's interesting that you guys are talking about wind and so forth. I was just thinking about how the winds actually work here wherever you are. Like, for instance, I was west blowing winds, northwest blowing winds. I was on a part of the terrain where I was below the line of sight of the hilltop, right? So I was lower than the hill. So the wind came over. Now, if I was standing up, I could feel it on the upper half of my body. But if I sat down on the grass, it went right over me and it was this pocket. So, and then I was watching like how the wind was affecting the trees and so forth. It would swoop down and sometimes parts of the trees would be fluttering around and other parts right next to it were not. So it all depends on the terrain that the wind is encountering. Now, this is something valuable for the Globers to know because they totally forget that everything's moving in a constant circulation in different areas. Nothing's staying still. Like, so their whole like ridiculous
The ground might be.
mirage refraction bullshit. It cannot happen in the real world because the real world doesn't work that way. And wind itself debunks this. So I think it's very interesting. And you're talking about pollen, like how would that possibly work exactly? What all the pollen should just drop right down, you know, just like the dragonflies and little insects. I mean, they weigh less, right? So how are they going to combat against a greater force? Now, the greater the force, the more it would affect something lighter. Is that not correct?
Sure.
I think it is. So if you have a mosquito or some little insect, that thing would be slammed down to the surface in an instant. They would never be able to fly or let alone hover around and sit there and look at you like a dragonfly. Can come up and hover and just look right at you. Like, how is that happening, this spinning ball? Thanks. Thanks, dragonflies, for letting us know we're not on a spinning ball.
What?
What? So Sonny on the plane checking back in. Checking back in after some time off.
Did you got flooded, Sonny? That I heard you one day saying something like that. Did you got flooded or something?
Flooded? I might have. That was a couple of months ago.
Do you have some issues with the place you were staying or something? I remember you were kind of talking about it, but I couldn't get the whole picture, so I don't know what.
No, it's okay. I still live there. It's just gone through all kinds of drastic changes from the way it was before. I don't know how to describe that. So everything got topsy-turvy. Everything had to be flipped up. I had to get rid of a whole bunch of junk. So I can get some clarity. And, you know, at the time I was miserable and I was going through a really rough time. And I made it to the other end. You know, like there was light at the end of the tunnel, and you guys are part of that light. So
Good to hear. Good to hear. Because I heard you and you were a little worried about that, but now you sound way better.
yeah, I'm doing better. I'm a traveler, man. I've been out traveling. Like literally, I had this operation, and I started moving, and I forgot that I need to rest. So it all came back, and I spent a couple of days just sleeping.
Yeah. Good.
Sleeping and eating, and actually just going out to the park and laying in the sun for a couple hours and getting just burnt. I love laying in the sun, but for now I'll be done with the sun for a little while because I'm peeling. And here's something amazing. We were talking about this before. How the body recuperates. I know it's off topic from winds. But like once my skin peeled, brand new skin underneath. Huh?
New skin?
Brand new skin. Like,
is that a scar that you had? Do you have new skin under the scar?
No, listen, I got sunburnt. Like a major part of my body, I got totally freaking scorched by the sun. I was out at the beach for a couple days.
That's what you get for being racist.
So listen, I turned totally dark. And, dark, like I actually, with this much sun I've gotten, I wouldn't.
White.
It would be hard to consider myself a white man. Like I'm darker than most average people, anyway. But anyway, my skin peeled off, like almost all of it, and brand new skin underneath.
I had that happen before. If you are if you're hydrated and basically have well fed, you can take a big burn and you will have new skin coming out, and it's pretty skinny.
Yeah. So
it's better than the one before.
Yeah, it peeled off, and all the blemishes and stuff like that, and everything are just coming off with this dead skin and brand new skin underneath, nice and dark tan brown skin.
Yeah, you're not white anymore, Sonny.
No, it's good. Feel better actually after a couple hours in the sun. With your feet on the grass, bare feet on the grass. There's something really about that's really revitalizing.
Well, when the sun is hitting and causing that excitement of the particles on top of your head and in your body and your skin, causing all those changes, I imagine that heat has to flow, and something is flowing. And if your feet are isolated, they're isolated, right? So if you're touching the ground, their flow is continuing, you know?
Yeah.
Flowing.
And I think if you slow down enough and you sit still enough, you can actually feel it. And I've heard other people talk about this. I've mentioned it before that I like sitting on the forest floor a couple of years ago when I was starting to think about these things. I noticed that from the heat of the ground, there was this full-on movement upward from the ground. It's hard to explain, and it was coming up through my feet and through my body, as well as around me. Like it was just amazing. Yeah.
Sometimes you see how a change. So if you say in the forest, right? So sometimes depending on the temperature, you could have like a change of temperature, even going lower or higher. And if it's going higher, you're gonna feel that change in the humidity in the air. You will feel it immediately once that temperature changes. So once the water changes from a certain degree to another degree, you can see that heat getting on your face.
Hey guys, I want to go ahead and drop a video clip that I made yesterday.
The humidity.
It's the video series for the Gotcha Bitch on my channel. I have a few clips now, but I'm gonna drop it. And if you guys haven't seen this video, I just made it yesterday. So it's Dogs or Cap, me versus him. Actually, it's really the panel, but I wanted to highlight this part because I was on lunch break, so I only had like 15 or so minutes. So
you should play it. You should just play it.
Actually, we did play it. It was who was it?
How long
we
ago?
Played it earlier today.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I think Ethergrass played it earlier today. But yeah.
Well, the same one from yesterday that you were talking with Helio about, the one that we heard, was like 14 minutes long.
Yes, that's the one. Were you here, Jimsy?
Yeah, I was here. I was listening. Yeah,
that one.
You gonna play it? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, if you don't mind. You'll see. Let me copy link. It should be in the bot. Let me see. I'm on my station, my workstation, so.
Yeah, make sure Sasha doesn't want to say anything before you play, because, you know, sometimes Sasha has to say something important.
Yeah,
But if not,
he always does.
if not, we can move on.
Going once, going twice. All right.
Yeah, we'll just, I guess you can respond. I just wanted to ask you maybe 2 questions. Can we know 100% sure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
No.
Okay. Second question. Has anyone directly measured surface curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who?
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Who? No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying who directly measured it? Was there, what persons were there, or people? Was there a group of people?
I could find the people that did it, but
No, I know that, but I'm saying, do you know?
That's called a genetic fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm asking you a question though. Either you know or you don't, right?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so you don't know. Yes, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem, because the whole topic and the debate surrounds the information of a baseline of knowledge that you do not have, which right now currently seems to be stemming
How
from
does the knowledge of who made the...
Okay, so I'm trying to tell you, unless you want to interrupt me and then form your own conclusion. It's up to you. So the knowledge base of what you have right now...
You lagged there, so I interrupted while you were lagging.
Oh, all right. So can you hear me now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically...
Go ahead.
Okay, so the knowledge base that you have right now is built on derivative topics that's surrounding like a giant puzzle piece that you're trying to put together. They're like all these little clues are going to equal to like curvature. That's what I've been listening to for the past, I don't know, hour and a half that you've been in here. And it's what it sounds like to me. You have a lot of evidences that are going to equal to your answer. Is that correct?
That is correct. What's wrong with that?
Because it's not one single direct measurement of the thing in question. So let's put it this way. I'm just going to give you an analogy, right? Like the ones you've been using. So basically, if I have a basketball and I tell you it's a cube, you would be telling me that it's incorrect. And I would be saying, how? You said, because we can directly measure this thing, which it turns out it's going to be a sphere with a radius, diameter, and circumference. And you can show me how in math, also in principle, how this actually operates in reality. So if I was to tell you to do the same with the geometric shape that you're actually standing on, it would not be the same, and I would ask you why. Because it's the same thing in reality, something tangible, something you can actually look at, and you can actually apply maths and then directly measure the thing that you're in question, right? So in this instance, it feels like it's a bit more obscure, and all these little clues that you're talking about don't seem to add to the single direct understanding that we know that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they're telling us with the diameter and radius. So what we're doing right now is we're going round and round and arguing about derivative topics, never getting to the underlying premise that the Earth is indeed measured curvature, because we have all the metrics, as you may or may not know. They're made public to everybody, so we can pull those up and we know what they are. So what I'm saying is that it's a fruitless endeavor that you're on right now, this quest to actually try to prove the thing that you're actually trying to prove, but without proving it directly, but indirectly. And so maybe to you that makes sense, but to everybody here, I know, but I'm saying, but to everybody here, it makes more sense to directly measure the thing in question, and that hasn't been done.
Can you directly measure something that is as large as the Earth?
Yes, absolutely. With the variable. Listen, because I'm going to tell you.
Can you do it the same as a basketball in your hand?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you can't. You can't, because you're big, and you can have bigger things to use as measuring tools for that Earth, right? For that basketball, sorry. But for the Earth, you can only measure a small patch of the Earth at a time.
So that's the thing, though. How did we do it in the first place? Because we have these metrics.
Transcontinental arc, the parallel.
Okay, so is that how we derive the metrics of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, no. What we did is we have tested it many different ways. Some haven't been exclusive to Globus. Some could be experienced on a flat Earth, but we have then done some that are conclusively for a globe Earth. Did you hear what I just said, or did you start talking after you'd rambled for like 4 minutes?
We have the metrics. You don't want to look at the metrics.
Did you hear what I just said? Do you hear what I just said, buddy?
No, because it's not the actual direct measurement of the Earth's curvature by which we have.
Did you have a direct measurement of flat Earth? Yes or no?
I don't need to directly measure something.
Exactly. You're a fucking hypocrite.
Okay, so now you're resulting to insults because you're losing. You don't know how to provide evidence for the direct measurement of the Earth's curvature, so you want to spiral.
Transcontinental arc of the parallel. What's wrong with that?
Is this your out? Because it's not directly measuring the surface curvature. That's why. And I asked you, is it? You said no. You conceded. That's great.
No, it is. Transcontinental arc of the parallel directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Does it derive? Do we derive the metrics of the Earth's size from that?
Yes.
Show me where.
Great. I will link you the document.
It's a document that you didn't read.
Yeah, the one I did read that you didn't understand. You thought that
dude, you can
listen. That they listed as direct measurements. You thought they'd already applied some form of transformation.
They did.
Read page 47 this time.
They did.
They did in Indio. Remember, you linked it to me and you read it, and it said that they had put the data in and then they put the calculation.
Sorry,
it's called a horizontal reduction.
So,
right?
like, listen, I asked him for direct measurement. He said no. Now he's saying yes. He's going back and contradicting himself. But what he's going to post, because we've all seen this document, right? This PDF. I think is it page 19? Is it on the 4th paragraph? He's going to be astounded to know that it's not. They didn't directly measure anything. They actually pulled it out the Clark spheroid model. That's what they're using. So they didn't measure the curvature of the Earth.
He's denying that that's what they did.
Right, but that's what it directly says on the PDF that he's probably going to post if he hasn't posted it already.
He's denying it means that.
This dude is infamous, though.
In his own meaning.
He's infamous for denying his own references. That's all he does here.
So the thing that I asked him were 2 questions. Can we know if the Earth is measured to have curvature? He's for 100%. Like, can we know that? He said no. Second one was that has it ever been directly measured? And the answer was still no. It was because he's trying to use all these derivative topics to ruffle feathers and try to make it seem like he has a point when he does not. And he starts to get angry and starts to put out insults because he doesn't have an answer. But that's all I wanted to say, just to expose him that he doesn't have an answer and he wants to dance around it. That's all he knows. And that's all I have to say. I yield the floor.
I did notice he had a lot of direct, pointed personal insults. Now, I did swear at him to say shut up because he was constantly over-talking and through-talking.
Okay, can I talk about Mickey for a second? And how he started off with a genetic fallacy?
We'll talk about him, or do you want to talk about the arguments?
No, his argument. His argument was a genetic fallacy. His argument was, I didn't know who did the measurement, so therefore the measurement is wrong.
That's not a genetic fallacy.
No, he was talking about you. He wasn't talking about the argument.
I don't know who measured the transcontinental.
No, he's pointing out that you have a belief. That's what he's pointing out.
Yeah, you just have a belief.
That's exactly how he started his argument. Is that how you started your argument? Because I wrote it down.
Yeah, that's okay. If you think about his first question,
I said no because we can't be sure of anything. It's epistemology. If you knew anything about knowledge, you'd know that.
Oh my goodness, dude!
You said that because I don't know who did it, I'm lacking some knowledge that makes that an actual like a good argument. When that's
that was your interpretation, but he never said any of those words.
He specifically said I was lacking some fundamental.
Yeah, that's right. But he didn't
sources that would make my sources incorrect.
No, you're adding that yourself. The incorrect part, you're adding that. He never said that part.
Okay, so for everything I've argued so far, what have I done that have made my arguments incorrect?
Okay. He wasn't arguing against your arguments. He was illustrating the fact that you have a belief.
He was using a genetic fallacy, yeah.
No, dude, what don't you understand? He was just illustrating the fact that your claims about whatever measurements exist out there, the results of which that you don't actually know are just a belief. Oh my God, dude.
Anyway,
it's about you, dude. This isn't about the measurements. It's about you. Are you like some weird narcissist?
Page 19 of the Arc of the Parallel. Isn't that great?
Dude, listen, before you read that, you need to specifically rebut the claim that they pulled that stuff off of that model.
Well, how about this? I can get right to the heart of this. Why do they use a reference ellipsoid? Why do they use a reference ellipsoid in the first place? Why is this even used? They're just measuring curvature. What?
We have previous information that tells us the Earth is a sphere. So based on that previous information, people now assume it because it makes sense to do so.
But why is it used in anywhere in any calculation ever? Why do they need it? Why is it necessary?
We have previous evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's awesome. But why do they need it? You're not answering the question. Why do they need it in the equations? Why does it exist?
For the
why not just use the raw measurements, right, and then just come up with it like that? Why use the measurements and reduce them to an ellipsoid? Why are they doing that?
They have the raw measurements and they have the ellipsoid measurements.
Okay, so why are they reducing their raw measurements to the ellipsoid surface, the sea level? Why are they doing that?
Because they want to fit the measurements that they've made onto one larger, grander set of maps. Or measurements.
Okay, that are based upon old measurements. Were they reduced to another ellipsoid?
No idea what you're talking about.
So you just said the ellipsoid is based upon measurement. Dude, don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me because you know you're fucked now. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Yep, that's right. You're fucked and you know it. You're fucked and you know it, dude. Sorry. You know you're fucked. That's why you're trying to fucking rabble-rouse right now. Listen. You said the ellipsoid's based upon some previous measurements. So these new measurements, arc of the triangulation, they reduce the measurements to the horizontal directions to the surface of this Clark ellipsoid. Where'd they get the Clark ellipsoid from? And when they took those measurements, did they reduce it to some other ellipsoid? How far back does it go?
Assumption upon assumption upon assumption.
To the first measurement of the radius of the Earth, you fucking moron.
When was that?
When was that? How stupid you are?
When was that?
I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Oh, you don't know. That's
probably prior to Eratosthenes, but Eratosthenes did the first one, and then we.
Sorry, I missed that. I missed that.
Actually correct, using different styles of measurement. Is he going to talk about Al-Biruni? We've done it dozens of different ways. How do you guys not understand?
When was this measurement, dude?
Hey, the radius of the Earth's never been measured and can't even be measured in your paradigm.
His whole argument is based on he doesn't know. That's it. I've been saying I don't know this whole time, dogs.
You blow your father.
That's embarrassing, bro.
Look, you know what the answer is.
Look. Should we just
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself, dogs.
Yeah, you're so emotional, man. What you talking about? AI's emotion?
Go back and learn some more.
Let's have a good cry.
Yeah, I got a shoulder you can cry on. Go on. Go back to McToon and go get some more information from him because you're not up to date, bro. This is weak sauce, bro.
You guys haven't given a single argument for flat Earth.
Bro. You don't know about
Eratosthenes.
I don't know. Are you 100% sure? No, we can never be. Well, you don't know anything, bro.
Dude, it's not.
Anyone that knows about epistemology knows you can't be 100% sure about anything except.
Well, then you don't know the Earth. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
and
that's nonsense. It's provisional knowledge. It's knowledge that isn't 100% complete, but it is still knowledge. If you have two competing hypotheses, and one has over 50% probability of being correct based on predictive evidence, then you should go with the hypothesis that has a greater predictive evidence. This is epistemology 101. It's fallibilism.
Dude, you just don't know.
That's your lack of fundamental knowledge about knowledge is the problem. That's why you're all fucking flat earthers, because you're too dumb to understand.
You don't know anything, dude. I love it. I love that you don't know. Please.
What he basically said is that if
tell me why fallibilism is incorrect.
If something has a greater than 50% probability and you have no other alternatives, you should accept it as true until something new comes along. Then it becomes false. Hooray.
Great. That's great. So give me something new that comes along that disproves the globe.
You don't know. That's all.
Nothing's come along that proves the globe.
That's all, folks.
I just gave you like 4 different things, didn't I?
Yeah, 4 different things that don't prove.
Yeah, 4 different things that you don't understand.
From towers is one. Yeah.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Towers. Watch towers are not evidence of curvature. You're a clown, dude.
Go try to make.
We need to find some way to disprove these things instead of just saying.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, you weirdo.
And I didn't add in this specific number.
You haven't proved it in the first instance, dogs. So don't even be saying that you got all this evidence. You got shit, bro. You ain't proved nothing.
Can you tell me what's
You're
wrong
over
with
here
the
saying that I don't know. I don't know. That's what you said, bro.
We got to do that again.
If you read that document, there's not enough information in that document to make an evaluation. And
But
you
that doesn't
claim
mean
that
it's wrong, does it? The experts, the people that built it, say
the experts, exactly. Exactly. You just said it all. Your actual true epistemology, the experts.
Gotcha, bitch. It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
That was it.
Hilarious.
Crazy, right?
That is just like golden, man. That's like the Golden Globies. I'm telling you, folks, your kids and your relatives in the future will be laughing into the next century with this shit. I'm so happy. What a bunch of doofuses. They actually come in thinking that they know what they're talking about, don't they? It's hilarious.
Yeah, you earned a pimp fedora there because you bitch slapped him for sure.
Wasn't that good? It was so good, man.
Yes. Awesome. Right back to the key point. They don't know.
Oh, we got Paza that's in here. Paza might know. He's a globe earther. Paza, do you know?
Evening.
How's it going?
Yeah, not bad. What's happened? Has there been some sort of like lifting of all the permit bans or something?
Yeah, we're getting you guys in here, seeing what's going on.
You're getting bored without us.
Nah, we're just seeing if you guys have got any new arguments to bring forward, or if it's the same old regurgitated ones that you guys always been using.
I've probably got the same arguments.
Come on, man. Where's the new? You guys, that's getting stale, bro. You got to come up with something new. We can't.
The new is the.
Go on.
The new is the Hoover and the Teletubbies. Don't know if you know that.
No, I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think? What is dangerous about this cult?
Dangerous. I don't think you're.
The cultists themselves.
I don't think your position is dangerous. Do you?
What would happen if? What would happen if all seas and oceans became flat?
What would happen? How do you mean? You asked me what would happen if I found out the Earth was completely flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying what will happen if water became flat.
Well, it can't in the model that they propose, in the scientific model, can it?
No, because now it's curving. I'm asking what will happen if it's flat.
How do you propose it will become flat on a sphere?
On the sphere, I don't know. I'm asking what will happen if water will be flat? Is that
on
possible?
A sphere? It would be.
I'm saying in reality, not on the sphere.
Oh, in reality, okay. So what would happen if it became flat? So are you saying it's not flat in reality?
Yeah. Because it's curving. What will happen if it became flat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how. I don't understand the mechanism at which it would become flat.
Can we not? If oceans became flat, can we navigate then?
If they became flat, well, if they became flat on a sphere, then they'd be going up.
If water it became flat. Can we navigate then?
Let me respond, or you could just keep asking the same question. Which one do you want to do?
I'm asking you if water became flat, can we navigate? You can now answer. No, we cannot navigate on the flat water.
Well, it wouldn't be following the ground, so it wouldn't be worth. What would you be navigating to?
I'm asking, can we navigate on the flat water?
I'm answering your question. I don't know what you keep. What you want from me?
It's only yes or no. It's can you say yes or no? Can we navigate on flat water?
Okay, I'll say no. But where do you want to go with this?
Okay, good. Thank you. That's
So
only
you-
what I wanted. That's only what I wanted. You said that we cannot navigate on flat water. That's very interesting for me.
So you wouldn't be able to use the right triangle and navigate across flat water. Okay, good. All right.
Well, we don't navigate
now,
using the right.
now, the other question:
Okay,
why
go on,
we would not? How to? My English is not perfect because it's third level. Why we would not why we could not navigate if water is flat?
Well, you forced me to answer that question. I don't know where the question's going.
I'm asking
Water
you
is-
if I imagine that oceans are flat.
Stop
is
shouting,
it
stop
possible?
shouting.
Is it?
Bring it down a bit. Bring it down a bit. I
Sorry.
don't know why you're
I'm not
shouting at
shouting.
me.
I'm not shouting. I'm speaking loud. Shouting is this motherfucker? Oh, don't listen to me, Don.
So Paza, you said no. So he's just trying to find out what part of it makes you say no. Why? What part of navigating on flat water would you not be able to do? Because you did say no. So now provide why you said no.
Yeah.
Well, we have a mechanism for navigating over curved water. I don't know what the alternative proposition would be.
Okay, so you don't know. So you don't know. You said no, but you don't know why you said no.
Well, I don't know any mechanism for navigating a flat water because we don't have flat water.
Oh,
so
really? We don't have
triangles.
We don't have
elevation angles starting at the horizon. You don't have those.
Sorry.
Okay.
What don't I have? Sorry.
Okay.
Hang on, you answer. Tell you what, I'll listen because you're answering my questions for me, aren't you?
No, you're.
This is why they don't come here. This is why they don't come here.
You're just not used to an empath like me.
I'm not used to people who ask questions and don't let me get one syllable in response.
Yeah, I'm a globe empath.
Another question: does people saying that water is curving or water itself is curving?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Does people saying that water is curving or water itself is curving?
Water is curving.
Okay, that means that people doesn't say that. Water itself is curving. It's obvious, and that because of that we call sea level, horizon, everything, and water's six curve, and that's it.
So if you're saying that no, we can't navigate on flat water, then you must have something like a triangle that has a spherical adjacent or a curved adjacent, right?
We don't use.
You would have to. You wouldn't.
Okay.
You have to. Puzzle?
Well, I was going to try and answer it. We don't use trigonometry to navigate celestially.
Really? When was the last time you looked in a nautical almanac? Sine, cosine, tangent.
And what do you use?
And also, are you saying that an almanac's got trigonomic tables in it?
You said that we don't use that. What do you use then?
We don't use a right angle triangle.
What do you use if you don't use that?
You use a sextant, an almanac, and a timepiece if you're traveling too far away from the land.
The sextant it's equipment for measuring the angles. You cannot measure angles with it.
Yeah, it's an optical protractor.
Yeah, you cannot measure the angles with the curved surface, you know.
Well, you can measure an angle between an observed point on the subtended curve.
Yeah,
okay. No, listen.
Do you need to imagine? Do you need to
one at a time? One at a time.
Do you need to imagine flat surface, or you have flat surface?
Sorry, what was the question again? A bit clearer.
Do you need to imagine flat surface when you're making the angles, or you have the flat surface when you're making the angle?
You're not measuring a flat surface, nor do you have a flat surface with a sextant observation.
You have the flat surface, you're saying?
No. I'll say it again one more time clearly. You don't measure a flat surface, nor do you have a flat surface.
Okay. Are you measuring angles then with the sextant?
You are measuring angle, yes.
Okay. What is the angle?
The angle is the angle between the subtended visual point of the horizon, which you correct for with the dip angle, coincidentally, from the almanac, and the object in the sky, the elevation of which you're measuring.
Angle? What is the angle?
The angle. I'll say it again. I can repeat myself. The angle is
something with. Is it angle something?
You tell me. I'll just listen. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Pause. You should.
The angle listen. It's the space between two lines. Straight line.
I'm listening.
Yep, that's all. two
So
straight
you get
lines.
your. So you're
Is
right.
it
So let's
angle-
suppose.
is it- Can we measure angles between two straight lines?
I'm not answering questions. You're telling me things.
Can we measure angles between two straight lines?
Yes, we can measure angles in two straight lines.
Does we measuring angles using two straight lines?
Sorry, what was the question?
Does we using two straight lines to measuring angles?
Are we actually using those?
Okay.
No, we're not using. We're not. Okay, go on, carry on.
Are we using curved lines for measuring angles?
There's no room to answer any of the questions you keep asking me, so I don't know
Are
what.
we using curved line for the measuring angle?
No.
No, that means no curved lines, only straight lines.
No, there's no. The Earth has got a curved surface, but we're not measuring the curve with the sextant.
Oh, so you're on a straight line, but
Yeah,
the
regular
surface
angle.
actually is not the straight line. So your surface is not on the straight line; it's on a curved line. So you would never find your location, bro. Duh.
No. We are measuring the observed angle between the horizon and the star, or the
Right.
whatever.
So you would have a different. Listen. I want to stop you right here because if you're measuring a horizon that changes optically hour to hour, day to day, you would never have the same one. If you move 1/10 of a degree, hold on, let me finish. If you moved 1/10 of a degree left or right, north, south, east, west, you would have a different horizon every single time you looked at it. You could never have a solid zero to set your thing because it would be changing every single time you looked. In any direction you looked, it would be different.
Would you care to elaborate why that's the case?
Because your horizon is not geometric. It's optical. So if it was curved, so listen, if it was curved, so hold on. So if it was curved, you would never have the same zero anytime you looked, even 1 second later. Especially bouncing around. Listen, have you ever done this before yourself?
Yeah.
On a boat, navigating.
Yeah.
Where, and when?
In the Solent, where near Niv. Several times. Great. I've used a sextant. I've used a sextant several times.
Okay, so how far are you traveling when you're using it?
I wasn't traveling anywhere.
That's what I said, bro. I said navigating. Do you understand? That means motion.
Yes, you could. Well,
you did. So you've never done it navigating on a boat.
Well, hang on.
Somewhere.
Hang on. A sextant gives you.
Hang on. No, don't hang on. Tell me.
Okay, you carry on talking. No, you won't let me answer.
No, you shut up. Shut up. Listen.
This is why they don't come here. This is why they don't come here. There's no point.
You're a loudmouth.
There's
bragger.
absolutely no point.
So have you ever navigated on a ship traveling somewhere from place to place using the sextant?
No.
Duh. So you've never done it. So shut the fuck up.
Have
yes,
you?
I have. 6,000.
Where have you navigated to?
From Los Angeles to Martinique, through the Panama Canal, all the way down the west coast to the Panama, through there to Jamaica.
And you're under the impression that trigonometry was used to work out your position.
You're under the impression you've never done it yourself.
So all right, so I've done it. Okay, right. Can I ask you some questions?
No, you haven't. Now you're backpedaling. You've never done it.
No, I'm gonna ask you some questions. Can I ask you some questions about it?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you get your angle. Okay, let's go with the ocean being flat, and you've measured your angle of elevation to a star, for example. Yeah, you get an angle, say, of 45 degrees. What do you do with that angle?
What do you do with that angle? Listen, you tell me. I'm not here to support any claim that you have.
No, okay.
So
I didn't think you'd be able to explain.
Fuck off.
I didn't think you'd be able to explain what you do with the angle.
You don't know.
No, I do know. I do know.
So now you just interrupt because you can't stand it. So listen, you've never used a nautical almanac traveling. You don't know it has sine, cosine, tangent. Those are all geometric triangles. They're not curved surfaces that you're traveling on. If you're using a sextant the way you're saying on a flat plane, and if the surface was actually curving, then you would never find the correct.
This is why they don't come here. They don't come. I know you are. Can you scan and show me a page of a nautical almanac that's got sine and cosine tables in it?
Why do I have to support your claim, bro?
What's your claim? You claim it's got sine and cosine tables in it, which it hasn't. I don't think you've ever seen an almanac, if I'm honest.
Yeah, you can fuck off with that. You don't know what you're
really?
talking about. You've never done it.
So you can reveal your expertise with just one answer to one simple question that everybody.
I don't have to.
I know you don't.
Listen, I
you
do
just
not
got
have
to pretend. You just got to pretend.
You don't have any,
That's what you got to do here. Pretend.
You don't have anything to counter what I've just said.
No, there is nothing to. There's nothing to counter when you're lying.
No, you're the one that needs to provide your claim. That is.
What do I need to provide to you? What do I need to provide to you? What do I need to provide to you?
I don't have to.
Someone who's lying about what's in the almanac. What do I have to provide to you?
You don't know what you use the triangle for, do you?
No, there isn't a triangle. There isn't a triangle.
Oh, there is no triangle. So how do you get an elevation angle?
I can tell you what you can provide if you can, and I will go from this server and I will never come back. You can provide drop over distance, and everybody will go from.
Well, Pazza already told you that a sextant does not measure surface curvature of the Earth, the same surface curvature he claims. So do you have a direct measurement of that surface curvature? Because the sextant isn't it. So let's get off of that.
I don't have one. I don't have a direct measurement, no.
Okay, thought so.
That's nothing to do with the sextant, is it?
Okay, Pazza.
No, you just told us it's not. You just told us it's not. You said the sextant isn't measuring curvature of the Earth. That's your entire
exactly
claim.
It, yeah, so I don't have a measurement, and the sextant doesn't measure it.
Yeah, you don't have it. I got it. Yeah, I know. Good. Okay, so we're in a red herring. We're just off in the weeds.
The sextant is an optical protractor that helps you measure the elevation of something off the horizon. Yeah.
Yep.
That you've never done before yourself.
We're looking for drop over depth.
One at a time. One at a time was just a waste of time.
Shut up, Sonny. You've never done it yourself.
Sonny,
I have done it myself.
Pause 1 second. Let Heretic come in here. I think he wanted to speak. Heretic, did you want to have something to say about that?
Well, Pazza's already conceded. The whole purpose of this forum is to establish the surface curvature of the Earth that he claims, and he says the sextant doesn't do that, but he wants to keep waffling about it anyway. Yeah, you did. You say it doesn't measure it. That is exactly what you said, and we can rewind the tape if you want to. You also told us that you don't have that direct measurement, so you have nothing to offer us in your own words.
Well, I mean, we were describing what a sextant does, and I from the get-go,
because the sextant isn't getting us to the surface curvature of the Earth. Then it's off topic. So either tie it to the surface curvature claim that you have, or
I didn't start this conversation about a sextant, did I?
Well, here's the thing, though.
Don't know. I wasn't there.
When you speak about a topic in here, everything's directly related to surface curvature. So if somebody's talking about that with a sextant, then it's directly related to whether there is surface curvature or not. It's going to be the implications of a sextant was that if we're navigating across this Earth, then we're going to have to be navigating using the fact that we're knowing that we're traveling over a curved surface or no. So the implications of talking about a sextant is that we're going to have to be talking about whether the surface of the Earth is curving or not. So you saying that it's not, you saying that it's not relevant is not escaping the fact that people are saying that the Earth is practically used as flat, measured as flat, and navigated across as flat. So when we talk about the Earth and anything pertaining to it, like the sextant, is us telling you that it's directly using the Earth's surface, and that Earth's surface is either curving or not. So you saying that it has no relevance to the Earth's surface is not relevant to the topic that we're talking about. The topic is directly, the implications are directly putting the surface of the Earth in perspective as to us understanding that it is being navigated across as flat. And you are saying it doesn't have anything to do with the surface of the Earth, and we're saying it does.
No, it's not used to make a direct measurement of any curvature of the Earth. That's for certain.
But what we're saying is though it's traveled across as flat because they're using triangles. So the idea of using
they're not using triangles. They're not using triangles at all. I dare you to. Let me just get one sentence in. I challenge you to find me a celestial navigation guide or a document which has got a trigonometric diagram of it, of the GP, the observer, and the star. Find it. We don't use trigonometry categorically.
Trigonometry is not used in navigating using the sextant. You can't use trigonometry at all. It's not being used. Is that what you're saying?
It's not being used. No, it's not used. Not linear trigonometry, not at all. Not using sine, cosine.
What is being used, Pazza?
You're getting an angle so that you can work out your distance from something using the equation, the relationship between the elevation, the relationship between the elevation and the number of nautical miles it represents, using an almanac and a timepiece to work out the GP of the observed thing at the given time. And from that on a map, you can subtend circles which intersect to give you approximate position. So that's what you're doing.
So is the surface of the Earth, is the surface of the Earth known to be curving because of this, or you can't even derive anything about the surface of the Earth traveling over it using the method that which you're speaking of right now? You can't know if it's curving or not.
A sextant
just answer my question, though. I want you to answer it straightforward and honestly. If you're saying what is true right now, then what I'm asking you is that traveling using the method you're telling me is not going to tell you if you're traveling over a flat or a curved surface. You wouldn't know.
The nature of the shape of the Earth is contingent in the way we use it and the way it works. So they work. Right. The sextant works contingent to the Earth being curved.
So you're saying it does tell us that the Earth is being curved because we're using it over the curved surface.
Not at all. No, categorically not. I said its utilization only works because you make the assumption the Earth is curved.
The assumption? No, we don't want to make assumptions. We need to know if it's curved. No, you don't want to. Because if I'm traveling over a curved surface and you're telling me I have to assume that it's curved, why am I assuming? Don't I know that I'm traveling over a curved surface?
Because because the relationship between your position and the GP and how you utilize that on a map to work out where you are is all contingent on the Earth being curved.
Can I assume that the Earth is flat and stationary then? Because we're assuming. So can I just assume that it's flat and stationary?
You can, but you won't have a proportional linear relationship between the angle. All right, I can finish it when I'm explaining it. The reason you can't do that is because if you have a flat surface, there is no linear proportional relationship between an angle of elevation change of an observed thing in the sky and the distance traveled towards it on the surface. When you look at something in the sky and you set heading towards it and it changes its elevation in the sky by 1 degree, there is an amount of distance you travel on the ground. As you keep traveling towards it, every increment you travel is in a proportional increment travel on the ground. That's how the nautical mile is defined. If you're on a flat surface, and you can use trigonometry on a flat surface, the relationship between your position on the ground and that elevation is a cosine function, which is not linear proportional. So it means as it starts to raise over your head, the distance you travel on the ground is not proportional to the change in the elevation.
So have ancient mariners ever used that information as if it were a flat and stationary Earth? Have they ever traveled across the waters that way? Yes or no?
I couldn't tell you.
Why not? Wait. Why couldn't you tell me? Why?
Because when I studied the sextant when I was a scout and we did it as college as well, its utilization was only talked about in the context of the curved Earth.
So but in ancient times, mariners, did they ever travel across the Earth? I'll say it once again, assuming that the Earth is flat and stationary, without, like you say, making the assumption that it is a curved surface. Were they traveling across the waters? Yes,
they did. But they did. Okay. Ancient.
So it did work because ancient mariners used it. It did work. It worked. I'm not saying that you're stating the fact that it's never been done. Are you saying that it's never been done that way? And I'm showing you ancient mariners. They traveled across the waters as if the Earth was flat and stationary. Let's just take, for example, no one's stating that it is, but traveling across as if they're assuming that it is made a lot more sense to those guys. Why was it that? Go on.
Okay, go on. Ancient mariners understood the relationship that latitude was very simple to work out from the celestial realm. They understood that, so they could keep a course in east to west very easily. They understood that part of it.
Assuming the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they didn't know any different, but they saw a direct relationship between if you travelled east-west in a boat. They made the observation that things like if you're in the northern regions, that if you made an east-west bearing change, whether you're on land or sea and you go east-west, Polaris and you stay true to that course, Polaris stays at the same elevation.
Okay, so let me just summarize a little bit of what's being said right now. You just made a case for ancient mariners assuming the Earth is flat and stationary. On the other hand, you said that you made a case for you saying that it's not. We're assuming that the Earth is a globe. If I told you that there's a possible understanding that the mariners of old were using the Earth as flat and stationary, you have to concede the point that you can only use it for an Earth that's curved. So now you've gave me an explanation of how ancient mariners have used it for a flat and stationary assumption, as in your assumption for the Earth being a globe. So now you have 2 points of people traveling over the water assuming things, right?
No, that's not quite. It's not an accurate characterization.
Yes, it is. Yes, you just.
You can tell me. You could tell me it is. Then we'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. Okay, fine.
No, I'm not leaving it there. I'm just restating exactly.
Well, that's not an honest interpretation of what I said.
But you gave us the case for that. You gave us a case.
No. You leapt on what I said and went somewhere else with it. The ancient mariners. Yeah. The ancient mariners you're talking about. Did they have an almanac? Did they use a sextant and an almanac?
Did they travel over the Earth as flat and stationary?
Well, no. See, this is the categorization difference between your question and me clarifying what you mean.
Dude, I'm just showing you that they were traveling over the waters that way.
Ancient mariners traveling before celestial navigation was formulated. Yes, that definitely happened.
They were using celestial navigation. That's what we're talking about.
You're trying to get away from the question, Pazza. You're trying to get away from the question.
No, I'm not. They had a limited. It wasn't until later on that they had a full understanding. They had a limited understanding of how you could use celestial navigation to navigate over long distances.
Citation, please.
They were traveling long distances. They were traveling. Pazza. They were traveling long distances and getting to their destination, traveling over the Earth, assuming the Earth is flat and stationary. So. You even
which route? Give me an example. Ancient route you're talking about.
You're talking about any people prior to the globe being something that they were talking about, as in the new kid on the block, which was what, not even 500 years old. Nobody was traveling over a globe using the globe. They were traveling over the Earth as if it was flat and stationary.
Are you conflating heliocentrism with globe Earth? Because they weren't characterizing the same time frame, were they?
So you're saying that people knew that the Earth was a globe and they were traveling. The ancient mariners were traveling over the waters. Now you're changing. You're making history sound like
no. I'm not.
We're still talking about ancient mariners traveling over the waters as if it were flat and stationary. Correct.
And I keep saying to you, which ancient mariner? How far? What does ancient mean to you? How far back? What time frame?
I'm just asking you, and you stated you gave me the case for it.
Well, okay, so all right, so I'll choose the ancient mariners. Keep it in my head and answer the questions accordingly, and you won't know which ancient mariners I'm talking about. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, we're talking about people assuming that the Earth is flat and stationary because, according to you, this is the new kid on the block. People just started. Well, we didn't know that it was a globe. We didn't know it was a globe, and now we do. So now we're using almanacs and sextants, and we're using that to perform navigation across the Earth because we're assuming that the Earth is a globe now. Whereas prior, I was telling you people didn't have that like globe knowledge or whatever, so they were traveling over the Earth assuming it was flat and stationary.
Using what means? Yeah, using what means.
Okay. Well, then if you understand that point that I'm telling you, then you can actually reconcile the fact that, okay, if now we're assuming that it's a globe, but before they were traveling to destinations just fine as a flat and stationary plane, then what is the issue? What Sasha was, I'm basically going back to Sasha when he was telling you that they were actually traveling. Is it okay for them to think that the Earth is traveling over flat water? And you were like, no, that's not possible because we got almanacs and that's not. And then
I didn't say it's not possible. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Sasha was telling you
I have not in any sense. I have not in any point in this conversation said that ancient mariners, even those going back far enough that thought the Earth was flat, couldn't sail at sea and navigate to some extent.
That's excellent. So your interpretation of modern day celestial navigating is that the Earth's surface is curved.
So
it's not my interpretation from modern celestial navigation. It is a contingent aspect of it.
Okay. Give us the correlation then. How is that true?
Yeah, so you're saying that based on celestial navigation, the Earth's surface, and therefore the surface of oceans and lakes, is necessarily curved.
Well, if you let me be clear.
Yes or no?
If you work out,
yes or no?
It needs to be curved because that relationship between the elements. It's a yes because, and I'll explain why.
Yes. Okay. Great. Now let's see that.
Because it's
now
wholly.
Let's see that. Let's see the curved surface of a lake or an ocean. It must necessarily be there according to you. According to your interpretations of celestial navigating, it necessarily is a curved surface. Every single lake and ocean on the face of this earth. So
I'm happy.
I want to see this bendy water too. Show us, bud.
I don't want your explanations, Pazza. I just want to see the curved surface that necessarily must be there.
But the statement I make is not a gateway to me showing you this curve myself.
Okay.
You're not going to show it to us? Is what?
So you want me to? What you say? We're having a conversation about celestial navigation.
So look,
and this
you tell us
hang
that the way that we utilize the Earth. No, you hang on. You tell us that the way that we utilize the Earth means that its surface is necessarily curved, and therefore the surface of every lake and ocean on it is necessarily curved. And instead of just showing us that, you're going to waffle and explain something instead.
If you show us curved water and you use a fisheye lens to do it, you have to let us know.
Well, hold on. If it is necessarily curved, like he says it is, just show us that.
How do you? I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to say anything.
Well, just go ahead. We'll let you some room. Go ahead.
Okay, I can't on the ground demonstrate curved surface of the ocean.
I thought so.
Oh, all right. Well, then you don't know that you're traveling over a curved surface using your almanacs and sextants and assuming that the Earth is a globe. That should be the death knell for you.
So that just pulled the whole the rug. You just pulled the rug right out from under.
No, not at all. Because I can't on the ground using standard peripherals of vision and equipment.
You can't. You're right.
That's a cop out. How much curvature are you inferring? Curvature comporting to a 39-59 mile radius? That kind of curvature?
Yes.
Okay, that should be visible. We have the optics to resolve that kind of curve.
So just show us
that equals a 1.2 mile geometric horizon at a 1 foot height. We should be able to see that.
And you don't see things disappearing bottom up, for example. You don't see the sun set.
Now you're telling us what you don't. Now you're telling us what we don't do. We're asking you what you do. How do you see that curve? Where's the curve? Where's the standard? Standardization for measurement. You can't listen to one single thing. Listen. Where's your standard for measurement that this thing has a gold standard that they measured it?
Its measurement is evident in many sciences.
You didn't answer the question though. Where's the standard?
What do you mean What do you mean? What do you mean by standard exactly?
Holy crap! You know nothing about measurement.
You're appealing. All right, so Pazza, you're appealing to its standard in the sciences. Okay, that's the generalization. Can you point to where? Go ahead and cite it in live stream voice text where it does say what you just said. If you can, please put that in the information in the live stream voice text so we can all see what you're talking about. Because it's cited everywhere. So I want to know where is it cited. Because if it's not you saying it, then it's whoever else, whatever person said it. So please put that in live stream voice text for everyone.
Sorry, what do you want? I was distracted. What do you want me to put in live stream?
That information. You just said that it's cited everywhere.
Every science gives pretty much. There are loads of sciences that give evidence.
Show us one in the live stream. Then show us one of them.
Voice text, please.
Okay, so what I'll do. I've got to go because I've got to feed my kids. I will come back with some links. How's that sound? Is that good?
No, we don't want links. No, we don't want links. We need a citation.
Isn't a citation? You want a link, but you don't want a citation. You want a citation, but you don't want a link.
We need a source.
How am I going to give you a? How am I going to direct you to a citation without a link?
And we need the source of who said this, the source and the citation that was said. So you made a statement. We need the source, not a link. We need a source and who said.
Yes. What do you mean a source? What form do you want the source to take? A link or a quote, or what do you want?
Like a doctor, basically Dr. So and so said this X, Y, and Z about the information you want to exclaim. So if you're gonna link us to something, let it be known that some academic professor or whatever is not you, but someone else is citing this, and when you put your citation in there, then we're going to see that exactly what you said corresponds to what they're saying. So we're not going to have any missteps.
So if I give you some citations Are people saying that there are at least 2 or 3 sciences which have evidences of the shape of the Earth? That's what you're after, yeah?
Yeah, no, the people of the sciences themselves are saying it, not somebody saying that to somebody in sciences. No, you didn't. You said, I'll give you that. Somebody saying that someone in sciences is doing this. No, the actual person in the science.
Okay, that's what I mean. Someone working with this.
I find interesting this. For example, if you say gravity, you will get name immediately. You will say Newton, or you will say Einstein. If you say penicillin, listen. This. If you say penicillin, you will get the names. If you say Fleming. Fleming. Look at this. If you say curvature, you need to watch for that. There is no immediately name. There is no that scientist who is so famous, like all others. Why is that like that?
Well, he understands. No, Paz, if you have to go, just take care of your.
Yeah, I've got to go.
Yeah, bring back that information if you can.
And can you also bring back those maths for visibility through thousands of miles of air? It's been over a year.
And could you guys possibly supply me with the maths where you take where you take the angle of elevation to something you measure with a sextant?
We're not the one on trial here.
No, of course you're not. No, of course you're not.
We'll talk about it when you get back.
I understand that it would be dreadful of me to ask you to defend your position.
We'll talk about it when you get back.
That would be
But my position is this. My position is this: oil rig on 10 miles. Oil rig on 10 miles. I see oil rig. I see water. Oil rig on 10 miles.
Hang on, fellas. Yeah, we'll talk about it when you get back, Paza.
Yeah, we wouldn't want your.
I'll speak to you later on, guys.
Yeah, later.
No.
Cheers. Well done for lowering the perma ban.
No,
that was me. Yeah, you're welcome.
You keep bringing your friends in there because we do want to have an open conversation. We got to get to the bottom of this. We'll see you when you get back.
We wouldn't want your kids being neglected while you're here talking fantasy globe with flat earthers.
Well, that was something else.
I said penicillin, and he said Fleming immediately. My God.
Jedi, I have to say this to Jedi because he's coming in here. Yeah, that's the homie, that's the buddy. He was talking about your favorite subject, celestial navigation, and you just missed. Well, you've spoken to Pazza, right? We have some sound clips of you and him.
I threw down with him a couple of hours ago, mate. So I was kind of surprised that he jumped in. I was listening on YouTube whilst I was eating my dinner, and I didn't want to give myself an suggestion, mate. Do you know what I mean? I'd already pulled the man apart. Kind of, maybe a little bit disappointed that he's walked out the door whilst I've turned up because he still didn't have a leg to stand on because I took both of them away earlier. So yeah.
Oh, we had CMG that joined us. What's up, Conspiracy Music Guru? Yeah, he's hopped in here.
Hey, what's going on? Nice and lively in here. Sounds of things.
Well, there's some globe believers and anti-flat earthers and such. And we're getting some of them out of the cognitive dissonance room that we have them in and bringing them into the forefront again because I think there's nothing new under their arguments. So we're just getting their recycled arguments basically over and over again. But as you can see,
was not a Glober.
Yeah, it was. Pazza? He's a Glober.
No, he's not a Glober.
Yeah, well, they're Globers, but they're considered anti-flat earthers because they.
Yeah, mostly because
your standard Glober is someone who's like, well, I don't have an investment in the globe, so I don't care either way. So, I mean, to you could speak to someone like that, but anti-flat earther is someone who's taking a position against flat Earth and saying that it's all incorrect. There's no truth in it. You can't derive any information off of it, and.
Well, he basically told us you couldn't derive the curved surface he claimed from the sextant, yet all he wanted to talk about was the sextant, so I guess he just wanted to get off the topic.
This is kind of like, they know that if they talk about something that leads to the implication of it talking about the surface curvature, they don't want to say anything. I'm just talking about the sextant by itself. It's like, well, we're not just talking, this isn't the 24/7 sextant servers. We're here to talk about the surface curvature if there is any.
And
Heretic, you don't find it.
And Heretic is right. And Heretic is right about changing, like it getting off topic but the thing is that the thing that gets me really heated up is when I talk to somebody like that. So he's talking about using a sextant in some other context besides actually what it's used for. So in other words, he never did it while traveling and navigating himself. So he's sitting there, blah, 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 blah. I don't know where he's getting all this information from because he's never done it himself. So that's the thing that pisses me off about that.
They're the computer chair warriors that are coming in here thinking that they have the experience that you guys have. You know, some of you guys anyway that have traveled over the waters. Some of you guys have the profession in building, like houses and things, and they come in here and saying that you don't know what you're talking about when they are just in their computer chair arguing these things over the internet. They have never applied themselves to do any of these trades, which is interesting, right? Because when you speak to some people that have been experienced in it for many years and don't find any relevance to it being a globe, then that says something. They don't use any of these globe ideas.
Yeah, but you cannot navigate on the flat water surface. If you take that in consideration, he will explain, and now you imagine you cannot navigate on the flat surface, and now you say, okay, I understand that, and then that's finished. Because do you understand, Miggy? If you cannot navigate on the flat surface water, then it's finished.
Or just show me the curved surface that you say you need to navigate.
Yeah, but you cannot navigate heretic on the flat surface. Do you understand it? That is the fact. That means that it cannot be flat.
So the point of clarification is that he said it's an assumption that they're traveling. He stated that, and he was actually arguing for the case that it is a flat, that ancient mariners were using a, because remember, he was saying it. He was like, yeah, they were using it back then. They were thinking the Earth was flat and stationary. I was like, okay, well, if they're assuming and they actually made it from the point of origin to their destination, what is that telling you? That the globe is not needed in any way. Why was, like you're leaving a place and you're going to where you're heading, and then you actually land in the place you thinking the Earth is flat and stationary. Why would you need the globe anyway? When? Like, why? Like, if you already, you know what I mean? Even making sense from your standpoint, thinking that we're just assuming things, or if you're just assuming the Earth's flat and stationary, and that's how they were, and he agreed, and he was giving me an example, then I'm like, well, then why would you think about it being a globe? What is that helping? Because they left from whatever port and then landed on another port. They're not thinking the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, there was no need to invoke a globe to do that.
Exactly. Because I think their argument kind of just leaves you to like all these tiny little tidbits of proof. Well, that's a little proof right there because we're traveling over the water using it like a globe. I'm like, yeah, but you're just assuming that it is. Ancient mariners assume, even if let's say they were assuming the Earth is flat and stationary, they didn't know, they could still travel from the point of origin to their destination, and go ahead and get to the place, not thinking that it's a globe. So
their big claim is the linear relationships to stars. They say you're only going to get those if you have the curved surface, but then you just ask them if you can see this curved surface that they needed to get those angles with, and you just get what you got from him there. No, can't do it.
Oh, then you use a flat surface for making angles, but that you are using only because you're imagining. Because surface is curved.
And this whole, okay, so another thing that they do when they're in here, the anti-flat earthers, they like to say that it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. Isn't that interesting? Because that's what he wants to have no accountability to say that traveling over the surface of the Earth deals with the surface of the Earth. It's like,
if that's the case, that, bro? If that's the case, he shouldn't be talking about it because it doesn't support his claim then.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, the whole point is for him to demonstrate his claim of surface curvature, right? And then he ends up talking about something for half an hour that he says has nothing to do with the surface. Like, what's that?
This is the mind job that happens to people who completely give their mind over to the globe. They're in such disbelief. They can't even understand. It's crazy. It's like a spell. You're like, dude, like if you're talking about practically using, anything over the surface of the Earth, aren't you then like the implications of traveling over the Earth is that you're traveling over either whatever surface it is, flat or curved? You have to know what it is. If you're traveling over the thing that is directly using any kind of navigation, to do it. But then they want to like throw their hands up in the air and be like, I'm not saying that has anything to do with the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, then let's move on to your next point, which does.
He was saying that that's the reason why those anti-flat earthers don't want to come in here. But we got to get dogs in here.
That guy is
Yeah, he's pretty. You guys heard the clip that I made of him when he was in here. 15 minutes. It's on my channel.
Yeah, heard it live.
The wig shop clip. I'm gonna put it in there for everybody. If you guys want to click on that and check it out whenever you can. Throw me a follow there, guys. I'm trying to get my channel up.
He just admitted that he can't know it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I asked him 2 questions like, do we directly measure the curvature of the Earth? And he said, yes. Arc of the parallel, the triangulation of the parallel. And that PDF, which I also put into the chat, on page 19, it shows there on paragraph 4 that they're not actually measuring the curvature of the Earth. Here, I'll put the snippet. I have the snippet for you guys.
Right, they're referencing it to an ellipsoid.
Let's see if I have it. Yeah, right here. There it is. Page 19, the 4th paragraph, and I'll just read it right there because this is the PDF that he was citing in that video right there. He was talking about this specific PDF. The discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Now check this out. Moreover, the deflections may be local, as when caused by mountains, valleys, etc., or may extend over great areas, when a change of density in the Earth's crust is the underlying cause. As far as the present measures go, the curvature of the North American continent along the 39th parallel seems to be intermediate between that of the Bezel and the Clark spheroids. This is what they're using, guys, the Clark and the Bezel spheroids. The accuracy of this deduction is evident from the fact that the probable error of the measured length of the total are 4,224 kilometers is only 26 meters, whereas the difference between the arc of the parallel in latitude 39 degrees on the Clark and the Bezel spheroids is 615 meters. This is what he was referring to on that video that I was talking to him, that he didn't even read. He did not. I guarantee you he didn't read this. He did not read the PDF. The PDF itself debunks itself.
That dude doesn't read anything he posts here.
I genuinely hate these people. I genuinely hate these people. And this isn't why. I mean, because obviously people say things like, "Oh, I hate people," and this, that, and the third. But we use these terms loosely, right? So loosely, I'm saying, but there is an emotion tied to what I'm saying, and I hate these people. Now, I've hated these people before I knew how to identify them. You know, in your everyday life, you wonder why you ask a fucking direct question, and you can get a whole fucking pony show, song, dance, dinner, date, fuck, marriage before you can get the direct answer to the question that you want answered.
Isn't that called a politician answer?
You know, so when I come here, this is the place that you can see that and all of your relationships between people played out in the most ridiculous way. Somebody will literally hear what you asked and deliberately spend 20 minutes saying that you didn't answer what they said. And
hey, you know what?
What room am I in, and how the fuck did we get here?
I recently found out that my sister seems to believe that the atmosphere provides the gas pressure we all experience, so she thinks gas contains gas. And she got major triggered.
The so-called atmosphere is the gas pressure.
What?
The so-called atmosphere is the gas pressure.
Correct. The atmosphere moves with us, according to I don't even think she knows that, but that's that same ideology. But yeah, so we were, me, brother-in-law, and my sister, we were drinking. And I don't know if my brother-in-law put my sister up to this because I'm starting to reevaluate whether or not she's really into conspiracy, but that's another topic. But so she brings up Flat Earth, and I show her the Gleason's map. And so then we're walking back and we're talking about it. And I'm like, guys, I'm not trying to convince anybody, okay? Because they're getting triggered and shit. And I'm trying to maintain and just listen and all that. Well, I think my sister heard more than she could take because she started lashing out to where she said, I don't give a fuck what you believe. But not to derail, but I think my sister's tippy-toeing into conspiracy because, all right, real quick, I don't want to engage anybody, but just to skim over it, right? Like, she's doubting, like, if there's secret transgenders in the world. I mean, that's high-class fringe, but, you know, at least she's, like, evaluating something. I mean, okay, all right, so anyway, all right. I interrupted somebody. I brought you way off topic, but sorry about that. Who was that, Gregory?
No, we're talking about the people that come in here that, as anti-flat earthers and want to make a case for the Earth being a globe.
Okay, so did you hear me the last few minutes, Maggie?
Yeah, I was listening to you.
Okay, so sister got triggered, and, you know, we patched up the next morning, you know, kiss and hug and all that, because it's not something, you know, we want to argue about, right? I mean, so anyway, unbeknownst to me that evening, my brother-in-law told me the next day that he spent like 3 hours doing his own research, and I'm in my head, it's all right. So he's still into it, but I think he might, I don't know, he might be bringing his boat back to Chicago, so we might have Lake Michigan because we are right next.
When is he ready to do that? Because I know you were getting him interested in doing like a test over.
All right, he might be coming back early because there was like a monsoon or something real bad in Arizona. It knocked a lot of tree branches and shit into the lakes, so it's all fucked up. Nobody can do anything, go out. So I don't think he wants his boat to go to waste, so it might be here for the summer. So like in the next month, potentially.
Okay.
Because he mentioned himself, Lake Michigan. I'm like thinking in my head, yeah, brother, bring it on. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to have to tell him he's going to have to watch 21 Questions and then the Rob Skiba one on Lake Michigan. And I told him about him. Dude, he's recording it.
We're excited to meet him when he comes back with his information. So what we try to lead people to is like videos and things like that are great that you can show people. But having these interactions with people live are just the implications of that are incredibly great. Yeah, they're invaluable. So you really do want to, like I was saying, 24/7 is something to like boast about. So when you talk to people like, hey, you can check this video out from this guy and check this video out from that guy, that's great because they're left with all these questions, and we are the ones here to support their education and like understanding. So
my brother-in-law, the important thing is he wants to know stuff about this. He's asking questions and he's seeking out his own answers. I mean, that's the best anyone can do. So I'm just letting him do what he's doing. I'm not bugging the man. So I think we have some similar, you know, line of logic kind of thing, you know, pretty simple, you know, it doesn't have to be complicated, but yeah, so yeah, I totally get what you're saying. You know, a video's one thing, but you know, he has to erase the chalkboard and start fresh. And I don't think he's at that point. And I told him there's two different conversations. You can, you know, add up too many anomalies with the heliocentric model, or you can, you know, observe and measure the Earth being flat. So
yeah, we do want to challenge people to the point where they start asking those questions. And also, you might want to get them interested in this link I'm about to drop. it's our 24/7 live stream, and just tell them to just keep watching that because you never know if you're listening to. Give them that live stream link, and then just say, hey, just we're on every day. You can listen to us 24/7 anytime.
I'm pretty sure while he's working in his shop, he can have his Bluetooth. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he's got Bluetooth set up or not, but yeah, that's a great idea because I know, way back in the day, Helio, he'd be at work and shit, be able to listen to whatever he wanted to, but not everybody gets to do that. So, but yeah, you can be doing other stuff and listen.
Yeah, it's like a radio because we got 24 people watching the live stream right now, so we don't know. Somebody out there could be just passing by and listening and be like, whoa, these guys are speaking some pretty cool stuff. So at least they can hop in here if they want to ask us some questions, or if they think the Earth's a globe. We definitely want to have a conversation with them and challenge them, and I remember their own minds afterwards.
I came across an in real life troll one time, Miggy. I was talking about scientism with this young adult next to me, and he just slides right into the conversation, and his energy, man, was fucked up, like fucking trolls, like on the internet and shit. It was wild. But I mean, some people just can't handle the truth.
Well, we had the Memulus incident where we had an influx of thousands of people come into the server just on that one.
Man, I was not here when all that chaos was going on, but I know you guys filled me in, and because
Oh, I think we lost Jenny.
Hi, Jenny. When you come back. Anyway, I was still on about what Eli was saying, though, myself. Because, listen, I've spoken to Posit for almost 4 years on here. There's this guy's a sophist.
Sorry, man.
Go ahead.
Jenny, are you there, Jenny?
Hey, what up? I might be venturing into the Mirage sometime this summer, maybe. Crossing my fingers. I don't know what brother-in-law has planned exactly, but he mentioned Lake Michigan. Hey.
That's a great place to test right there, I would say. Lake Michigan.
But you think it'd be good for him to watch Rob Skiva's video, right? I mean...
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's also it helps him get a grasp on it, but I don't know, Elijah.
So you guys want some context behind why I hate these people?
Ooh, sure.
I knew.
Is this like being a reverse Karen or something?
So I knew this. Can you guys hear me, by the way? Because I
got really.
You're a bit low, Elijah.
All right, hold on. All right, you guys can hear me now, right?
Much better, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so I gotta be quiet, but the reason, look, I hate these people because I know that when I give my energy to them, they're just going to piss on it and ruin it. Now, fuck you, God haters, okay? Fuck you, God haters who don't understand why someone would do that. Why someone...
Well, maybe they're meant to experience...
No, I require you not to say anything right now, because I'm saying hard statements that are, if getting taken out of context, could rub people the wrong way. I need you not to disrupt my thought process, please.
Yeah, go, man. Good.
Thank you, love. So, when I say God haters, I didn't even, and I'm just flowing right now. Listen to what I just said. I know that I'm going to get into a confrontation with a person that is going to be a bigot, that is going to belittle me, that is going to, ultimately, I know that what I need to do on a day-to-day basis right now is self-improvement so that I can reach the goals that I want to reach. I know that talking to a person like this will ruin my energy and ruin my day. I know this before I talk to that person. You know what I do? I fucking talk to that person because I care. And it just might be that I might be the right person if I ignore the gnashing and if I ignore their biting, their backbiting, if I ignore all of this, just maybe they'll go, this guy's different. Maybe I can listen to what he has to say. And I know that at the end of that, 99% of the time, it's not going to go the way I hope. And each and every percentage that it goes in the way that I don't hope, my heart is broken. And it disrupts the energy I need to put out there to actually fulfill what I have going on personally. These Globers don't understand that this is the choice we make for free. How dare you?
Oh, well, you know what I brought to mind when you said what you said a moment ago? It sounds like you're going in hopeful, which you should, but you already know you probably shouldn't waste your energy talking to them. Expectation is the root of all heartache, so you're just setting yourself up to be mad. Kind of.
Exactly.
They're not worthy of your energy. What you have to say is that information they're not ready for. You already know it because you tell yourself. So that's my thought on that. But I get what you're saying.
It's like on one hand, you know it's gonna happen, but then you think, if I can steer this car just calm enough, just sure enough, just be strong enough, that this person will realize that they're being ridiculous. Now, what I've underestimated is the depth of how ridiculous a person would go just for their pride. That is what I underestimate every day.
Well, maybe somebody has to experience what this.
We lost you again, Jenny.
Yeah.
We can't hear you, Jenny. You're on.
Okay, I have Wi-Fi there, so hopefully. But yeah, maybe they're meant to experience this godless mindset in order to understand someone else down the road in their life, and because they experienced what they did, they can help somebody else maybe quicker than they themselves realize something. So you never know. Right? Does that make sense how I said it? But you can always.
Yeah.
Let me just. I want to drop a link in here for you guys who haven't seen this document. This is the PDF that usually gets brought up in these conversations. So this is information for you guys. I'll drop it in live stream voice text. This is off of the NOAA.gov website. It's principal arcs of the meridian, the parallel and the oblique arcs. And that is what they usually refer to, as in that's information that leads them to say that the Earth has been known to be curving. It's just look over the PDF. But in that PDF, page 19, paragraph 4, is a snippet that I put in there. I'll put the snippet once again. It gets buried in the chat, but let's see. Okay, this one. That's page 19. As you're going to see that. So you can save that little snippet right there. I think page 47, Heretic, if you're in here. Does that also say that? Oh,
yeah, it does. Yeah.
Oh,
they said that they use spherical reductions, right?
Yep. So in their own evidence, citation, reference, everything, you point to this, they're gonna want to use this as a catalyst for their information as to how this supports the Earth being a globe, but it does not clearly. So every citation they pull up, every reference they pull up, there's no evidence there that leads people to think that the Earth is a globe because they're only assuming, as Paz stated, only assumptions. It's all based on assumptions.
What a nice little nugget somebody found in that document.
Yeah, there's two actually. Well, they're saying a whole bunch of nothing because at the end of it, it just turns out that they're not even measuring the actual Earth.
Yeah, they have to take the measurements that they get and reduce them to these spherical assumptions.
Yeah, that's it. What do you guys think about that? These are the people that advocate for the Earth being a globe. They're bringing us this information as to support their claim.
It's the same thing they do every single time. Assume the sphere to start with.
Because of course, if you type in the transcontinental arc of the parallel, then the first link that comes up would be the NOAA link, and the second one, guess who? McToon. He's the next guy in the Google search. Like, he's the next one that comes up.
These anti-flat earthers really had to dredge this up, huh?
Yeah, and I don't even know why he wants to sign his name off on this if it even says that in there. Like, I wouldn't, if I was a Glober, I wouldn't put my name on this. But hey.
He swore up and down in a live stream I heard one time that they weren't reducing them to the spherical assumptions. And then he was shown those pages and just continued to deny it.
Yeah,
he said in no way. Yeah, are those angle measurements computed for the radius or anything like that? When absolutely that's what they're doing.
I'm going to take a snippet of like how it looks like when you search this out. Yeah, you got NOAA up on top and then McToon right on the bottom. It's so funny.
Move over, Eratosthenes.
I'm telling you, man, they're making a name for themselves. They're taking other people's work and taking credit for it, like as if they're the ones saying this.
They must be the ones who measured and proved the globe. I guess it wasn't done in antiquity.
I'm gonna look at this snippet here. This is coming off of McToon's website. You guys got to see this part. This is towards the bottom of the webpage. It's a simple webpage. This is his analysis of flat Earth. If the Earth is flat and circumference of all lines or latitude are easily found from this formula, where r is the distance from the North Pole to the line of latitude, per the Gleason's map, there are 60 nautical miles per the latitude of 39 degrees north latitude. And he goes into saying all this. And so he puts the equation at the bottom of that. And he says, conclusion, the flat Earth prediction of the 39th parallel is off from measurement.
So he's straw manning the flat Earth with a globe map?
Yeah, dude. Per the Gleason's map, bro. He's using per the Gleason's map. So he's comparing like the arc of the parallel from like the Gleasons. This is why I state, man. We had the conversation before about these flat Earth maps, bro. Like same thing. We had. Go on, Elijah.
My bad. There's also did any of you see Taboo Conspiracy 3 drop a video of a I think he's French, a French guy who is talking about how they trick people using the maps.
I haven't seen that, but I'd
Is
be
anybody
interested to
aware
see
of
it.
this? Oh my God. Because I said, yo,
I'd be
actually,
so
I want
great,
to
though.
watch this with the room. And guess what? I thought to myself, no. Eli, you're boring. You would love to watch this. Everybody would not love to watch. It's very technical. It's not. So basically, the premise behind it is that we've been wondering what's up with like nautical miles and the ground miles versus the air miles and stuff like that. Basically, like how does all this tie in? How are they doing it? What are they doing? Right? So in some way, this guy is showing how they inflate distances, even though you know that you're going the distance you're going. So it's like, yeah, we know that, but where is the trick? And he shows how they use the trick with the map. That's like, I was like, oh shit, this is amazing stuff. Good shit, Taboo. Taboo, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not subscribed, please go subscribe to Taboo Conspiracy 3's channel right now. He's always dropping good content.
Yeah, no, I've been on this tip for a while, as you guys may or may not know. I've always been talking about this, but I'm bringing it to light now more recently because a lot of people have been leaning on these maps. And just like McToon put it in his little flat earth analysis at the end of his webpage, it's just showing people, well, he just debunked Gleason's right there. Look, he's put a formula there. You can just measure. And when people look to the Gleason's, they're going to be like, yep, sure as shit, man, he's right. Like, and so then that gets people like, well, the earth must not be flat. Because McToon just debunked it right there. He's got a... And so he's beating up a straw man. That is a straw man argument. He's like, it's smoke and mirrors, man. When you look at his the way he formulated this whole argument here in his webpage, it's all based on the Gleasons. And he's just whacking it with a stick. And everybody's just looking at him like, man, he put the formula there that's going to debunk the circumference right there. And it's per the Gleason, so we can't use that now. So, but that's what I've always been saying is like these maps are not the land. Their land is not the map. But people have been relying on them too heavily, and it's going to put them in the predicament, like this one specifically. But if Taboo has anything to say about that, like I'd be interested to hear, because I've been saying this for a long time now. And it's not a very good thing to be showing people these maps as in like, this is the Earth, the realm of existence, and what its extent it looks like. Because nobody has ever seen the entire realm of existence in that way. And now we're using these things as like the globe does, right? The globe uses their entire realm of existence globe to then show people this is where you live. And flat earthers are doing the same thing. This is the AE map. This is the Gleasons. This is where you live. It's not a globe. It's flat, but this is where you live. The entire realm looks like this. And I've always been saying that that's the wrong thing to do, because how can you verify that what's being like what you're showing people? You can't do that. Just like they can't verify the globe, you can't verify the Gleasons or the AE map. I've been on this tip for a while, and I've been telling people, be aware. Every time you use it, there's an anti-flat earther that's ready to beat that up. And sure enough, that's exactly what he did on this website. He took that Gleason's map to the woodshed. Not saying that like he debunked flat Earth. He's debunking that Gleason's map,
which is a globe.
And when people check out that information, they're going to be like, well, the math checks out. So then that's going to lead them to think that McToon was saying something that's correct. And in one instance, he is, because he's using math, right? It's a simple math there. And then now people are going to be relying on that. That's debunking flat. You see what I mean? They're making the correlations like, since he disproved this right here, that means that Gleason's doesn't work like the way people formerly thought. And so we can't use that. Therefore, flat Earth isn't a possibility. That's why I'm saying you can't lean on these maps and models to show you what the Earth is. You got to go out there into the field and look at the Earth.
What he did was he debunked the globe and then told you he debunked flat Earth using the globe. When the only thing he's ever presented so far is a globe projection using maps.
Right. That's why it's a great answer to just say, oh, okay, so that globe map doesn't work. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, you threw your map, you shot yourself in the foot. you sunk your battleship because you said this projection using math should work. And then you show me it doesn't work. So either A, you're telling me math is broken or your globe is broken. Which one?
It's the globe, 100%.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But you want to get them to say it because they can't say math is broken, you know, because, like, that's a, like, show me that shit.
Yeah, so he put in conclusion, right, the flat Earth prediction. So he's basing this all on what people have been saying because they've been relying on the Gleasons and the AE. So that's why he's saying that conclusion. And in some parts it's true because there is flat earthers out there that are saying this, right? They're leaning to, and they're like, I don't see nothing wrong. What's wrong with using the Gleasons? Fine, totally fine.
Yeah, a lot of them do. Yeah.
And this is what it's the outcome of that is this right here. But like Crit was saying, he just debunked the globe. That's what he's doing with the math. I've been trying to, I've been saying this for a while, so I'd be interested to know if Taboo went anywhere else with it, Elijah, because I've been saying that, bro. Been saying that.
Yes, it's not. And the amazing thing is, it's not like it's a proof of flat Earth or this is a model thing. This is a, oh, wait a minute. Look at these discrepancies we haven't looked at. You know, I literally drive down this. I can't even, I really, because if I try to explain it, y'all are going to be like, okay, what? Just go watch the video, man. You know what? Let me grab the link.
Yeah, my thing is to always get the people that are speaking about flat Earth well equipped to know the arguments. That's why this place here is I would say it is a great place to actually challenge what you think you know about flat Earth, because when you propose arguments to someone and they could say, well, okay, let's take your Gleason's map, let's talk about it, and then they whack it like the way McToon done, but he's really whacking the globe when you like everybody really understands that's all it is. So he's really debunking the globe itself. He's no way debunking flat Earth. So flat Earth doesn't exist on a map or model. It exists in reality when you go outside.
And that's the one thing you'll never catch someone like Paza admitting to, that they've ever gone out to the field to find out for themselves.
Yeah, and your computer chair warriors that come in here with their keyboards, they think they know more than someone who's actually been experienced and seasoned in navigating or building. Like Dogs Are Cap was saying to Timbo, who's been building houses for most of his life, and he's in here telling Timbo that he doesn't know what he's talking about when he says level. That was an interesting conversation. Timbo was furious, man. He's like, what are you talking about, man? I have a level right in my hand right now. Like, it was great, dude. And he even asked him, you know, Dogs, when have you ever built anything? And I think the only thing he admitted to building was like a fence or something. But you know, Timbo does this for a living, so it's crazy. Anyways, I appreciate everybody who's subbed to me today. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone who's done that.
What?
Sub to my channel today.
Have you seen that article for the bridge towers that Dogs uses too?
Oh, we should bring that in here. Do you have it?
Yeah, I'm just driving right now. I'll get it in a minute. But yeah, that's really stupid too, because there is no measurement at all that's in it. They just suppose that there should be this much deviation based on the globe assumption, and then they go, "Oh, we could do this to measure it," but I never found anybody who actually did it. Please let us know if you did. That's what his article says. It's pathetic. Yeah, I'll get it.
And like Indio was saying in the conversation that 15-minute snippet that I took out, his true epistemology is that he relies on experts. The experts say, and then that's all. his follow up to his understanding of the knowledge of whatever he talks about. Or when he was asked about what that meant when he was talking about the arc of the parallel triangulation, he immediately said, "Well, I can post you the link." Instead of going into the article in his own mind, because he's actually been thorough and read the article and he knows what it says and he could quote some of it, he didn't even do that. This is like a very lazy way for these guys to even argue. I'll give you a link. But you don't know what it says? That's interesting. Why not? Didn't you read it? How are you having an argument about something you've never read and you don't know what it says, but he's done that. So we understand that's how he operates.
Yeah, how do you know your proof is in there? You haven't read it. You can't cite it. So why are you showing it to me?
Yeah, they're used to doing it.
I swear, if you go back and listen to when he talks about the fence, he mentions curvature of the Earth.
And we got another person who used to say the Earth's a globe. I don't know if he's still or not. Ziggy Spaz. He balanced an egg on a nail at the equator, and now he knows the Earth's a globe.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
No, I what's actually interesting, I just went out of the country last week on vacation. I was in Europe, and for some reason, the water was spinning in the right, which gave me a feeling that maybe the Earth isn't that after all.
Well, that's been debunked for some time. That conversation of people saying that. So that was
and what's interesting, I actually brought it as one of my arguments, but now I can understand how that argument doesn't really make sense.
Hey man, I gotta tell you that I balanced an egg at the northeast. It wasn't at the equator, so yeah, it worked there too.
Nice. Well, yeah, I haven't outside of the equator. That's probably one of the easier experiments to replicate. So maybe I'll give that one a try. I'm just coming in here to learn a little more. That's it.
What you said experiment, what's the independent control?
I don't know. That's an interesting question. I guess it'd be more like an option.
You don't know
rather than experiment.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So Ziggy, so you're basically saying that you're on your way to understanding that perhaps the globe is not supported with evidence. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, at least the evidence I've observed on my own. Yeah. But hey, I'm not convinced. Still definitely a globe.
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. I don't want to strong arm you into the idea either. So what I want you to do, like as you continue doing, is kind of filter out all the information that you've understood or you thought you have understood from the globe, and then see if it checks out. Because now you're starting to realize that even some of the things you thought you knew that makes the globe real doesn't do it for the globe.
That's correct. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out my way.
Do it your pace, man. Like, well, all we're here to do is to challenge you. That's it. Not here to convince you, man, because that's up to you. You come to your conclusion when you come to it. But we're here to challenge. If there's something that you have that you think that makes the Earth a globe in any way, then you can tell us and then we can look at it. Like right now, is there something in your mind that still holds you to the globe? Like that you're like, nah, it's pretty much a globe because I don't know, airplanes fly in a certain way or whatever. Like, I'm just giving you an example. Is there something in your mind that you think still holds you to the globe because of that? Just any other?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I guess I'm just trying to latch on as long as I can. I don't know. I've definitely thought a lot about it since I originally came in here about a month ago.
Yeah, we don't want to leave no stone unturned. So if there's something in your mind that you're like, you know what, I want to believe what you guys are saying, but I'm kind of reluctant to because I think this is just one thing about the globe that's still holding me to it.
One thing I was actually, how do you get over social bigotry? Like, you can't just show up to your friends and be like, yo, the Earth is flat.
Nah,
People think you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, check this out, dude. Like, and maybe this little tidbit for anyone. Like, that's not who you are. You're not a flat earther. Jemsy said this many times before. Like, that's not who you are. You're somebody who speaks the truth, right? If the conversation comes to the point where that is mentioned, or you know what, there's something that you want to talk about because it's leaning that way, then talk about it, but speak the truth. When it comes to like you being an activist or saying like, you know what, I'm everywhere I'm going to go, I'm going to say flat earth this, flat earth that. You don't have to be that way. Live life normally. All right. Just go about your daily work, business and all that, but always remain with the truth inside. The conversations will present themselves like when they need to, like whenever it's time to talk about it, just speak the truth. Like, so you don't have to be like, you know what I'm saying? Wearing a flat earth shirt, going everywhere and saying, hey man, everybody, the earth. I mean, you can if you want to, but you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like you can live like a normal person, just live everyday life and be a truther and be, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You don't have to be like all crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like waving flags and all that. You don't, that's just be who you are, unapologetically yourself, but also stick with the truth. Because what's true cannot be disproven by somebody's ideas. These things are stories, bro, that you've been told. So if somebody's got a story, be like, yeah, that's your idea, man. That's a story. It hasn't been proven. You can think the Earth's a globe and believe it and all that stuff, but it's not the truth. And unless you can provide some empirical evidence, then it becomes true. But we don't have that now. We got these stories.
Hey, Miggy. So for some reason, brother-in-law's hung up on satellites because there's so many people involved with satellite technology. And, you know, I think he's struggling with the fact that, are those people lying? You know,
well,
so.
Yeah, I don't think they're lying. Yeah, I don't think they're lying, Jenny, because they truly believe the thing that they're saying is true.
Right.
But that's
what I've been trying to tell them.
Yeah, the part where you start to separate where the rubber meets the road is where he starts to realize, is it possible for technology like what they're claiming as a satellite to be in the place that it is? That's the part where he needs to understand. If it's possible, then it definitely would be. But if it's not, that means that it's negating, first of all, the idea that the second law of thermodynamics would state that entropy wouldn't take place in the lowest of vacuums, like, you know, 10 to the -6 at the low Earth atmosphere position. And then you got, you know, further past that, then the negative torr gets even further, you know, but like -6 is right above the Earth. So you say like that's where satellites are in low Earth orbit. That place where they say those things are cannot exist. Not in nature. You can't.
He seems to think that there are satellites in outer space because I asked him, I said, dude, are you talking about that satellite is that in low Earth orbit?
Yeah.
So I think there's some, you know, I don't think he understands the amount of pressure involved and what type of equipment we would have to build for it to go for decades without maintenance or, you know, I just don't think he's ever put his attention to really critically thinking that, you know, just we've all been conditioned. I don't think he's settled up with the idea that we've all been conditioned and or what you'd say indoctrinated, but that's too strong of a word for some people. You know, we've been conditioned to hear things from authorities and say, oh, okay, that's how it is. Without
Which
question.
satellite are you talking about? Or is he talking about?
I can't recall, but I told him, I'm like, hey man, you really want to pick a split hairs about satellites, all you got to do is go on to Discord. I told him, I'm like,
one thing I was going to say is they actually have been servicing it.
Well, what about the one that was gone for 3 decades that just came back or something? What was that one?
Which one? I don't know. I don't know which one that is. But what I was going to say is they like boost them up and shit.
What does that mean?
Like exactly? if they're ever falling out of the sky, they like send a rocket up to like boost it up again.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I told Jenny too, like Ziggy, there's stories that you've been told about that place, rockets and satellites and low Earth orbit and all these kinds of things. But all of that, everything that surrounds that are just stories. Remember that. So they can tell you whatever they want. The information supported that they're operating in a second law of thermodynamics violation, which means that it can't be what they say that they're in.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know about the actual science, but I will say I've been to a rocket launching before, and it's really, like, it'd be pretty hard to fake a rocket launch. I don't know where they're launching to because I'm not the scientist, but I've seen it with my own eyes.
So did you hear what you just said?
What did I just? I do.
You just said. Yeah, I mean, because I know you don't think that we think that they're tricking people with like big LCD screens or something of rockets, right? Like we're all on the same page as reasonable people in this room. Obviously, they send shit up from whatever launch bases there are. Yes?
Correct.
In Florida,
yes.
Great. Now, I said the same thing you said. I don't know where they're sending them shits to. The priests know that. No, my bad. You said the scientists know that, right? Think about that. Think about that. Because somebody will come in here and argue us down knowing they only have one half of the thing that they know. They believe one half and they know the other. And they think that that is good enough.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Like, and I think my way of thinking about it is a little different now that I've spent about a month in here. But what I will say is, I don't know what they're doing with the rockets, to be completely frank with you, but I've seen them go up. And, like, I guess I have to do with that information as I will. Like, that doesn't necessarily prove that the Earth is round just because they're sending shit up.
Because that's to Elijah's point. Because you can
sorry guys, it doesn't matter.
You can have engineers devising technology different. You can send a rocket up. You can probably do it yourself, right? Send a rocket up and down. But the let's say satellites using the Satelloons, they send devices to weather to check weather patterns or record from high altitude footage. During the Civil War, they had high altitude balloons, right? And they were kind of like looking for areas. So, yeah, high altitude devices, technology, yeah, you can send them up. That doesn't mean they're going to the fantasy place that they're claiming they're going.
Right. All I was going to say is without the story attached to it, we don't know anything more about them sending a rocket up than we do you send an aircraft up and it goes up till it disappears also. So without the story, you don't have anything other than that. You saw something go up until it was out of my eyesight. Okay, fine. Aircraft do that too. Birds do that as well. Insects do it all the time. People do it too.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I was going to say is...
That's a good point. Real quick. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. It's all right.
On top of everything else, we've discussed and are discussing right now, did you know that so the story is that there's some odd miles away, some odd miles up in Leo, North Orbit, or whatever, blah 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 blah. But when you look on NASA's website, it actually says that for all intents and purposes, most of the data that they gather utilizes.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, you literally faded out to nothing, but
I didn't fully catch it.
Yeah, we'll wait
that's when
for
the
you.
train decided to go, right on.
That's called bad satellite connection.
It must have curved. It must have curved to the left or right, and then lost.
All right, so check it out. For all intents and purposes, they can use flat Earth computations. What the fuck does that mean?
And why would I find that on NASA's website? Especially in the context of what we're talking about when there's a question of where these satellites are. What the fuck do they mean? Flat Earth. You can't. No. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a regular person, not just like a seasoned debater and this, that, and the third, but somebody who's like questioning where satellites are, what space is, why all of this money, like what's going on. I've seen the rockets. And you're like, okay, well, then you go to the website, and the website is saying, well, yeah, Flat Earth is cool for the computations we use for practical use of our satellites. Oh, okay, what? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be interesting if I could show you that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't fully catch what was going on. But one thing I was going to say is...
What's going on is NASA's website, you can find in the context of use of satellites, they use Flat Earth. That, like geometry, is what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be cool if I could show you that? And you can find exactly what I found, because that would be odd, right? If it were true, what I was saying. If you could indeed go to NASA's website and see this for yourself. But what would you say to that?
Are you asking me?
People get scared when the truth, like, even when they want to see the truth, who else am I talking to, man?
I feel like the question was so dragged on that I honestly didn't even fully understand it.
I just summarized it. Please don't say it was so long and then proceed with the point that you tried to proceed with before I summarized it. You didn't understand.
I wasn't arguing. Originally, I was questioning that chick that was talking about the satellite. My question to her originally was, what are you what's not possible about a satellite going up into the sky? Like, we've seen it.
Just like you release a helium balloon and it goes up.
Exactly.
No,
I'm not saying anything. She was saying that it's impossible or something. I don't know what she was trying to disprove with that point.
Hold on, man.
I'm gonna get real belligerent in a second.
Yeah, you could because you're pretty low, bro. You're gonna have to yell so people can hear you.
I literally couldn't hear. It was a long question, and you were fading out. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being completely honest. I didn't fully get the question simply because I had to really.
If NASA's website said that they used flat Earth geometry in mathematical computations for all intents and purposes for satellites in some instances, wouldn't that be odd and something that someone who was curious about this topic would say, take me to that link right now, I want to see what you said is true, because that would be weird as fuck.
I would like to see sure, I would love to see it.
All right,
DM it to me. Because I'm not at my computer right now. I'm actually only on voice chat. So what I'll do is I'll take a look at the link later.
So I'll send it.
But I'm not here to argue that with you. I'm sure they did use flat Earth geometry. Because if they said it, then they probably did that.
Yeah, the point is, I'm coming with gifts. Like, I don't know why you think I want to fight with you. No, I'm helping you out.
Thank you.
I'll give you guys an example for the satellite thing. There was, you know how they're supposed to have these ground bases that are connecting to the satellite to control them, right? So they have to program certain things in the hardware, the satellite, and operate them. So there was this whistleblower from Raytheon, this a program that they had. He operated a team of engineers that were on the floor operating the satellites from there, the satellites in outer space. And he noticed that the software that they were using had nothing to do with satellite, didn't compare to the satellites, right? And so he was trying to tell this because he was worried that the information that we're getting from the satellite was wrong. It was going to put the military in jeopardy and positioning systems and blah, blah, blah. So he told the FAA, I think, or the government or some. So they ignored him completely. And then he also told Raytheon they ignored him. They told him to falsify the documentation, to not worry about it. Just falsify the information. Just don't worry about it. And then he was demoted away from his position. And then they gave him like $1 million to settle the case. He was a whistleblower after being an engineer in charge of 31 other engineers and noticing that the software has nothing to do with the satellites in outer space. and whistleblowing that, he got demoted and paid.
Who is this guy?
His name is the public case is India found the public case. I got a link for it for the news of it. It's in the live stream voice text. There you go. They told him to lie about the information. And he said, wait, I'm not supposed to lie about this. Soldiers' lives are at risk. So he turned into, from an engineer, they labeled him, oh, he's a whistleblower. He's a whistleblower now. Just give him $1 million. So this is in reference to what I forgot Jenny was asking about. Oh, satellites that. Jenny can use this link and show it to him. You know, satellites is not what you might be told, right? The example of, yeah, we have technology, we can attach balloons to them, we can send stuff really high, we can send rockets. We do this, we have satelloons. There's also another term called rocket loons or rocket satellites or drones that can go really high up and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we can build that stuff, but that doesn't mean outer space, spinning ball, the vacuum of space, black holes, and all that fantasy Star Wars stuff. Star Wars and Star Trek. And that video that I posted is a short video, so you'll be able to get some reference to that
black
point.
hole stuff is true?
Is it?
Can you have a flat Earth and that stuff being true, or is that not true?
Is that true? What is it?
I don't know. I'm not totally sure.
I can tell you what is true. I can. Go ahead, Elijah.
Okay. What is a like?
I really can't hear you. You got to fix your mic or something.
Again, think about it. What is a black hole? Now, when I say what is a black hole, here's the thing. I don't need a team of scientists with lead engineers to tell you what is a snowstorm, what is a rainstorm, what is a tsunami, because we all know what that is. So when I ask you what is a black hole, well, why don't any of us know what it is? Can we look at it? What is it?
It's really just a thing that somebody else is telling us what it is. I've never seen one or held one or touched one. I'm sure that if you did, you'd probably die because
I know we can't.
That's all what we've heard. I'm not exactly sure. Why would somebody make it up though?
I don't know what it is. Question, but before we wonder if somebody would make it up, I would hope that in 2023 we're not still at the question of what it is. Like I said, we're all up to date on what things happening on Earth is. I've got what are these Celestron telescopes? Well, it's actually binoculars, but they're for actually observing celestial bodies. And yeah, I'm just saying, what the fuck is a black hole? And I'm a grown ass man. I know what a lot of things are because I've experienced it in real life. So there are a lot of stories that people tell that I've never experienced and never really thought about or wondered if they were true or not. But if I'm going to be asking if it's true, I need to know what it is first, right? So I would go to the people who are saying that they exist. I would ask them, what is it? Right?
Yeah, I think so. So I shouldn't ask you what it is?
Know what it is. And I've never come into contact with someone who will answer that question because they're usually bigots. And so when I ask something like, what do you think about the moon landing, or can you show me a black hole? They go, what are you, a flat earther? And then they start arguing. I'm sure you've experienced the same. Well, maybe not. You've experienced the same thing or saw that kind of interaction between two other people. So, no, I don't know what a black hole is. I would love to know, but no one will answer the question.
I'll tell you what it is. It's a conceptualized idea made, when you make an anime or a story and you make ideas inside of that story and you make stuff up, like the lion that can talk to the witch and the girl that falls through the hole following the rabbit. So you can make a bunch of stories about something and then tell the stories to some people as true, and some people might believe it and other people don't. It's pretty simple.
Part of the canon.
So we're living in a story.
No. Someone is telling you a story. You're standing on where you're standing. You can breathe fresh air. You have your senses. You have your immediate experience, right? All around you. You can go outside. You can observe. You can do things outside or whatever. You can test. You can get wet. You can get burned. You can feel the sun. You can feel the moonlight. You can do all that in reality, right? But then there is people that are going to come to you and sell you stories. So to you, to believe them, maybe verify them, right? Or not.
Have I verified them? No. I haven't verified them.
No, you can't verify black holes. Remember, they're trillions of miles away. You're going to travel trillions and trillions of miles away. They make it the unobtainium, right? You cannot obtain this. They tell you from a high position, they tell you, hey, we know better than you. You listen to us. Because, we know stuff that is happening millions of light years away from here. So we know better. You listen. And since they're priests of a religion, some people want to participate because there is there is incentives to participate in the religion. People get paid. Have you look at YouTube? Exoplanets videos or that kind of stuff, millions of views, ads, money, right? So they can tell you stories on YouTube. They don't have any evidence of the exoplanets, but they tell you they're exoplanets, right? Remember, they tell that there's video. Just go to Google and type black holes. You're gonna see a bunch of cartoons, animations, and videos about it, and articles about it, and ads behind those things, and people click about stories. But has anybody verified that black hole is a real thing? No, it's just a story, bro. Cool story.
So, do you live most of your life just like thinking things are just made up? Because that's kind of how it seems like.
Wait, what do you ask?
You live most of your life thinking that things are just made up, story told. Because I feel like it's harder to make shit up than it is to like observe and then just tell the truth about what's going on.
No, I don't sit around and think about all the stories there ever were. about Ganesh and ancient aliens and what else, Bigfoot, the real origins of who Santa Claus was as an actual saint. People say a lot of things. There are a lot of stories, and then there are people who believe stories that go viral. Okay, and I don't believe in those either, because why would I just go believing in whatever the fuck people put out there? No, I don't sit around all day thinking about that stuff. People who come in here usually wonder why we don't sit around and think about that stuff.
Space is not something that you can really use other than like as a story, like the Guardians of the Galaxy. Luke, I'm your father.
Why is that the case?
Well, because they told you in the 1960s and 70s what space would mean for humanity. It'd be a massive paradigm shift. They call it the overview effect. Frank White interviewed all the astronauts. Edgar
So
Mitchell.
then what are we looking out at? What would you call that? Like when you take a telescope and you see the moon. Oh, okay.
It's the moon.
Phenomena.
Yeah.
You see the moon. I look up, I see the moon, I call the moon. It's like you would say, like,
so you only have a sky.
Is you're telling me, like, you look at a duck, but then you come up with a story about the duck. The duck is a wizard and has special powers, and it quacks and makes water wet, and that's why the water. You came up with a bunch of mythology that doesn't match what you're actually observing. And then
I would agree that when I look up, I definitely see a sky, and I see the moon. But what is all that stuff like? You just call it the sky, and that's it.
Yeah, but look, you see a sky, but you don't see a black hole, do you?
I think you can see one in a telescope. I've never seen one. No.
I don't know. Can
is
you?
The answer? No, I
don't
have
think
never
that's
seen
actually
one.
true. You know what a telescope is, right? They use radio telescopes, not the same as actually looking at something.
No, I'm pretty sure you can see. I think you can. I would.
Listen.
I mean,
listen
let's
to
look
what I'm
this up.
saying. For that kind of distance, no one is using an ocular device to see any of this stuff. They are using radio telescopes.
And how does that prove that it's not true? This radio telescope thing.
Listen to what the words that are coming out of my mouth. No one has laid their eyes upon a black hole.
I'm actually gonna check that out.
I'll be very honest. It's not really that complicated because you and I, we can do the same observations. You can buy a telescope. We can spend different amounts. We can get different versions from different countries. We both are gonna look up, and we're gonna do the same observations of the sky. Maybe different because we are different locations, right? We're gonna observe the phenomena in the sky, and we're gonna take pictures of it or record it and think about it. What it is and how it works, or what's going on. We might make stories in our minds. I'll start making stories in my mind of what it is. You might start making a different story of what it is. But you and I, unfortunately, we can't go there and verify it, can we? You and I?
No.
Exactly. So from our perspective, we do the observation. We see it. It's real. I'm not denying the moon is going on. I mean, the luminaries work in cycles, bro. You know that our day-to-day lives are based on the movement of the luminaries, the thing we time things, the thing we like your watch. Do you want to watch like a wrist watch?
Yeah.
Yeah, the rich watchmaker, the clock master, the one that builds the clock, he based his construct and the adjustments and the precision of that instrument or that mechanism is completely put together to be able to give you a visualization of the cycles of the sky. Get it?
I just don't understand why everything is like supposedly made up.
No, made up. Remember, don't fall for the all of nothing fallacy. Everything is fake. Everything is a lie. Everything. No, bro, don't fall for that stuff. That's the.
So then, what's true?
What's true? When you open your eyes every morning and you feel thirsty, that's true. You're thirsty. You go brush, that's true, right? You get ready to go to work and to do an activity. You're ready to open a business. That's true. All that's true. You walk the street. You cross the street. And you use your senses to not get being hit by the car. That's true, bro. That's definitely true.
So what's fake?
The story making side of things, when they tell you that your experience, your senses are lying to you, and the opposite of what you're experiencing, observing, what you can test and demonstrate, the opposite is happening, which the ground is curving, spinning, in a vacuum of space in the imaginary world of fantasy. That's fake. And because we falsified that story. Just like your neighbor told you he has a unicorn or a Lamborghini, right? He has a Lamborghini, and you say, hey, can I take a look at your Lamborghini? No, you can't look at it. You can't look at it. But I do have a Lamborghini. Would you like to check the Lamborghini to check if he really has it? Yeah, you want to double check it, right? But he might be calling his Toyota a Lamborghini. If you believe it's a Lamborghini, you just believe it. It's
what
a
if
lie.
He shows me the bill that he bought the Lamborghini?
Well, some people are gonna make stories about stuff. Some people are gonna make stories about stuff, right? And even
what if he shows me his top line net income and shows me through his bank statements that he owns the Lamborghini?
Well, if you have the receipts, sure. If you have
what if he shows you everything other than the direct evidence of what he claims he has?
That's my question. I would believe him.
What I'm saying. You get look. If he shows you everything other than direct evidence, then it's just a religious belief. You might believe him really hard, and he might really have it. But guess what? All you'll ever have is a belief until he shows you. That's the difference between believing and knowing. Well, yeah, I believe he has it. I mean, he showed me the statements and everything. I mean, shit, well, why would I not believe him? Okay, the only thing I don't know is that he has one because I've never actually experienced it.
So he doesn't have the Lamborghini?
Hey, he could have the Lamborghini, but what about the unicorn? Do you think he has a unicorn? He has receipts of the unicorn? Do you believe? Oh,
no, look, because the unicorn's fake. But like a Lamborghini is a real car.
Okay.
And if he showed me the receipts and like his bank statements and all this supporting evidence that he did in fact buy a Lamborghini, I would believe him that he owns a Lamborghini.
So if he showed you receipts that he bought a unicorn, and he
takes show you bank statements of me buying a unicorn. All I got to do is find a company.
Yeah. They don't. You can't produce, like.
Have you ever heard the term low standard of evidence? Do you know what a low standard of evidence is?
Yeah, let me say this. I've got receipts for all kinds of stuff I bought.
Come on. I'm sorry.
I don't have.
I'm going between train stops. Unicorns aren't real. Lamborghinis are real. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Earth is real. Black holes, we don't know. Have you experienced one? Exactly. You know what a Lamborghini is, right? But these other things are things that have a big question mark next to them. Big difference.
Yeah, the reference that you're saying that your neighbor showed you the receipts, NASA doesn't have the receipts. They lost the receipts. They show you cartoons of the Lamborghini. Hey, we have cartoons of the Lamborghini, but we also have receipts. I mean, actually, we had the receipts, but we lost them.
Interesting.
Ziggy, so long as he doesn't show you the Lamborghini, show himself behaving in a manner that he owns the car, there's always the potential to lie, correct? If all he's offering you is receipts and his income and all that.
But this is in a sense like a false equivalence anyway, And the reason it's a false equivalence is because he asked about a Lamborghini, something he's experienced, versus all of the other stuff and stories that people tell, which are things that people have never experienced. That's all I'm saying.
But remember, right? Remember that he said, "Oh, I see the rockets, the satellites." So he said, "Oh, I see the receipts, bro. I see the moon up there. I see the receipts." Everything adds up to their claim of the spinning globe, right? Because he's looking at the receipts. Look, rockets, satellites, and he bought a telescope himself, and he's looking up. He sees the moon. Therefore, the Earth is a spinning globe.
But they're not even receipts, Jamesy. He's interpreting them as receipts,
Yeah, but then you tell them like, "Oh, can I do this too? Can I get one? Can I get my own Lamborghini?" And they tell you, "Well, no, you're just too stupid to get it."
What's that point? I don't understand the point there.
That flat earthers are just too dumb to understand how rockets and satellites work.
I never said that.
No, I'm saying
that would never come out of my mouth.
Globalists will do that. They'll tell you
that. Just yesterday, some globe believers they invited us to another server, and the guy that invited us, right, and made the presentation. He said, "Hey, I invited these people. They're smart flat earthers, whatever." He said that, right? And the people in the chat said, "Smart flat earthers? That's an oxymoron." So you see,
it's definitely not an oxymoron.
And you think those people weren't even smart enough to get their asses to this server? They couldn't figure out how a Discord link worked, an invite link. And then when Gemsy goes there, suddenly they're the smart ones again. I go, "Dude, how come I figured out how to use a Discord link? You couldn't."
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a non-erroneous point. Like
whether or not.
Yeah, I can't hear you. You sound like you're roboting right now.
Anybody talking? Is the guy? Are you there still, sir?
Yeah, Elijah
I'm still
was
here.
trying to say something, but he kept roboting.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him, so I just want to be respectful and let him finish his point. But he's got to fix his mic.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I was just saying you might want to. Maybe it was an oxymoron, maybe it wasn't, but we can all agree that it was a bigoted statement. And because bigotry leads to division, you know why? Because how can you be a bigot and communicate at the same time when you already know what you think you know?
Yep. And look at this mentality, Elijah, since you're listening. So they invited us. The guy was really cool. He was kind of presenting ideas to them, but they were making fun of him, whatever. He's like, "Come on, guys, help me out. Let's go there." We went over there. He introduces us. They say, "Oh, flat earthers, that's smart flat earthers, that's an oxymoron." They made fun of us, whatever. Then we started talking about the conversation. They said, I told them, hey, that a flat earther, that's a term, right? That's those are two words. That's a description, and it's a window to open a conversation because you see, it triggers you guys to want to talk to me, right? But I'm not. That's not what I am. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a label. I'm not a term. Okay, I know about flat earth. I can wear a hat says flat earth, right? You can ask me questions. We can talk about it, but don't label me, okay? And that label comes with connotations, like Elijah said, right? It comes with, oh, this guy's a flat earther. All right, everything he says from now, it's just dumb stuff. And that's the attitude that some people have. That's how it is.
Right. I mean,
it didn't end then. My bad, Elijah. Because I needed to mute. But then I presented. They were talking about science. Science proves the globe. They told like science, something about science, and he said it proved that it's round and not flat. And I tried to tell him, science is a how is question, not a what is. I explained to him a few things, but we spoke like for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, they kept saying the same thing. Science proved the round earth, not the flat earth, right? That kind of stuff. In a more in a longer version, but that's what that's what they were saying. And then Heretic told them, "You guys are making a categorical error. You're not getting it." He explained it to them again. They didn't get it. They kept doing the same argument. You guys don't get it. Then a girl opened, the girl that was making noises because she had a soundboard. Then she opened her mic and she said something that had nothing to do with what we explained for 20 minutes. And I said, "Oh, now we know that the woman doesn't get it." We all got banned after I said that.
I mean, no shit, she doesn't get it. She's a woman.
Yeah, but she was the only one in the chat. She was just making noises like fun, when applause noises and laugh noises in the soundboard, right? That's what she was doing. And then after 20 minutes of we talking about a few topics, she didn't get anything that we said. And I said, woman doesn't get it. And yeah, we told the guys, you guys are not getting it. We're trying to explain it. We'll explain it again. You're still not getting it. And then the girl showed up and she didn't get it. And I said that she didn't get it. We all got banned because I told her she didn't get it. But I was telling the guys for 20 minutes. 10 minutes. They didn't get it. I didn't go banned for that. I got banned for telling the girl that she doesn't get it. Imagine how silly those people operate in their mindset.
They're bricked. They'll tell you you're wrong.
But when is that not going to be the case? Like, when is it not going to be a bigot? Because when it's not a bigot, guess what? We get to say, okay, where's the evidence? Because we have exactly the opposite of that. When does that conversation get to happen? Because the bigotry always kicks in.
Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere because they were interrupting us, muting us, and they were just, taking the mic most of the time, making fun of us, and it's not going to go anywhere. I knew because they were making fun from the beginning. We did try to kind of speak to them for a longer term, but I didn't imagine in my mind, I didn't imagine that if I said something to the girl, like just she didn't get it, that will trigger a ban of the whole group. I didn't think that.
Yeah, they're just triggered. And then it's going to be your fault for why that is.
Oh, yeah, they call me racist and bigotry. They say racist and what was the other thing? Misogynistic. Bro, I'm Mexican. No, I'm not Mexican, but racist? Whatever.
Gemsy is one of the true Mexicas. Mexica.
I'm just running this body for now.
Think about that. If the only way to understand is to communicate, and all people can do is either assert their belief or tell us we don't understand their belief or we don't believe them, ask us why don't we believe this? If all of that is taking place, when is truth going to come in? When is it? Is it tomorrow?
Well, the answer is it's not ever. And I had a point. Something you just said. It'll come around again.
It will come around. But earlier we were talking about the satellites and that stuff. And the guy mentioned the moon. I don't know if he's still here. I wanted to mention, yes, we can talk about the moon. We can look at it. We can look at the cycles. We can look at the record and
But
look at.
isn't that my point? Isn't that my point? Because on one hand, I know you're not arguing, talking to the guy, and I know you're being reasonable. But at the same time, why do people feel like they need to ask us the most obvious questions? So, what is the sky?
I was gonna say, Elijah.
The sky is the same shit for me as it is for you. What do you think? That it's different for me because of the flat earth? Perhaps you need to get that shit out of your mind. The sky is the same for me as it is for you. Only difference between you and me is you believe people and I choose to do other shit. Is that not obvious?
Yeah. And when I have this conversation with people like in front of me, I don't, people do mention the moon, but I normally like this guy. Okay, we can do that, all that, but let's right now, let's concentrate on our immediate experience and the things that we can experience, sense, demonstrate, observe, and things that we can verify it with. There's many tests out there, and we can look at that as well. Long distance observation, that kind of stuff, water level, our sensory system, the vestibular system. I can talk about all that stuff, and people feel more familiar and can grasp something that is immediate to them and have a conversation based on that than thinking about what is the moon and what is the moon doing, and this guy said one thing, the other guy said another thing. We can do that, but bringing people back to their senses, I think that's kind of better to operate, especially if you haven't figured it out yet that it's not a cartoon spinning globe. If you haven't figured that out yet and you still now thinking about the moon and how that works and that stuff, is going to be very confusing for some people. Yes, no, maybe.
Did you drop your mic, Jim?
What was that, Chris?
Yeah, man.
Couldn't hear you, bro. My bad.
It's not your fault, mate. My face might have not been close enough to the microphone, so you're all right.
Maybe he left, but he said he joined like a month ago, and he told people in here that he balanced an egg at the equator.
I'm right here.
He now he moved from there to today, and he's having questions, kind of considering what people are saying in here. I would recommend for you to just go through the information, through the research, through the data. And if you have questions, definitely open up your mic and ask questions about whatever topic. That's why this VC is for.
You got a mic? Hey, y'all got a mic?
Yeah, we got mics.
That was a soundboard.
Do you have a mic? In 2023?
What's up, guys? I'm back.
What is it, Miggy? Oh, Miggy, yeah.
Yeah, you talked to Ziggy Spaz?
We were talking to that guy that you referred earlier about the egg and stuff. Were you listening?
Yeah, he's coming around, man, but it takes a while. Some people take.
Yeah, he's coming around. That bro for 1 month, and he jumped from that to kind of like talking to us and listening a little. Yeah, that's great. Great news.
Yeah, he's a little hung up on the whole space bullshit.
Yeah. It's funny. I remember him.
For people, right?
I just find it a little funny because near that time that we spoke about him, he's saying that about the egg. I did the same thing in my house here in the Northeast, and we balanced an egg. But I cheated. I just grabbed some salt, like crystalline salt, and I threw some salt, and then I put the egg on top of that, and it looked like it was balanced.
There you go. We had Paza come in here earlier, and Jedi had a go around with him. I think we have a clip of him, like 11 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. I could probably scroll up to see where that was put in here.
He's a chimpanzee.
He's like, that's why none of us come in here. I'm like, none of you? Like, what, sophists? Anti-flat earthers? Is that what you mean? None of you guys?
They'll spend all day spiraling out of control over flat earth, listening to the live stream, and never come in here to talk.
Yeah, the 24/7 live stream? Yeah. They love to listen to us.
Yeah, they're always listening.
But they're never coming in here. Interesting.
Are they like the watchers or something? Like the 24/7 flat earth watchers that are checking? Let's see what the flat earthers are talking about, because it's so dumb. I just want to hear these dumb people talking
all day long and do nothing else but listen. I think it's before this. Somewhere.
Yeah, they're so triggered. It's like, and then they'll bring up stuff that happened like years ago. It's like why I like like one aunt I used to have that I'd be like, I'm not gonna have a beer with you, not gonna drink. Yeah, because they always start talking about 20 years ago. Like they'll bring up shit that like, and they'll act like it's happening right now too. I can't think of something off the top of my head. But like, like the egg thing with like Sleeping Warrior or something like that, or like Behind the Curve. They pretend like Behind the Curve was just dropped last night. Like no one, like it wasn't 2017 or 18 or whatever. They think like they have no object permanence whatsoever. They have no idea about the passage of time. They are just literally stuck in like they heard about flat Earth in 2016. And they haven't moved 1 second past that second they heard flat Earth.
So it's 11 minutes, but we can play it. It's Jedi having the exchange with Paza. What do you think, Jedi? Should we play it?
Yeah, get that wig. I mean, it's not the Jedi.
All right, I'm gonna press play, dude. It's only 11 minutes. Here we go.
Yeah, I see you live.
Have you got evidence of the curvature of the Earth directly?
Yeah, I've been through it many times. Come over to well, you want me to go through it now with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked in various technologies for quite a while, and there's no real. Let's put it this way: their evidence is for them in so much that there's no other geometry of the reality we live in which they would work properly. So that's an evidence. Yeah.
Do you understand what trigonometry is, right?
Let me just explain. Yeah, I've worked 5 years in digital satellite communications. I'm a physicist. I work in computer studies. I've worked in engineering, engineering, design, and manufacture. So I know what trigonometry is. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
You can measure. You can measure the angle at the tangential normal of a curve.
I haven't drawn any tangential lines. I'm not about a point along, the curved line. I'm asking if you're using an angle measuring device. Can you measure an angle if one of the line is curved?
No, you can't measure the angle between a line and a straight line. No, a curve and two curves. No, you can measure it. You can measure it pertaining to 2 points along the curve.
Yeah, but we understand that. Say, for example, if we're navigating across the Earth using angle measuring device,
sextant,
taking calculations into account. So at the end level, we've got a straight line between our point and the GP of the star, which could be up to and in excess of, let's say, 1,000 miles away when we talk about Polaris. So, being as we use those angle measuring devices, and that we measure angles if lines are curved, and we're making straight lines to do this, then we're not navigating across a ball, are we? When using, say, for example, sextant celestial navigation, trigonometry.
Strictly speaking, you're measuring from plumb, and the sextant is a mechanism for getting it level so that the vertical alignment of the sextant frame is upright. Yeah.
I'm on a boat.
Yeah, that's why you don't use it on a boat. If you're on land and you couldn't see the horizon,
that's why they use them on the boat, like in 17.
They do. 17. They use the horizon on a boat as an approximation for level. Yeah.
Yeah. And then what do they do after that? Because it's not just the horizon they're looking at, is it? Something beyond the horizon that they want to know the ground position of, don't they? And that could be, like I said, up to excess of 1,000 miles. This is why, to get grids, especially around longitude and latitude, they were derived from elevation angles to Polaris, weren't they?
Or of an object in the sky, yeah. Or the co-elevator, which is the azimuthal angle, yeah.
Yeah. So all of these angles require lines to be straight, don't they?
They require you to surmise a straight line, yes, to measure against, yeah.
Well, no. We're actually drawing, surmise, theoretically, hypothetically, whatever word you want to use. We're drawing triangles with us on the floor, the ground position of the star itself, and the elevation angle to it. Let's call it Polaris.
They're drawing a line to the horizon visually, yeah. They're measuring the elevation off of that. They're compensating with the dip angle, which is an angle which they use to compensate for the fact that the Earth is curved, and from that they surmise an elevation angle.
Wouldn't there also be a correction because of?
I paused it right there. Did you hear what he said? They're drawing a line to the horizon. That's what Pazza said. Did you hear him? Anybody hear him say that?
The refracted horizon?
No, he was saying, like, when Jedi was talking to him about, measuring this, he's like, yeah, a straight line to the horizon. That's what he was saying. They're measuring a line to the horizon.
So it's geometric again.
This is what it's crazy, dude. Why is he double speaking then and saying that he This is the issue that I'm having with these guys. Like, you actually, sometimes it sucks, but you have to pause the conversation to catch them actually in the midst of what they're saying so they can be like, oh, wait, I did say that. Because he did say that.
Yeah, so he's got a geometric tangent horizon again.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I'm going to play it.
Of your altitude above the surface, because all of the corrections have to take you down to your altitude of 0. So if I was to use a sextant and I was on the floor and my altitude was 0, the straight line would be to Polaris, which would be, let's say, pull a number out my ass, 1,000 miles away. So straight line from my sextant that's on the floor to Polaris is his ground position.
What's 1,000 miles away, sorry?
Pardon?
What did you say was 1,000 miles away?
The ground position of Polaris.
Could be a long way away, but you're not measuring. You're not looking to the ground position. You're not looking at the ground position of Polaris, are you? You're not interested in the ground position of Polaris.
How do we know what the equator is when we're talking about longitude and latitude positions, specifically latitude positions? What's 90 degrees onto Polaris and what's 0 degrees on the equator? How do we get that? This is why I brought up Polaris. So you can stand on Polaris.
At the North Pole, Polaris is pretty much straight above you, yeah?
Yeah. So 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And then
or 0 degrees azimuth, as astronomers call it, yeah?
Yeah. We'll get there in a minute. But what we'll do is we'll stop off halfway along at 45 degrees and measure a 45-degree angle to Polaris as we're moving south away from it. We're still measuring an angle on a straight line. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get to 0 degrees, and then we're going to call that the equator. So all of our longitude and latitude lines are based on elevation angles to Polaris, requiring the Earth to be level. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be talking about navigating across the Earth right about now. This shit.
I don't know why you've drawn that assumption.
Pardon?
I don't know why you've drawn the assumption that it has to be level for navigation to work.
Because we're measuring angles. And if I was to put the sextant on the floor, that's 0 altitude, not above the surface.
Another pause. His concession was, you are, yes. So for measuring angles, in order for that to happen in the way that the demonstration is showing to him in the triangle, you need to have straight lines. You guys see how he was conceding right there? At the same time, he's like so much disillusioned to think that he could still hold on to the globe. Like, I don't know, at this point, it's already over for him, but he's just not, maybe he can't see it. Like, and he's trying to keep inserting his globe belief. So it's difficult.
And we can have Polaris up 3,000 miles away, ground position, straight line, sextant that's on the floor to the ground position of Polaris and an elevation angle up to.
So why have you got Polaris?
The surface of the Earth to be level, because we don't have to just be talking about Polaris. We can be having ground positions at 90 degrees to my position of every single star that you can see in the night sky now, whilst you see Polaris. So all of them got a 90-degree position to me, 50 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, whatever. 90-degree position to me.
Why do you keep saying miles? Why are you assuming the stars are miles away, 1,000 miles away?
We need to know the distance from our position to the ground position of the star, so we know where the fuck we are.
Yeah, and how do you get the ground position of Polaris, and how do you get the GP of Polaris?
By measuring an angle to it?
No. So you measure that, you say a sextant tells you that Polaris is at 45 degrees. Yeah, for example, yeah? Mm-hmm. Elevation of 45 degrees. What do you do with that 45? What do you do with that information to work out, to find out the GP of Polaris? Or another body?
Go on, what?
Do you know where the GP of Polaris is most of the time?
Most of the time, yeah, under Polaris.
Where is the GP of Polaris most of the time?
Under Polaris.
Yeah, and where is that on the terrain of the Earth most of the time?
Somewhere around the North Pole.
Right. Okay, so what about another star that stayed moving around the sky? How do you measure the angle to the star? How do you work out what the GP is once you've got the angle?
The point is, before we start scuttling off into the weeds, you do understand that whichever angle I draw a star to, it's got a 90-degree position on the surface of the Earth, right?
What do you mean a 90-degree position on the surface of the Earth? Most stars haven't got...
I'll explain, being you don't understand. a straight line down from that star to the Earth's position, its ground position on the Earth, and then a straight line 90-degree angle towards me and my sextant that I've put on the floor. That 90-degree there.
You still haven't told me how you found the GP of the star.
That was kind of non sequitur the point. They've all got a ground position on the Earth based on the time of year, because the stars in the sky move. So we have to have a clock with us. This is how it got more accurate, when we could, take wristwatches and tell the time better.
Do you know what part of the almanac? Do you know what part of the almanac plays in all of this?
Oh, sorry, we're going to start slapping dicks around things that are kind of not relevant to the fundamental point that we're using angle measuring devices requiring the Earth to be flat.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Well, no one who uses it, and none of the science behind it asserts the point you're making.
Science.
None of it. None of it.
It's math. Yeah. It's science. And you got your latitude lines from elevation angles to Polaris. So all of your grid systems, all of that, all of your mapping, all of your cartography.
They're angular grid systems. They only work on a curve. They only work on a sphere. They don't work on a flat surface.
Hold on. All of your calculations take you down, or you have to correct for a dip correction, down to 0 degrees. So put your sextant on the floor and then straight line out to ground position of star. So you can then measure an elevation angle up to star.
From horizon, yeah. We're taking into account the dip angle.
Ground position of the star can be beyond the horizon. Come on, mate.
I'm not saying the ground position of the star is a latitude longitudinal position. The GP of a star.
That's awesome. And how did you get your latitude and longitude position? That would be from elevation angle to Polaris, which requires the Earth to be flat, because you wouldn't be measuring angles if the surface of the Earth was curved, now would you? No.
That's Chris. Oh. That's Chris. No. Did he just leave?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it here.
Did he reach Chris?
Is that it? Is he gone?
Amazing.
I'll stop it there. That was good enough shellacking for the audience.
Amazing. I mean, and I was gonna say, yo, the way Positive started is exactly the way this guy on Facebook started, which is why I'm like, I hate people and shit. Because of that kind of conversation. It begins with me asking a very clear and concise question. And then the guy leading into, well, I have credentials in this and I have credentials in that, this and that, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, yeah, okay, so what's that got to do with this point here? And for the life of me, he wouldn't answer the question nor confirm that he even believed that the horizon is geometric. So in the same sense, I'm sitting here listening to, Chris and Pazza go back and forth, and all I hear is Pazza not answering the damn question. Now he wants to talk about shit and make the conversation about his point, which, because he couldn't get there neatly, he kind of forced it in and said, yeah, all of this only works on a curve, on the globe. Like that, yeah, that's what you believe. But everything that you got is derived from an angle measurement that requires the Earth to be flat. Bam. And they'll never, I just don't get it. I don't get why you would argue that down when it just makes all the sense in the world, because it's actually true.
Yeah, that long pause after Jedi was talking to him, that's him. That's his concession right there. He didn't have a rebuttal for that. That's really good. That's all we want to do, is just show people that there isn't an answer to what their belief, ends up being, that they don't have any answers to it. So
kind of weird listening back to that again, because that was a conversation I had, maybe about 6 hours ago, 5, 6, 7, something like that. The guy had come back in as well between then and now. So you guys have had another conversation with him around the same subject. So it's like he wandered off after I slapped him around, and he left his wig at the door on his quiet way out, and done a little bit of research, or maybe scuttled off to Gem Pandas and got that bollocks and come and re-spouted that bollocks back to you. But ultimately, it was a good conversation because you couldn't get away from the fact that Earth's got to be flat for you to be measuring angles off of it. Fun, I enjoyed it.
The way I see it, they know how to lie naturally. And when I say they know how to lie, what I mean is they're not lie like you know something in your mind. What I'm saying is, just like with the Black Swan, I broke this argument to Geo server, and at that time, the very first thing people started saying was, "Don't say 90. That's bullshit." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And that was where they started, and then they started learning along the way, and they act like I fucking forgot. I mean, he's still a voice, like 90 degrees. What do you mean, right? Like, and it's like, even when they don't know what they're talking about, they know that you're asking them a question that if they affirm, they don't really know what the consequences will be, but they can sense that answering that question is a damaging question, so they refuse to face it. That's lying to yourself. Everybody can see that you're doing everything but actually answering the question.
Apparently, he's going to come back with some sources for maybe citations on people who in academia claim this very thing that he's actually saying. So we're going to dive into those sources that he's going to provide us, links and such.
Or he's just going to bring us a link of McToon or somebody like that.
He's going to... His citation is going to be one of the anti-flat earthers like, oh, there's professionals. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I guarantee you it's going to do everything other than address Jedi's point.
Yes.
Then what the fuck is the point of you coming back here?
I know. You're right. Yeah, I guarantee it too. I could lay money down that I don't even have confidently.
That's you know what it has to do, and I say it's going to have nothing to do with it. Why? Because what he would have to come back with for refuting what Jedi said is somewhere in there it's going to have to expressly state that no, 90 degrees is not necessary. Well, maybe how can I word this in a way that doesn't put words in his mouth? You're gonna have to have it where they get an elevation angle without a horizontal. I don't know how the fuck he's gonna do that, because that's what he's denying. So if he comes back with exactly that, and then he tries to go, no, you misunderstood me, or no, you're being like, no, bitch, you said you can get the angle up in the curve of the earth, showing me a horizontal plane and saying, no, this is just that in reality the earth is curved, but we're using this. No, I don't want to hear none of that shit. Yet I said no, off of the curve of the earth, you could never measure an angle because that GP position is somewhere potentially thousands of miles off in the distance. And that's the point that they're saying, hell no, I can't even see it. Because they can't see past the horizons. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. None of us can. but we know that is somewhere out there because we've seen shit that's creepily beyond what we thought we could see. It's like, holy shit, that is far as fuck away. But because you live on the globe, you're like, damn, how am I seeing that? Anyway, I guarantee he's gonna come back with everything other than actually, a curved baseline. Here's the globe right here. Here's the man standing right here. Here's where he's taking the angular measurement. And looking here, he's doing it on the globe. They don't even have a fake pretend diagram of that happening.
All right, we got 22 people watching the live stream at the moment. And we got some people in the YouTube live stream text chat. We got Omega Genesis, Flat Plains Drifter. What's up, guys? Thanks for holding it down for us in the text chat and the YouTube. We got plenty of people here on the panel. Of course, we got Wave Mixer, who's deafened at the moment. Jedi's in here. Conspiracy, Elijah, always holding it down in NYC. Batman's out there in Australia. We got Flat Fix on the plane. Gemsy, Grim, Heretic, J-Star, myself, Miguel Sosa, Mike Powerswan, who's deafened, Morvis, he's always listening, checking us out. We got CMG, Conspiracy Music Guru, who's hanging out with us. He's been here more often, man. It's pretty cool to see you in here, man. Just checking us out and also listening to the conversation. We have Nick in here, Plum Bob, Quetzalcoatl. What's up, bro?
Hey,
we got
man.
Rip.
What's up, guys?
We got Ripcord, Sasha, Water, Ethergrass, and Sunny. Welcome to everybody on the panel. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we don't stop, baby. We keep going. So nothing stops this train. Nothing. This train of truth that we got. I mean, really, it's just an exposure for all these people to realize that all they have is a rejection of the truth. That's simply put. That's why a lot of people on this side of the fence, we pretty much know that, that they're just rejecting truth. Sometimes it takes people a while to get there. Other times, some people just get it in like 5 minutes that they're exposed to it. We can never know exactly what the amount is for somebody to get there. There was a gentleman in here, his name by Ziggy Spaz, and he's been a month in it, but he's still going through the process of like letting go of all the things that he thought were a reality for himself and the idea of the Earth's a globe. But he's slowly getting there, and I mean, it takes other people even more time than that. But we'll keep doing what we do. We don't stop, and we let them know the truth about that. So
The hardest truth to accept is that you don't believe in the globe. None of you believe in the globe. No, you have a space religion that the globe resides within. Because when we show you the metrics, you're like, yeah, I don't believe that. Or, yeah, I believe that, but the reason that I'm not experiencing that is because of some other belief I have. Some other belief I have actually proves that why I'm not experiencing the belief I have is actually true. And it's like, man, that's why we can't connect to them when we're trying to tell them that the earth is not a globe. Because they can't get beyond the sky is everything that these people told us. Well, who the hell are you to tell us that it's not that? Why the fuck would you question it? Doesn't the rest of the world believe the sky is exactly what they said it is? I don't give a shit. When I look at the sky, it's beautiful. I saw the quote unquote planetary alignment. You know, mind you, wondering how the fuck could I be a part of that alignment? I'm standing here from my angle on Earth, looking at all of the planetary bodies in a line there. How the fuck? Where does Earth fit in? It just didn't. But guess what? I would have had to take on someone's belief because I can't experience that. But they said I'm in a line with all the rest of the shit that I'm looking at way over there. Okay, well, guess I believe it then. Because why the fuck wouldn't I? Because I love priests. I don't have any faith in anything higher, so I may as well believe in the next man. Wipes his ass just like me. All hell NASA and their balloons and shit.
Yeah, we got some people out there right now. If you believe the Earth is a globe, or if you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, you can easily click on the link on the description of the YouTube channel, or Nightbot spamming that link. You can join in on that. There's links there as well. There's also some great links that we have on the Discord channel, so you can come in here and look at all the information that we have at the bottom of the Discord. We got tons of information for you guys to do your own research and find out for yourself that the Earth is not a globe as you were told. But one thing that we do have is that we don't, honestly, if we were not to ever defend the Earth being a globe, or excuse me, flat Earth, then we wouldn't even need to say anything. All you guys have to do is go out there and see it for yourself. There's an image right now of the conspiracy music guru that's in our live stream voice text, if you can see. He's standing behind him is an ocean, and that ocean is showing that the water's flat and level, as you can see, pretty flat. So even if he didn't even have to speak a word about saying that, people could naturally see that for themselves. They wouldn't need somebody to tell them what the Earth looks like. They could just see it for themselves. The Earth itself tells you what it is, as in what you can visually see. So nobody has to say anything, and the Earth could demonstrate itself as flat and stationary. So I think is really cool. That's why we have truth on our side. That's why I always say it's not a debate. This is just a rejection of the truth. If you were to see that image, the guy, CMG standing right there, you would be like, that's pretty straight and level, man, that line behind him, the horizon. I mean, who would say something different than that? That's the thing. I would imagine, Guru, is that like, if you're here, is that Spain? Is that the coast of Spain?
Yeah, that's about 5 minutes away from where I live. I'm very blessed to live so close to the coast like that. But yeah, it's beautiful here, man.
Oh man, it does. It looks like a beautiful day. You went out there and wow. Do you fish? I don't know if you're a fisherman. Do you go fishing or?
No. Many years ago, my dad used to take me fishing, but I never really liked it, really. But we've got a port here with plenty of fishermen and plenty of restaurants. If we won't starve here.
Hey, what's your guys' favorite fish? What do you guys over there in Spain? Like, what type of fish is there?
I'm not really. I don't know. I'm no expert. I'm not really a fish lover, really. But if you came over here, I'm sure you could find all sorts of weird and wonderful, like calamari and squid and all that sort of crap. But that stuff never enters my mouth. I don't believe. We should be eating prawns and bottom feeders and lobsters and stuff like that. I just can't. I can't even face it, man.
Sea bugs, in other words.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are. I can't. I don't understand. When you look at a prawn, you're like, dude, what? Why would you put that in your mouth? I've never got it. I've never resonated with that stuff.
Some people like that stuff, I guess. I don't know. They like
literally, you're biting the head off a prawn and sucking the shit out of it, aren't you? Isn't that what you're doing?
I mean, probably. Some people like the taste.
It gets worse. Watch some of this YouTube stuff. You see people eating octopuses, they'll bring them on the table and just bite a piece of their head off. So that they're paralyzed. I'm like, it's still alive. What is happening here?
Yeah, bro, those Asian people really go to work on those octopuses.
Yeah.
The little ones that are still alive, they just eat them live. Like, bro, you can choke on those things. Those little suction cups get stuck to your throat. Like, you're dead. think it's stuck to it.
They eat anything over there, though, don't they? They eat bugs and spiders. It's literally cockroaches on a stick over there, man. They're fucking brutal.
You know what's weird? Man, I don't know if you heard the latest with these agendas that they keep pushing out. And I'm just saying this as like a topic of like, they claim like eating bugs is better than any, not even just like veganism and all that. Like eating bugs is the way to go because you're not harming anything.
Oh, yeah,
bugs are just a nuisance.
Dude, they've got all the celebrities doing it, haven't they? Like they're all eating bugs.
Yeah,
and
bro.
It's when you look into it, it's such an agenda, right? You will eat the bugs and you will be happy.
It's like the movie Lion King, you know, slimy yet satisfying. You know, like they want you to think like you. Like Pumbaa and Timon when they were, you know, hey, maybe Disney was talking about it before they became an agenda, man, because you know Disney's like all a part of that shit, you know. So it's like they probably wanted to be, yeah, you remember like the Lion King, they would turn over that log and all these bugs were there, like slimy. Yes,
there must have been some bug propaganda going on in the Eastern world, right? Because they've been eating bugs for years. So I reckon, you know, that kind of propaganda is coming to the Western world. Well, it seems to be, right? So I think they've been more subject to it over there in China and, you know, like these third world countries. I don't know, because they seem to do a lot more than that. You know, of that bug eating and rat on a stick and whatever. You know, they seem to be doing a lot more of that over there. But I think that's coming to a Starbucks near you some one day.
Let me give me the number 5. I like the cricket slushy, you know, because it looks.
Yeah, you want to go large with that? Do you want large? Do you want large cricket for that? I want to go large.
See a little heads floating around. Oh my god, man!
Oh, the McCockroach burger.
Yeah, that's appetizing. Just like mom used to make, you know, like said no one ever, you know what I mean?
Oh dear, man.
But I feel like, what is it with the people? It's like, okay, we gotta stay with the times. Like, okay, so now that the agenda is that we gotta start eating these you know, insects, everybody's gonna be talking about it like it's a new fad or something. Like, have you guys been to the restaurant?
And the thing about it, it's just they keep on trying to get you to be okay with things that you know is ridiculous. Look, when I was a baby, I know I want the burger. I know I want that roach. Nobody had to tell me that. Right?
Yeah, your mic's kind of cutting out, Elijah. We're kind of, we can't hear you. Try again.
Well, let me put this on. I was saying when I was a child.
Better, yeah.
I know I wanted that burger, and I know I didn't want that roach. And nobody had to teach me that or tell me that. I just think that it's the same thing as with the whole, oh, we don't know what gender, you have to ask people because they want, like, it's globe earth on steroids, meaning how many other things can you get humans to agree to? Like, things that we know are detestable. It's like, well, yeah, I know you thought that thing was wrong and detestable, but how about you try it out?
Yeah.
How about maybe it's a little better than detestable, you know?
They're covertly putting it into flour anyway. They're putting bugs into flour. So even if whether you agree with it or not, it's going into the flour.
And they also say it, Guru, don't they? Like, well, you know, you don't even know what's in your own food. You're eating them already, so you might as well just get a plate full of them, right? Because, I mean, they're already in your flour. Like, they try to make maybe a lean towards, like, well, people have been eating bugs anyway. Like, you might as well just be outright, you know, forthcoming with it and just put them on your plate already. Like, they're already in your food.
It's another reason to stay away from bread. I mean, I've been doing a bit of research into bread, and I try not to put that stuff anywhere near my mouth. But just another reason to stay away from that. If they're covertly putting it into flour, which they seem to be doing, then it's another poison as far as I'm concerned. It's like a little covert fluoride in the water thing again, isn't it?
Don't you just hate, like, every single time this?
Yeah, the process they put bread, that it is poison. All of that starch, it's definitely poison already,
bro.
Without the bugs.
I mean, but like on the layer that Guru's talking about, like But they've been they all put out like things where you read and it's like the more you learn about the truth of the nature of reality, the less you're inclined to like take part in it, right? Like you start being like, shit, if all these bugs are in there, like why the hell would I be putting that in my face? You know, like what reason is it essential? Like, I don't know. It's different when you actually grow food and you can actually see what's going on with that stuff, but
well, yeah, to a certain extent, but it's like such a multi-pronged attack, isn't it? Even if you're growing your own food, how can you be sure that the seeds you're getting are not GMO? And even if you manage to get some heirloom seeds or whatever, and it's not like a Monsanto seed bank, you're growing it under a chemtrail sky. I mean, it's like, how the fuck do you get away from all of these things? You turn on the radio, everything's poison. Like, it's just, I know it's a real pessimistic viewpoint, but like, it's just like, how do you avoid this constant attack?
This bug eating word. I think it's Duper's Delight, Guru, to be honest with you, man. Those guys are laughing their asses off at making people do shit that like not normal. They're like, man, check these. I bet you we can next year have them all eating bugs, man. Like, it's just it's a shit show. It's all like, I honestly, these agendas they come out with, they're like, all right, next year we're gonna have them all eat bugs and see what happens. Let's see how the population reacts to this. We'll get some analytics to see what kind of graph is going to be. Okay, we got UK trying to eat bugs. We got the United States trying to eat bugs. Australia, like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's going green. Everybody's trying to do the right thing. And then, like, we'll have them do all certain kinds of things with these agendas,
So you're saying there was a fake cowboy somewhere that was like, we had all the rushes we could possibly have. You know what we should do? We should tell them that the earth is flat and then feed them despite all the evidence.
Your mic's cutting out again, Elijah. Yeah, for some reason your mic cut out.
I said somebody like a cocaine cowboy, like really high up, was like, hey, you know what? I've had all of the thrills that there possibly could be. Now, how about we tell them that the earth is flat, give them all of the information they need to come to that conclusion, and then watch the idiots deny it anyway, even though we're not putting out any new information or actually saying anything about the topic. Like, because who's actually talking about it? Just us? NASA's not talking about it, are they?
Yeah, why the hell would they? Yeah, their agenda is all about the Earth being a globe.
Even though they have documents.
Yeah, even though that's another. Yeah,
you got every place that you could possibly speak about it, like that James Webb Telescope group that I'm in. You say anything that sounds like it's gonna be some kind of criticism, you're getting muted and banned. You can't even be a part of the discussion if you don't believe it 100%.
You guys are clowns, man. Elijah, they're dogging on you because of your mic, bro. They got links to Apple refurbished iPhones for you, pair of wired headphones for $2. You're getting clown, bro.
Yo, these are beats, man. I don't know.
Bro, he's on 5G. For you guys who are listening to him, he's in New York City on 5G. And that's, what it is. 5G's not cutting it,
It's the Bluetooth headphones, man. They suck.
Dude, why are you radiating the shit out? Why would you have Bluetooth headphones? Why would you have like earbuds that communicate with each other right through your friggin' brain, man? I mean, why? Stop it now.
I'll tell you why. Because some idiot decided phones don't need headphone jacks anymore. So I don't really have a choice. Well, I could just find an old.
Find an old phone if you've got to do that, man. You're being forced into. It's forced radiation, really. I've completely ditched my smartphone now. I just have a dumb phone because everything I can do on my smartphone, I only really used at home. WhatsApp and Telegram and Facebook and Instagram. I have to keep up with my social stuff because I'm kind of out there online. But everything I can do with my mobile, I do with my laptop. So the only time I need a phone is when I'm apart from my wife, when I go out. And it's just like, I treat it as a walkie-talkie. It's like a dumb phone. I've got one of them 2G dumb phones. So I just have that and a laptop. You don't need anything more than that. It's just, I just smart for anything with smart, that word attached to it, like a smart TV or a smart appliance. It's just like, I know exactly what the game is with all of that, man.
Especially the way you say it. I mean, it makes it, it sounds even worse.
Smart.
They're not very smart, are they?
No, I've ditched my smartphone now, thank God. And like I say, I just have a dumb phone. And if the only person I care about calling me is my wife, and if I'm apart from her, I'll take my dumb phone out, and that's all I need. I'm going old school with it, because that thing is just, wasn't it? Steve Jobs. He was asked in an interview, what do your kids think of your iPad and iPhone? What do your kids think of your invention? And he said they don't have one, because he knows the agendas. He knows exactly what these things are invented for. To track and trace and to get you addicted, and people they're just totally engrossed with this thing in their hand, and there's nothing social about social media, right?
Everybody's looking down when they're walking. They can't even see you. They don't even notice you walking past them. They're just looking at their phone. That's another thing too, man. It's like this day and age. It's like, do people actually notice if somebody's? It could be a celebrity walking past them. They wouldn't even know it. They're just paying attention, looking down, and it's these agendas, man. It's like every year there's a new agenda.
They're vile things, and if you get yourself an EMF meter, which I got, and you put an EMF meter next to your phone while you're on the internet, let alone making a call, and that thing just goes off the charts. So it really is a radiation device. I mean, you get cancer clusters around people that live around 4G antennas, right? So that's 4G, let alone what's going to happen with 5G when that comes in. And you've got women putting these phones in their bras and wondering why they're getting breast cancer, and it's just I think there's a real deeper agenda with smartphones that people don't really realise yet. But they're just such wonderful things. You can do so many great things with, and I can have thousands and thousands of songs on my phone. It's just like, it's so dark. It's so dark.
Yeah, it's all these things are shrouded behind like this all these agendas from the globe being pushed onto us, man. Just like getting to think that this rock is getting all its resources depleted. One day we're gonna not be living here because there's gonna be enough for everybody, and scarcity. You know what I mean? Just everything pushing us off this place. It's a planet, and we're gonna go live on Mars somewhere because terraforming a new place is the only option we got. We can't stay here much longer. There's a like one of those clocks that have it's countdown. So that countdown is going to reach its final point where we're going to reach a tipping point where you can't turn back anymore. And we're gonna have to that's the thing too. How are we going to all get on rockets to leave this place? There's not enough rockets in the world to get everybody off. So some of us are just going to have to stay here with the sinking ship, I guess. Like the Titanic, just go down with the ship, I guess. What do you guys think?
I know that I couldn't live on Devon Island, let alone Mars.
Oh yeah, Devon Island. That's the Mars. Buoyancy pools is is a low Earth orbit, but bubbles in space, and I get just, oh my god, it's just like your songs. I mean, how are people not seeing these things? I mean. There was I've looked at, because I like looking at zany space news every now and again, because it's just funny stuff, right? There was Krill in space. Let me see if I can actually pull the article up. But Krill in space. How does Krill get into space? And there was something about they can evaporate with the air, and like mystically getting them lifted up into the up into space. It's weird. See, I gotta pull that article up. I mean,
that must mean there are space whales out there. They're going to detect the space whales. That's why the krill keep disappearing.
It sounds like they've ascended. They've reached a new kind of spiritual level, and they've ascended up into the sky, Miggy. We've got ascended krill. What was the name of that place that they could that we could go and purchase, that we could buy land upon or buy apartments on some kind of space land hotel thing that they were building. What was that called?
Oh, Asgardia?
That's the one. Yeah. Do you remember
It's just
that?
like what lore is that from? Viking lore? Is that the Viking lore?
Yeah.
Asgardia and like New Asgardia, I think it's there's. You can look this up, man. There's a new space country called New Asgardia or Asgardia.
Oh wow!
Seriously,
I wonder if they have Vikings there.
It's a new country. No, they have their own. They have their own flag. They have their own like song, and it's a new country. I think there's like 1 million residents of that New Asgardia or Asgardia.
Oh my gosh! I think Miggy. I think you solved the problem with the missing krill though. Right now, see, because you said that. I mean, that's how the globe works. Somebody just says something, everybody just goes, "Oh, we proved it." I think that's what Paz is hoping for. If you keep saying something long enough, does someone say, "Oh, see, Paz proved it"? Hilarious.
Oh, you know what? It wasn't krill. It was plankton.
Plankton.
I said it wrong. Plankton in space.
It's in the family.
There you go.
If there's krill, there must be plankton. I mean, vice versa.
I'll drop the link to the article. Of course, it's space.com.
And like Guru said, there would have to be some whales then. I mean, why else would the plankton or krill be there?
Let's say, so it says sea plankton on space station. Russian official claims it's so.
They might not be lying.
A Russian official claims that samples collected by cosmonauts show evidence of sea plankton on the outside of the International Space Station. News agencies are reporting. Cosmonauts on the orbiting outpost have allegedly discovered trace amounts of sea plankton and other microscopic organisms living on the outside of the station. Exposed to the vacuum of space, according to a news story quoting space station official Vladimir Solovoyoy, whatever his name. However, NASA has not confirmed the reports. As far as we're concerned, we haven't heard any official reports from our Roscosmos League colleagues that they found sea plankton. NASA spokesperson Dan Hout said, Roscosmos is Russia's federal space agency. The article goes a little deeper, but I mean, yeah, sea plankton.
Yeah, so there'd be no instance then of the ISS in any kind of water then or anything, right? Which one are they talking about?
Sea plankton in space. There it is. According to space.com.
Because the only thing we can verify is the ISS is in a pool. So, okay. So what they're saying is partly correct then. Or at least plausible. Well, if you have something in water, maybe they're using seawater.
And they don't usually say who, but they kind of categorize them in this way. Researchers have also discovered microbes in Earth's upper atmosphere. In 2013, scientists reported that they found a large number of many kinds of microorganisms in the atmosphere 5 to 10 miles, or 8 to 16 kilometers above the planet's surface, according to Space.com's sister site, Live Science. Bacterial life has ever been found 24.8 miles up into the atmosphere, according to a 2013 interview with Tina Santol-Temkiv, an environmental chemist at Aarhus University in Denmark. Microbes in Earth's upper atmosphere, including plankton.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. I do, because I remember going over this a while back when we were doing Zany Space News on one of before my previous channel was taken down off of YouTube because of reasons why.
We still need to do Zany Space News.
Yeah, I want to incorporate that into the format that I want to do. It's just like these articles, like who believes this stuff? Like, why is it even being put up? It's still up. This article's still up there, so somebody still thinks that it's useful. But plankton in space? Come on, man.
Gotta have something to eat when you go to Mars.
The plankton? Just scrape it off the outside of the International Space Station. Then how the hell did plankton even get up there? That's crazy. They start floating around. So we got floating plankton.
Wouldn't that be kind of like floating pollen? So how does that work?
Hey, no, we can use that as a. Can't we throw it back in their face? Hey, you guys know plankton are lighter than air. They they float up, like they're gonna take off. And they just show them this article when they go, nuh-uh. Be like, yeah, check it out, dude. It says right here. Space.com. You're gonna have to agree because it's space.com said it. Now what, Globers? Or the remember the tardigrades that crash landed on the moon? How long ago was that? It was a few years ago, wasn't it? When they had that rocket that went to the moon and supposedly they forgot like the friggin' didn't have the brakes on or something and they just couldn't stop, so they just like crash landed on the moon. And his tardigrades spilled out everywhere. So they were like, well, if we leave the tardigrades alone, they might, take hold of the moon. And it's really stupid. What's going on, Max? Welcome to the panel, bro.
Chilling.
Where in the States did you say you're from, Max?
I'm from New York. Concrete jungles where dreams are made from.
New York, New York.
They got any restaurants serving up you a plate full of bugs over there? Because you guys are so trendy.
You know what? I'm sure I could get a plate full of bugs if I really wanted one. I mean, shit.
Well, we're not talking about we're not talking about the sleaze bag places. We're talking about like the high end like places where you pay like
absolutely
$100 for a plate.
Absolutely, $100. That's right. That's you getting a hamburger and French fries, $13.
That's when they get really fancy and they add the gold flakes. That's when it's you got money. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, they don't have none of that stuff here. You get monkey brains. You can get cow brains, insects. New York's like restaurant town, and so they have a restaurant for everything. I mean, everything.
Who's that eating those bugs or gurus? That's disgusting, bro.
That's a little propaganda campaign from Nicole Kidman. God bless her.
My God. Oh.
They're all doing it. It's trendy. It's really expensive, so you've got to do it as well.
If you want to eat bugs, man, get on a motorcycle and go live somewhere in the south of America and drive during like June. Trust me, you'll get a mouthful of bugs that way. You don't have to pay anybody for it. Like that part in Dumb and Dumber. No, I'm full. I ate a June bug on the way over here.
Like, what do you call it? Like when you use compost for the earth? What's that called? The process. Because what they're saying now is that you can now use humans decomposition, as compost. And so, I mean, we're just steps away from Soylent Green. It's crazy.
Well,
theoretically,
they got the whole composting thing wrong because you do not put meat or fat in it. Now, you could use bone only, but you don't want to use gristle or meat or fat or sinew. Like any of that stuff is not something you want to put in any compost. So wrong on that account.
I really do not know, but just from people and the stuff that I read, like they said that they moved to the center of Mars and all this other crazy jazz. I mean, I don't believe half the stuff that they print, but it is out there as informational. This is information for consumption.
Yeah, that's true. There's actually no end to the pseudoscience out there in all these different fields.
It really does. They like to invent shit, man. Every day they come in here. It's true.
I'll be right back.
Or the arguments, though, like the one that Dogs Are Cap was talking about, these 4 arguments that he was bringing up, and the bridge measuring that he measured curvature with the bridge, and the tow tanks, and it's just endless derivative topics that don't ever directly measure the curvature of the Earth, and we're wondering why. Because when you're talking about measuring a geometric shape, wouldn't you measure the geometric shape? Like, that's what you do. Why wouldn't you not do that? Like, that just makes the most sense. And they're making it sound like it's illogical. Why would you do that? How could you? Like, well, we have metrics already. We know the Earth's a certain size. They tell us what size it is. So how did they get that? Yeah. How did they get that?
I think the ones that are the funniest are the ones that take it upon themselves to provide the answer when we ask, who has ever done this in history? And then they start out to tell you, well, you could do this. That's not what we asked. You're not supposed to take responsibility for this. They already gave us the numbers. Did those numbers come from you as the original source? No. Okay, good.
Yeah, I know. Try your mic check again, Elijah. You're coming in low, bro.
Still low, but is it better or no?
You're really low.
No, same.
Yeah, it's
low,
like under a pillow or something. You're speaking through a paper towel roll. That's what it is.
Are you using 2 cans with the string connected to it?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it's
You're good.
Now
You're
it's
good. Whatever you just did now that you've done it.
Look, so I was talking to this guy for a minute, and I made the comment, and the comment said the horizon being, because the dude, took a picture of the horizon. So I'm like, the horizon being physical and in a specific location or distance that you can confirm would be evidence. So while most people assume that the horizon is the curve of the Earth, they don't have knowledge on what the geometry actually dictates. It's lazy and not doing globe believers any justice. So this isn't criticism of globers. This is a rebuttal to the actual argument. Anyone care to engage what I've said and what I've said only? So this other guy took a whole day to do exactly the opposite of engage what I said. The original poster, some guy by the name of Michael, he asks me what would be evidence of the globe. My comment already said that, but I said confirmation of the distance to the horizon would confirm that it's geometrically what they suggest. So evidence of their own actual claim is what would prove it to me. And he said, what would be confirming evidence for you? I said, the horizon being physical obstruction, being at the distance the formula says it is, since that's the claim. Why does he keep asking me, but what would the confirming evidence be for you? That only tells me that you don't know how to confirm what you believe, and you probably don't even know why I'm asking what I'm asking, which is crazy.
I don't believe Paz's coming back today, bringing a citation. What do you guys think?
I think his boat is sinking.
He'll be back. He'll be back in another couple of years with the same old raggedy claims.
Yeah, it will.
Citation of what? Citation of what?
That the Earth is curving like in the sextant. That's how they're academic information.
If you go
Citing-
to Zanik, he can help me. Zanik has all citations.
No, like somebody in academia would say that. So that's what we're waiting for.
You don't accept his private citation.
Hell no. Zanik? No. Mm-mm.
No, the Paz's private personal citation.
No.
Why?
Because he doesn't believe that. He says that all I could do, his claim was academia saying this. What did he say, Sonny? Science or scientists are the ones.
Oh, science, yeah.
So it's his claim. He's got to have to back it up. And he's got to come back with that information, but that's the thing. When? Probably never.
He said that there is at least 3 of them.
Yep, that right there. So his claim needs to be supported by him coming back in here and bringing that information. Right?
But he doesn't know the names now.
No, you don't know.
But when I asked him penicillin, he said Fleming in a second.
Yeah. So
when I said
waiting on
I said gravity, he said Einstein in a second.
When I say curvature, there is a three of them, but there is no names.
Yeah, no names.
No famous ones.
Transcontinental of the arc of the parallel. When I talk to dogs are cap, have we measured the surface curvature directly? Yes. Who done it? Transcontinental of the arc of the parallel. Okay. But who in there says that it, like, I never gave me the who. So I asked him. He just still never gave me the damn who. So, yeah. We got Neil and the most highest. What's up, Neil? How you doing?
Doing all right. Just on a walk.
Pretty good, man. So, VC verified. What brings you by the server, man? Because I know you've been here before. I think I've spoken to you already.
Just seeing if there's any good debate going on.
Not at the moment. We had one earlier with Paza, who's a known anti-flat earther. So,
yeah.
Yep. But what? I mean, you're VC verified. I think I should move you into an Earth determining role. What? Not unless you don't want to, but what is it that you advocate for? Are you on the mind that the Earth is flat stationary plane, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, can you maybe elucidate why that's the case for you? If you don't mind, that is, you got time to tell us, or you in a hurry?
Not right now. Don't really want to kind of go over it right now. Kind of just trying to chill.
That's fine with me. I was just saying so we can move you off the VC verified role, because whenever you pop back in, people might ask you the same questions over and over and over. And
Oh,
over
really?
and over again. If they see you have an Earth determining role, they don't really ask the question anymore. That's where it stops.
What's I mean, yeah, I think it's a flat plane.
Well, that's cool. And I really, like I said, since you are not really in the mood or whatever, you can just, whenever you want to, go into a spiel as to how you determine that or where you're coming from. But we got some other guy that just jumped in right now. Geezer Gadget Guy. Geezer Gadget Guy, are you there? Geezer Gadget Guy, are you there? You're VC verified, so you have control of your mic. Suppose not. Okay. Geezer Gadget Guy is not here. That's about 3:30 in the afternoon for me, so I'm probably going to get ready for my job so I can go to work and keep the lights on. But I'll just keep listening in case anybody wants to ask any questions or whatnot.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, CB. And if you're new to this channel or have not done so already, subscribe to Helio's YouTube channel. Smash the like button to stay up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. Please share the show. Sharing the show in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Rav Mixer, Conspiracy, Effie Batman, Gemsy, Joms, Miguel Souza, Mike Power Swan, Morvis, Nick, Plum Bob, Quetzalcoatl, Ripcord, Sasha, Water, and Ethergris, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome one and all. I've got some questions for the panel. Maybe we can go around. If anyone has interest in answering, feel free to just chime in anytime. But I've been working on a questionnaire to maybe just increase the engagement on the panel. We do have a lot of people tend to listen in, and the engagement sometimes a little low. So maybe just a way to increase the engagement by giving the panel more opportunities to engage.
It's all good. We've been having some activity today. We have some people talking and asking questions, and now we have, let's see, Joms. Joms has no perms, but I unmuted his mic so he can open up. And Joms, are you there, Joms? You've been sort of unmuted, so you can unmute yourself, Joms. How you doing, Creation Bear?
Not bad. I've seen you've been holding it down lately, so I just wanted to jump in and maybe help contribute. I saw it was quiet, so I can feel when those bot videos are coming, boy. Like, let me join in, maybe stir up the conversation a little bit. So, see what happens.
But
listening in. I'm a bit busy, but I'm just listening.
Oh, Joms opening his mind. He's asking what's up. My reply is heaven. The luminaries are up, Joms. What's up? What's up above you?
Hi guys. I'm just here just to listen in.
Are you just listening in?
Yeah.
Okay. You're looking to listen to the conversation. My bad. Jump, since you replied, I'm gonna give you the VC verify. It's gonna allow you to open your mic later on if you want to. Okay.
Okay.
And you got mic perms. All good. Jumps, if you have any questions or about the topics at hand, you're welcome to open your mic and go ahead and ask the panel.
Been thinking of new questions for ballers as well. Of course, we can shoot the breeze all day long, but just thinking of new ways to sort of get the conversation started with a new Glober. Something I came up with is like, what are you actively doing to currently test your worldview, your current worldview? Are you doing anything to actively test that? I'm guessing the answer is no for most people, but I guess you could have some follow-up questions like, so what would you do to test it? Where can you go?
Can I?
Yeah. Yep.
I learned in school if you have fear that could happen geometry. And then if you have size of sphere, then they can then you can use that geometry, and then you can check it.
So if you told me you were a certain height, I could check that height. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And
okay.
You can check because every sphere, at least they are saying in school, it has drop over distance. That means if you have more distance, it's dropping because it's sphere, it's starting to curve. And you can check that because if you have size, you can check that easily.
Yeah, but it's just too big. It's too big to check.
No, it is big. It's like a 25,000 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles. Do you know how much is 3,000? It's almost 4,000 miles, man.
Yeah.
And that it's saying with your height, you cannot see more than 3 miles. 3.5 if you are, I don't know, some NBA player, then you can see even maybe 4 miles.
That's good. That's funny.
That's the size of this sphere. You can different spheres. This one is big, really big, but this is how much you can see. If it's smaller, you can see less. If it's bigger, no. If it's bigger, you can see, less. More. I'm sorry. Now I confused people. I wanted to say if it's big sphere, then it's the bigger radius, and then it's drop over distance. It's you need more distance. If this sphere is double, that means you need to double, size of that. If it's half size, then you need half size of that. But no, this is the size. The only problem is, do you want to check that really in reality, or you want to check that on, I don't know how, go to internet and somehow make some kind of calculations on computer or whatever you want.
Yeah, that's a good question. How would you go about checking it then? So somebody new.
If you believe the mainstream, then you can check it in computer. If you don't believe mainstream, you can check reality.
Yeah, check reality. Good.
Yep. And it's happened that sometimes you see 10 miles and 20 miles.
Yeah, they would know if they went outside.
Yeah. And somebody will.
I feel like they would say things like, "Oh, to test it, just lay down on your belly and then stand up." I mean, you guys have heard that before, I'm sure.
Yeah,
or just climb a tree.
They're also making videos how much you can see on 1 mile. The globe Earth model predicts on 1 mile you can see how much 8 inch of drop. But somehow, I don't know why, reality disagree with that. Now it's on you. Do you want to believe people who are telling you, or you want to believe that's what it presented, where you are?
I know, right? It's like, don't come yelling at me. Go yell at the ocean or something.
Go to ocean and say, why you don't want to drop that I can show these people? Why are you always presenting flat?
Yeah, that's a good question to ask the ocean. I wonder what it would say.
And every time when you are refracted, every time you are presenting flat. You never refract curved, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that flat refraction, it's telling you if you are smart, if you have, I don't know, if you have a brain like Einstein, that must be curved.
Yeah, no. So if you don't feel like you're moving, that's how you know you're moving. Is that kind of same thing?
Yeah, it's the same. Like, then I don't know when you are not moving.
Exactly. Yeah. So when you're not moving, how do you know? Oh, you don't know.
Because you're always moving. Oh.
Yeah, you're always moving.
If you're stationary and moving, if you're moving, you're moving. Then where we are stationary? I think it's most difficult to be a normal human being, to not be scientist, to not be clever, to not be intelligent, to not be too. I will tell now this guy what I know. Do you know what is thinking, man? You know, I don't know what is thinking, but man, there is no thinking. There is 10 miles of flat surface, what I can see with my eyes. I don't know what is gravity. I don't know Einstein. I don't know quantum mechanics. I don't know engineering. I don't know flying things. I don't know stars. I don't know astronomy. I can still see that. Can you imagine, CB, how is that painful? You don't need to know anything. You need to be only human to say, I see this. And now, do you trust yourself, or you are not so clever to trust yourself?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's too bad that our opponents are like pre-triggered by somebody. You know, they're not really even coming in with their own ideas. Like they're coming here with someone else's ideas about what a flat Earth should be, and then they're getting mad and stuff. I wonder what it would be like without that.
I would be suspicious if it's only a question about 10 miles. If you have only observation and showing 10 miles here, 10 miles there, 10 miles, I will be fuck. 10 miles is not enough, you know. It is, but because of math, but it's not. I want even more, and then I saw more. I saw. So always, it doesn't matter which distance is. That mean okay, doesn't matter. 275 miles. They don't know what is angular resolution. My God. Take a brick, put on the, go somewhere. I don't know, some flat surface or whatever. Take the brick, go away from the brick, and tell me when you will see that brick, or it will disappear. Bottom up.
Sorry, I'm still here. I'm just doing a little bit of cooking.
Yeah.
But
You cannot see listen to this logic. You cannot see the curvature because it's big, you know. But if Earth is flat, you can see the China.
yeah, they're so backwards, Sasha. It's so funny. Well, the only reason you can't see to China is because of the curve that you can't see.
Yeah. Jesus.
Something that you can't see is blocking your view. It's weird. Yeah, they have this infinite vision. They think they got info vision, infinite vision.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see billions of miles with my eyes, so why can't I see to China? Or you just can't see billions of miles.
And do you know that they say because we see the stars with telescopes, because that means that you can see the million miles away, But that doesn't. It's not valid because we have optics and we have record. It's 275 miles, and you cannot see more than that. And that was even with infrared. That means what do you want?
Right.
Oh, we have telescope. Yeah, point it out that telescope down, and you will see 100 miles, and that's it. No, because there is a curvature. No, curvature must be on 20 miles, not on 100 miles.
I mean, they just officially put the goalpost on wheels. They said the curve was at 1.2 miles, at 1 foot off the ground. Oh, now the goalpost has to move. No, but why don't you do 100 miles? Okay, we did that. No, do 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What?
How to do it? We don't have optics to do that today. Okay, wait for, I don't know, maybe we will, even with, they're saying that we cannot do, but who knows? Maybe we'll have Nikon. With Nikon, it's now 125 zoom optic. Maybe with some kind of, I don't know, some kind of technology, we will get it that we can get maybe 400 miles. But that's it, You will have perfect, I don't know, condition. One guy will go to Mount Everest and he will get some mountain in fucking, I don't know where. And that will not be enough because 400 miles is not enough. Yeah, I want 1,000. Then you show me picture 1,000 miles, what is not possible to do it, but I want that picture. Or picture from entire flat earth, from.
Yeah, that's the even more ridiculous thing. They want to see the whole Earth. Like, bro, you can't do that. Even if it was a globe, you ain't seeing the whole thing.
But even if it's flat with that map, with that, let's say in photo, do you know how much high you need to go?
Over 300 miles. It's like 700 to 1,400 miles.
No, yeah, for the globe, but I'm telling you for, let's say, flat Earth model.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, yeah.
Well, I don't
Do you
think
know
that's
how
even
that
possible,
big
is. In my view, that's not even possible. I don't think there's even a such thing as quote unquote seeing the whole Earth. Don't think that exists in my mind.
You can make a let's say also calculation, CB. You can take let's say that imagine that flat Earth model and calculate how much is the radius around let's say I'm always saying let's say flat Earth model, that Antarctica wall, and now from that point you go to the center and go up to reach that angle that you can reach all that circle. That's yeah. Good luck.
Right. Well, I've been saying, like, dude, we can zoom in, but you can't zoom out. Okay?
Yes.
You can go up, but you can't go out.
That's why we are having that fish eye that you can see something, but that's only perspective, nothing else.
Right. Yeah, that's only yeah.
You cannot zoom more than that,
Exactly. Well, it's specifically with your eyeballs, right? Like, you can't zoom out your eyes to see more of the Earth. So, but yeah, they want to see the Earth in a whole one shot. Like, dude, that's a God's perspective.
Yeah.
Not a man's perspective.
That's Jupiter perspective.
They wish.
And yes, and you never think about that. If you are on the moon, the Earth will be. You know what Earth will be? It will be huge ball.
Massive, yeah.
Enormous. Practically, maybe from the moon you cannot see the sky because of Earth.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, dude. They think that there's places in the sky. These guys think there's other places. Like Earth is the place. Moon is not a place. Mars is not a place. Space is not a place. Because places are somewhere you can go. Travel to. Ain't nobody traveling to places that don't exist. Nobody traveled to Narnia. So this whole moon landing, we landed. There's no land up there. Anyway, the land's down here. Oh. Other planets.
Yeah, and they make comparison, but only with the shape, nothing else. Like where is the water? Where are the mountains? Where is the rivers? Where is the seas? Where is the atmosphere? Why other planets are different? What is going on? You're saying they're the same, like the Earth.
Right. Yeah, they're not even close. There's no resemblance. Zero. Like, look around Earth, lots of green, trees, grass, water.
And
You see any of that in the sky?
Spherical gas planets.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
At least we are concrete, with the water. We have problem with the water curving, gravity is doing that. But you have there. Can you imagine the Jupiter? That's gravity. Jupiter gravity, man. He's keeping gas in spherical shape. How? Why?
Yeah, you got to love these things that all take place somewhere else, in non-reality, that don't happen here in reality. Oh, gas forms things into spheres. Okay, where? Oh, well, just not on Earth. Okay, so not in reality. So where are you even getting that idea from then? Oh, well, that's what we think is happening. Okay, let us know when you can prove it.
There is a scientist who proved that. Why they spend so much money to go to the space? What are you saying?
Yeah, it's easier to just go than
make a movie about it in the studio. Yeah.
That's I can't even believe they said stuff like that. It's easier to just go than to say we went. What?
And they're getting for 1 day budget for one good Hollywood fucking great movie which can win even Oscar. Do you know that? For 1 day. They can make 365 good Hollywood movies per year. Maybe not because they need to pay also people. But they are selling, T-shirts and the company is doing well. NASA company, not only. I realized that I live one town. It's called Leicester. It's like 40 miles, something like that. They have some space museum. I need to go there to see what is there.
Space Museum, dude. They not getting $1 from me.
They made a lot of mistakes, CB, with that space program. That bubbles, disappearing, blah blah blah, strings. If they didn't do that, we will not have, the things. Look at this, look at that, and then we will only stay on the gas pressure, But it's not only gas pressure, man. It's only Big Brother show there.
Right. Well, it makes you wonder how much of this is intentional, because it is crazy. Bubbles and space and stuff like that. It almost makes you wonder how intentional it is. Is there somebody out there that wants you to see this?
Yeah. And then you have swimming pools, stupid swimming pool. They are practicing there. Like, okay, that's only coincidence. And you have the things. Then at least I watch it. How they are making all that scenes in movies, all that jumping in Matrix, and and then you see the blue screen and strings and ropes and shits. And then you see the T-shirt of the astronaut. Then you see everything. That this is so obvious. It's not like a what. It's not like it's more obvious than 2001.
Yeah. Well, that's how you can tell it's real.
Because you're watching two towers crashing down an airplane. You can believe in that. But you're watching guy disappearing. You're watching bubbles. You're watching all the shit and saying, "What the fuck is this? Why?" And that thing kicked me the most. That with that George Bush Senior. Oh my God, that was like, what? He's passing there, and there is a blue screen with astronaut, and he's showing that things with, I think, with how he's coloring the bubble or whatever in the space. And you see the blue screen, like, okay, what's this?
You're looking too deep. You're asking too many questions. What are you, conspiracy theorist?
No, blue screen, CB. No, I have nothing to do with the conspiracy. I'm only saying that I'm seeing the blue screen. And the guy who is astronaut is in front of blue screen. And my question is, why? Now somebody can
debunking flat earthers.
No, I'm only asking you why the astronaut is in front of blue screen.
Oh, I'm telling you, the reason why he's doing that is because he's debunking the flat earther, trying to prove that it's not a blue screen by being in front of a blue screen. No, I don't know. That was very fishy, though. I did see that as well.
That was too much. Like, okay, now you show me really that you are faking.
Right.
Because this is behind the scene. This is not like, live. Then you go to internet, to YouTube, and type this streaming live blue screen or something technology. And then you find out that you can stream live whatever you want, wherever you want. You can be here. They can make that you're in jungle, in Amazonia, and live, not editing, not after. Live.
Right.
That means they can make whatever store. They can put you in the space if you want in studios, whatever that you want.
They're so cool.
Yeah, it's not 1971 or 85. They needed to have, okay, who did it good? The guy with good effects. Fucking what his name?
doesn't matter. But now we have technology that you cannot know what is truth and what is not.
Mm.
You have that in movie. I don't know if you saw that movie with Robert De Niro where they're faking the war or elections. And did you ever watch that movie?
The elections.
It's all story. There is a war happening. They are saying in Albania, blah blah blah. They are taking the American producer to make a all big fake story about that, only for that they want to the president get more votes, because that war they need to blah blah blah. But they are faking also,
Yeah.
And then you have seen some woman running through the ruins and everything is bombing, and she is with the black cat, that's the scene, and they're
Right.
showing that like a news, in mainstream, and then president is calling by the phone behind the scene and saying he wants white cat, he doesn't want black cat. And they're changing. Can you imagine, CB? They're faking, but he's not satisfied with the cat. The news will go, but he wants white cat.
You said this is a movie?
Yeah. This is a very good movie. I will find it.
Okay. Yeah. Let us know if you find the name. I think Jenny chimed in earlier today, said that her cousin or her brother, who's been trying to go back and forth with flat Earth stuff, I think she said he's stuck on satellites and stuff. Like he thinks that because people work on satellites, they can't possibly be ignorant to the the greater scheme, if you will. He's saying that if you work on satellites, then you have to be in the know. I don't agree. That probably would have been the first thing I said, Jenny, if you're listening. Like, hey, listen, just because you click some buttons on a computer doesn't mean you're, in the know of what your superiors are doing. When you work jobs, and your boss says makes a schedule and does all these things, like you don't always know what he's doing and why. He just gives you your assignment, and that's what you're supposed to do. You don't need to be in the know, what the corporate investors are saying, and so that's not your responsibility in the hierarchy. So just because you worked on some satellites or whatever, some schematics on a computer, nobody has to tell you jack above that. You just do your job, turn in the stuff, and that's it. You don't need to know anything else. So yeah, you don't need to be in the know to not be lying. Like, I believed in the globe my whole life strongly. I wasn't lying to people, I just believed it. So those guys are the same way. They're not lying to anybody. Most of them, I would assume. They're just believers like everyone else. There's no requirement to be like a liar if you're a satellite technician or whatever. You just have the same beliefs as everyone else. That all or nothing fallacy is real strong in these guys, isn't it? Oh, well, then it all has to be wrong. No, not really. Maybe just you.
I found it, CB. It's called, I don't know if I pronounce good, Wag the Dog.
Okay, nice.
Did you watch that about moon landing? Also parody comedy.
Did someone make a parody of the moon landing recently, or?
Yeah, I think that they are making some kind. They need to fake. I think some. I forget it. I will find that one also. That's a comedy. That's great comedy.
I've heard of some moon movies like Waving the Moon Doggy or something like that. I'm not sure if that's what you were referring to or not. I haven't watched any documentaries in a while. I don't think I've seen any of the flat Earth ones. I'm channeling my inner Mimas. Shout out to Mimas out there if you're listening. But I don't think I watched Level or any of those things. Not that that's a bad thing. I just haven't got to it, I guess. I'm gonna go on mute for a hot second. Just give me a sec. Be right back.
Hello.
What up? What up?
What's up?
Traveled.
Yeah, I remember you. Creation.
Yeah. What's going on, man? I don't think either it's been a while because I don't remember. But what's going on, dude?
It's been like a year probably.
Okay.
So, like you gave me roasts for the Discord, I think. I don't know.
Bet. Well, welcome back, dude.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think of it like this is a flat Earth bar. So when people roll in here, like, what can I serve you? What can I get for you? So what brings you in?
I'm just here because I'm bored.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so if you're going to have just more than water, I'm just kidding. It's a Samurai Champloo reference. But no, man, you're welcome to chime in anytime if you have questions or whatever. Let us know. I've been personally thinking of questions that maybe would be engaging to the panel, since people do come and listen. And then I've been trying to think of ways to not have it just be me monologuing for 30 minutes straight. So maybe just some questions would be helpful. But I don't know. What do you think, guys? So you guys date normies or anything? Like, if you're a flat earther, like, is it a requirement to go date another flat earther, or are you cool with some normie chicks or guys if you're into that?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, no worries.
TB, did you watch Moonwalkers?
Moonwalkers? No.
Okay, I will post you and watch for that. This is fantastic.
Shit.
That's all about movies.
Okay. Nice.
Let's go back to the geometry.
Yeah, it's speaking of geometry, it's funny that these guys can't even figure out what flat means. Like, they think it's a shape, literally. Oh, so you mean a disc?
Yeah, I sorry. Can I add something to that?
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I started calling it they've a flat.
What?
Yeah, or I tell them a noun. I go adjective, noun, descriptive word, adjective describes a noun. A flat earth being the noun. What you want is a noun. A shape is a noun followed by a noun. a globe Earth, a flat Earth.
I see. So flat is the descriptor, and that's what they're missing?
Yeah, they're not getting that. And you're describing the surface, a part of it.
Yeah. A noun. That reminds me of, I think Alan Watts said that there's certain words that are just completely irrelevant, redundant. Like to say that the lightning flashes, like lightning in itself flashes. So you're just saying the same thing twice. So it's kind of what came to my mind. It's like flat Earth, and Gemsy gets into this a lot too. But the flat part is a descriptor, not a noun. So I like that.
OCB, in our language, we are making mostly a lot of mistake with saying something like boat too.
Boats?
And in our language, boat too, like
both. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
And we need, and you can hear in our language there's people using that, but that is totally incorrect. You say boat or you say two, but we are using that. I don't know, like in Croatia, like you can hear like a 50% of people will say that, boat too.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. So that's cool, Crit. I've never heard that before. It's such a basic thing too, like flat. Like they're struggling, trying to overcomplicate it. It can only be one or two. That's what I tell people. You only got two options here. Either the surface is going to be curved or it's not going to be curved. What is the other option here? I've been asking this question for a long time. I haven't got an answer. So I'll go ahead and just sally up and say, yeah, this is a dichotomy. Flat or not. Curved or not curved. So ain't no other option here that doesn't describe a shape. Even round. They're like, oh, the Earth is round. Yeah, lots of things can be round. But lots of things that aren't spheres either. Damn, a tree trunk is round. But you look, it's like, that's not a sphere. All kinds of things can be round and non-spherical. So their lexicon is just shit anyway. Oh, Earth round. Yeah, well, it could be round and flat. Not that I say that. I don't subscribe to that, but it could be round and flat. So what are you even saying anyway?
Hey, Croatian.
Yeah, what's up?
Why doesn't the water fall off the side?
Well, that's not.
What side?
That doesn't anything to do with what we're talking about here. That is 100% not a flat Earth. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about?
Well, no, exactly. Sasha said it perfectly. I mean, there is nowhere for the water to fall to anyway. So that the question is just broken. But what are you talking about? A flat Earth in outer space? Are you talking about like a disk in space with water falling off?
No, but like.
So then, how would the water fall off, and then where would it fall to?
If there's nowhere for it to fall off to, then like it has to be infinite. Then.
No, but wait a minute. Hold on. Where are you getting that idea? So, are you thinking of some flat Earth in space? Is that what you're kind of picturing?
Not really, but there can't be like an.
Well, then, okay. Let me ask: where would the water, quote unquote, fall to then? If it were, if what you're describing, a flat Earth with water falling off, where would the water be falling to then?
Into the space.
Right. So then you would. That's how you know that your question is flawed, because if you ask every single flat earther in here, does the flat Earth exist in outer space? We're all going to tell you no. So that cosmology, you're basically you basically took Halo and tried to put it in a PlayStation, because flat Earth doesn't go in outer space; they're not compatible. So flat Earth doesn't have water falling off. First of all, water adheres to its container, takes the shape of its container. So if you put water in a cup or a bathtub, it doesn't fall out of the cup, doesn't fall out of the bathtub. It's contained by the bathtub, it's contained by the cup. So same thing with like a pond or a lake or an ocean, they're contained by the land around it. It's not like you go out to a lake and, oh shit, the water's going to fall off the lake. No, it's just contained within the land. So the Earth doesn't have to be infinite either. I would say the Earth is the container, my friend. So if you're trying to picture or put the Earth into another place, typically called space, is what people imagine, that's not the right idea. We're saying that the Earth is the whole place. This is the quote unquote container, if you will. So if I asked you like outer space, is that infinite or is there an edge?
Outer space is infinite.
Outer space. It is infinite? Wait.
Yeah.
Does everyone agree with that, or is that just your view?
I'm pretty sure science would say that's right.
Wait, so if I Google, is the Earth infinite? Let's just see what it says. Or is outer space infinite?
Wait, CB, I want to logically only. How somebody can know if something is infinite?
Well, true. It's based on your.
It's based on what? It's based on what? How you can know? Listen, this is like I am asking like a kid now. Like we are 12-year-old skilled child. How something what is infinite? That means you don't know where is the end. How we can know that something is infinite? If we don't know there is the end, if we don't know more, we don't know. That means how we know what is infinite?
Yeah, also science doesn't have vocal cords.
Well, I was going to say, like, I'm posting in the chat right now. I just went to Google, like, is outer space infinite? And they're saying that, like, they're not, I don't know if that's the consensus, is that everyone's saying, all the experts are saying the space is infinite. I'm not sure if that's something that I would agree with. Even when I believed in outer space, I didn't think that it was infinite. So
sure, there's different theories for coloration.
Well, that's why I asked you. You were saying like it's definitely infinite, and the experts would agree.
But can I answer him? CB not.
They say the universe is not infinite because it started from a point and is expanding. So that would mean that there is an end to the universe that they say. So I think you need to learn more about what you claim you say science would say. I think you need to look that up because that's not the case.
I'm not here to learn about science. I'm here to learn.
Well, you might want to. You might want to learn.
You're not here to learn about.
I'm not arguing with you guys. I'm just learning.
You don't know what science is. You don't actually know what science is.
Timbo, can I ask him something?
Hold on, fellas, real quick. I want to get back to the original point.
Because of Edge.
Yeah, well, let me just get us back to the original point.
I only want to tell him, CB, where we are in this situation, in present situation, and where he is in present situation. And I will tell him where. Traveler, do you know where is your edge now in this situation? It's the same like mine.
Yeah, he's saying it's infinite, so there would be no edge.
No, he has the same edge like me, and it's for you, CB, and it's for everyone.
I don't understand.
What?
It's a 60 degrees south parallel. That means that's our edge. We cannot go more than this edge. That if that's water falling after 60 degrees, I don't think so, because they're saying there is behind some kind of land called Antarctica, but nobody knows how it looks like. But your edge, your personal edge, that means that you will never ever find out, at least, and nobody find out, it's 60 degrees, not more. That means you can go a little bit more Australia south, and then somebody will stop you, say, man, this is the edge, go back.
Okay. Yeah, but I want to answer his question. I want to answer what he asked, though, because he's asking what is containing the Earth. So I would ask you just the same thing. What contains outer space? It doesn't need to be contained. It is the place that everything exists within, right?
Yeah, okay.
So that's how we see the Earth. It doesn't need to be held up by something else. It is the thing that does the holding. So the Earth doesn't
Why-
float around or move around in outer space, bro. So there would be no place for the water to fall anyway. So I just want
Why
to answer
would-
your question.
Why water doesn't fell over the lake?
Because there's land around it.
There you go.
Oh, really?
So there's something around the Earth.
It must be, I think, because it must contain water.
Okay, well, if what you're saying is true, then we can.
No, not
find-
what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. That water itself contained like a pond, lake, a sea, ocean need container, and of course need land. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
but
that nature saying.
Why are you making it seem like there's a power struggle with the water and the land somewhere where like the water is attempting to break free and go somewhere else? Like where is that happening? That's not what water is not attempting to break free of the earth. So like you're saying like, well, what is containing the water? Well, just the land. But what's containing that? What do you mean? Like there's nothing's trying to break free or anything like that. You're saying where would the water fall to? Where do you go out and see water, quote unquote, falling out of lakes or ponds? It's not trying to fall anywhere. So it's just a silly question.
Yeah, I've got a question for him. So, is water flat?
That's for you, T.
in what situation would water be flat?
Well,
is
is water? Yeah, is the water on the Earth level?
If you have water in a cup, it will be lower in the center.
Whoa. Wait. That's
okay, I'm talking about. Let's go. Okay, so is water in a
That's
pool?
concave.
Is water in a pool level?
He's a concave earther.
Is water in a pool level?
Water in a pool is. I don't
Say it.
know. I've never gone out to my pool and pulled out the old lever and see it.
Say it's concave. Come on. Say
What
it's
does
concave.
What does water do when you leave it at rest?
If you have it in like a big container, it'd probably be the same as it is in a cup and concave in the middle.
There we go.
Whoa. Wait a minute. So you're saying that the lakes and the oceans are doing that too? The concave? Because they're supposed to be convex, bro. They're supposed to be convex. Like curved up, like a mound or a hill. Like we have a joke around here called a water hill. So that's what they say boats go over the curve, aka curved water, a hill of water. They're not.
Now they go up the hill.
So you just said concave though. So do you stand by that, or do you want to correct yourself? Or
In a cup, water is lower in the center. So
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes,
that only
it is.
happens. That only happens if you have a diameter, or like a diameter of maybe 2 inches or smaller, like a beaker. Then you'll get that meniscus.
Yeah,
but
you'll
besides
get
that,
You'll get that on a
hey, I don't know
larger
what kind of beakers you drink out of, but
Yeah, that's got to do with things sticking to things as well. So the water molecules on the outside will stick to the edge of the cup, make it look like there's an edge. So that's just silly, man. Can you see that in a swimming pool?
No.
Hmm.
Can you see it in a lake?
Okay, sure. Water is flat.
Hey, can you see it in
There
a
you
lake?
go.
Oh,
There you
what
go,
is
you got
that?
it.
that wasn't so bad.
If I was to go to a pool, water is flat.
Okay.
Okay, so when does it start curving?
When does the ground start curving?
No. I asked you a question. When does the water start curving?
Just one step at a time.
What did you say?
When does the water start curving?
You can't see it. It's curving.
There you go.
You can't.
Whoa.
Why you cannot see it?
Because the Earth is huge.
How huge is?
Wait. How do you know it's curving?
How
And also, it doesn't
We have
matter.
to stick to the water point. He's saying you can't see it, so how do you know it's curved to begin with, bro?
Okay, listen, but it doesn't matter if the water's curved. It doesn't matter if water.
Yeah, it does.
Water
That's
is
the whole
the shape
point.
of the container. Water doesn't have a shape.
So you're saying
Hold
if you have a spoon, you're saying if you have a spoon at the bottom of a sink, then you're going to have an imprint of a spoon on top of the water.
Travel.
Is that right?
Hold on, dude. There's a couple things to break down here. Yes, water takes the shape of its container. That's not what we're talking about. It's not really what we're talking about. Right at the current moment, we're talking about the surface description of the water. That's why he brought up the spoon being in the bottom of the sink. Doesn't make an imprint of a spoon at the top of the water. So of course, the shape of your sink might be square, circle, rectangle, whatever, but it lays flat at the surface. And so what we're saying is, doesn't matter what body of water you talk about, whether it's a pool, a bathtub, a pond, lake, or an ocean, they all do exactly that. Still level and flat at the surface. And of course, contained by its surroundings. So that's what we're saying. The water is flat. Yes, it definitely does matter because they're saying that the water is curved. If you look at selfies from space, what do they show you? Curved lakes, curved oceans. So yes, it is very important. The water can only be doing one of those two things. It's either curved or it's not curved. So we're not talking about waves. We're not talking about water being ice or solid or liquid. We're talking about the surface behavior. So no, you don't go to your swimming pool and see it dip down in the middle or bubble up in the middle. It lays perfectly flat, waves and all. So that's what we're saying the oceans are like, and the lakes.
Okay, then the water's perfectly flat, sure.
Dude, hold on. Let me just address that real quick. Again, this word flat gets people tripped up. I'm sure you can imagine a floor in your house that has a carpeted floor. Or do you have a carpeted floor in your house? I'm imagining that's something you've experienced before. So you would say that the floor underneath the carpet, you would say that's a flat floor, right? Okay, so if I put down a carpet on top of the floor, any carpet of your choice, it could be a lion's rug, freaking tiger, just a nice regular rug. It'd be bumpy, really plush, whatever. Let's say we put any carpet down. Does the floor now become curved?
No.
No, exactly. So same thing happens with the waves, my friend. Waves on the water are just like the carpet on your floor. So when you would try to make a joke, they're like, oh yeah, fine, the water's perfectly flat. No, of course there's waves and things. But that doesn't make the water curved like your floor. Putting bumpy things on top of a flat surface does not make the floor curved. So topography, you asked earlier as well, is the earth curved? Well, the earth has hills, mountains, valleys. Guess what doesn't have that? The water. So it is 100% important to discuss the surface of the water. So
Yeah, and also you just admitted you said water is flat. Yeah, so if water's flat, then where do we get the curve in the ocean? Where do we get the curve on the Earth? Where does that come from?
And because you said edge, but listen to this information. They are saying that there is 70. That is the same point. 70-something% of water, and land it's only 20 or something. Where is that curve if it's 70% of water flat?
Yeah.
That means all that water is flat. 2/3 of Earth is flat then, and 1/3 is globe. That's what is land. But you have also land where it's flat. Bolivia is flat. Kansas is flat. Where is curving, my God?
Okay. There's no curve that we can see.
Where?
There's no curve then.
Oh,
there is no curve. No curve.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Easy. Now, you don't have to believe that. You're welcome to believe that it is still curved. That's no problem.
Yep.
But you would have to then prove that, measure it, test it. Okay. No problem.
Yeah, but if we can't see any curve here...
Travel, can I get you now?
Hold on, let him respond. Let him respond. Hold on, Tasha. Let him respond. He was trying to say something. Let him respond. So you'd have to test it. What were you going to say?
If there's no curve here, right? Like, that we can see here, but there's still astronauts that have went up in outer space.
Okay, so if there's a curve, from up there, then the curve from up there should translate down to here.
Down here, yeah.
So where's the curve down here?
We can't see it.
Then you would be able to measure it. It would still be there, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, just because you can't
It doesn't
see
just
it.
disappear.
Yeah, it wouldn't just, yeah. When you go to measure it, say if we're ants on a beach ball, right? People talk about, you're ants on a big ball. Okay, no problem. They say that because you're so small, it looks flat. Great. Now, if you were to measure that ball, ain't no way in hell it would measure flat. Impossible. It's curved. You would obviously be measuring curvature on the surface of that ball. So great, you can say it looks flat and you show pictures of curvature, but then we should be able to go down and measure / test that Earth that's supposed to be curved, and the curvature would obviously be there. Or
you understand that we would literally be the size of cells if you're talking about a beach ball.
No,
but here, hold on, wait, hold on. I do understand because they've already given the Earth, the globe, a very specific size. Are you aware of that size? I think Sasha asked you that. Do you know how big the globe is claimed to be? It's okay if you don't. If you need to look it up,
I do not.
Whatever. All right, that's no problem. But they're claiming it's a specific size, so it's not really ants on a beach ball. They're saying at 1 foot off the surface of the ground, the distance to the curve is only like 1.2 miles. So that's not that big. They're saying the radius is under 4,000 miles. That's really not. It's not that big. It's just something you can test.
CB, can you stop now and repeat that very slowly for him that he really get what you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to say it again. I'll say it in even a more simplified way. Traveled. If you told me you were 6'5", if we were to meet up, there have to be 6 feet and 5 inches. That's the claim that's on the table. So I can test that to see if it's true. If we meet up one day and you're shorter than me and I'm 6 foot, then we have a big problem. So that's basically step one, you need to know how tall, quote unquote, they claim the globe to be. We already told you it's a little less than 4,000 miles in a radius. So, given that specific size, that means that 1 foot off the surface of the ground, the distance to the curve would only be like 1.2 miles. It's really not that far. Something you can definitely test. So, just like your height. If you claimed you're a specific height, well, we're going to be able to test that. So that's all we're doing. So you can show us selfies from space. Look, no, it's curved. Believe me. Fine. Then it would have to match reality. Just like if you showed me pictures of you, look, I'm tall, really, for sure. Then fine. When we meet up, then those 6 foot and 5 inches, they better be there. But if they're not, what do you go with? The pictures or the measurements? Which one are you going with? If you tested something versus there's pictures of it, which would you go with? I have pictures showing that I'm really tall, but you measured my height and I'm really not that tall. So what are you going to go with? The pictures or the measurements? Travel.
The pictures, obviously.
Okay, well, I'll give you a chance to explain why you would go with the pictures over direct measurements.
Can I send
Hold on. What do you want to justify that? Or, I mean, if you're joking, that's fine. But if you want to explain that, I'd love to hear your reason why you would say that.
Because the pictures are going to have more accurate measurements.
The pictures aren't measurements at all. So you understand what a direct measurement is.
Can I tell you my
From a
Ferrari?
construction point of view, I'm just going to explain something. So, mate, what we do is we get a set of plans, which is a picture. Now, those plans aren't the actual size. They come in a scale. So what we do is we convert that scale into actual measurements because we can't trust what the picture is. If we built the house to the picture, we'd have a miniature house. So what we do is we
but you get the picture first, right? So that got to be more accurate.
Yeah, and then we measure it. And then we measure it to see if that picture works. And then we build to the measurements. Now, you're saying you're going to take the picture because it's got better measurements. The picture doesn't have measurements. The picture has numbers on it. That's it. What you do is you take out a measuring tape and you measure it. That is empirical.
And you said it was accurate according to what? Itself? You need to have something to be accurate to something else. Like, you see? Well, if you send me a picture of how tall you are, no, it's accurate. Accurate to what? Your claim? Because it's not accurate to the measurements. That's the issue. They don't align. So no, you would definitely go with the measurements and not just some picture. There are no measurements in